Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. We're all about bringing high-quality web novel audiobooks to life, and most of our content is completely free to enjoy. Just a quick note, web novels and web novel audiobooks aren't the same thing. Simply reading a novel out loud doesn't always make for a great listening experience. That's why I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and careful editing for every chapter to make sure the narration flows naturally and immerses you in the story, just like reading it yourself. These audiobooks are not just direct copies of the original novels. I've adapted them for a smoother, more engaging experience. And to be fully transparent, these adaptations are made for commercial purposes, so some chapters are paid content. But don't worry, this process is fully copyright compliant. I do all of this because I truly love web novels and audiobooks. I'm a huge fan, and this story is one of my personal favorites. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King, in Hueco Mundo with Shindu template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as 4th Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DxD, Fate I Heard After Death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DxD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DxD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Most of our content there is free, and it's the best place to follow and support our work. The default audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast for you, just let me know, I'm happy to adjust it. Got a favorite web novel you'd love to hear as an audiobook? Drop a suggestion. I'm always open to new ideas. And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and behind-the-scenes content. Thanks so much for your continued support and happy listening. Chapter 1, Prologue, What on earth is this place? My head. It hurts. Feng Zheng opened his eyes, staring blankly at the starry sky ahead. Where is this place? He turned his head to the sides, but all he saw were broken wooden boards. The sound of creaking wheels and urgent hoofbeats rang in his ears. Ugh! The sharp pain in his head made Feng Zheng groan. He closed his eyes and tried to recall everything that had happened before. If he wasn't mistaken, he was outside, and then... Young master, are you awake? As Feng Zheng struggled to piece together his memories, an old man suddenly appeared beside him. He was an elderly man with white hair and beard, dressed in tattered leather armor, with a long sword strapped to his back. His appearance was so peculiar that Feng Zheng couldn't help but be taken aback. But what puzzled him more was that the old man spoke in a language Feng Zheng had never heard before, yet somehow, he understood it perfectly. Despite this, Feng Zheng's confusion remained. Who is he? Why is he calling me young master? Who am I? Ugh. Arg. Just as Feng Zheng was about to recall his memories, a needle-sharp pain pierced his brain. He clutched his head and cried out in agony. Seeing this, The old man became even more panicked. He hurried over to Feng Zheng and gripped his shoulders firmly. "Young master, are you alright? Don't scare me." I. Amidst the old man's anxious shouts, Feng Zheng found himself unable to speak. His head felt like it was splitting, and his vision started to distort. Suddenly, a blue radiance unfolded before him, forming a unique and familiar interface. Then, a gentle voice whispered in his ear. "Interface activation complete. System initializing. Detecting soul wavelength. Beginning authentication." Ugh. Arg. Feng Zheng felt not only his head but his entire body writhing in pain, as if he were being skinned alive. His blood flowed backward, his breaths quickened, and his heart pounded violently, as if it would leap out of his throat. All he could do was clench his fists, grit his teeth, and endure the sudden torment. "Master Carter. They have caught up with us. Damn it. Take the young master and leave. We'll stay behind. Careful." Boom. Feng Zheng could faintly hear the chaotic and shrill sounds outside. Before he could react to what was happening, an explosion rocked the area, sending him flying out of the carriage like a discarded ball, landing heavily on the ground. PFF. Ah. He felt his back hit the earth hard, the impact momentarily dispelling the burning pain in his body. Regaining some control, he turned his head and looked around. He saw an open wasteland shrouded in darkness. Nearby, a carriage was engulfed in flames, the pulling horse reduced to charred remains. A short distance away, he could vaguely see figures engaged in combat. They seemed like attendants, fighting against enemies clad in silver armor, resembling knights in a game. What kind of place is this? Though the warriors fought valiantly, even Feng Zheng could see they were no match for their opponents. Within moments, the silver-armored knights mercilessly cut them down, turning them into lifeless corpses. "Young master. Run. Get out of here." Only the old man remained, swinging his longsword frantically while shouting at Feng Zheng. "I have to escape." Feng Zheng still didn't understand what he was involved in, but he knew he had to leave this place immediately. But his body refused to obey. He felt weak and sore, with no strength left. Just standing up seemed impossible. Soul wavelength authentication successful, binding complete. "Executor, please activate the Codex." The voice in his ear remained calm. In the strange interface before him, a complex circle resembling an array appeared. Feng Zheng felt it looked oddly familiar. Arg! A scream caught his attention. He looked up and saw the old man being impaled by a knight in silver armor. The old man turned toward Feng Zheng with despair in his eyes, reaching out. "Young." Before the old man could finish, a flash of silver severed his head. His body collapsed to the ground. The knights then turned and approached Feng Zheng. "I'm going to die." Though their helmets hid their faces, Feng Zheng sensed their cold, deadly intent. Just their gazes made him feel like his neck was being sliced. But he couldn't resist. "This is my only chance." Gritting his teeth, Feng Zheng extended his hand toward the array. Thud. Before he could touch it, an iron boot stomped down on his hand, pinning it painfully. Ugh! The pain was excruciating, but before he could react further, another knight grabbed his hair, lifting his head. "Is it him?" The knight's voice was emotionless, like a machine. A shadowy figure in a black robe, standing behind the knight, nodded slightly. "Yes, he's the one. The secret treasure must be on him." "Good." The lead knight nodded, then swiftly placed his long sword against Feng Zheng's neck. "Hand over the secret treasure, and I'll give you a quick death." "Secret treasure? What secret treasure?" Feng Zheng stared blankly at the knight, feeling the cold blade against his neck. His mind was chaotic, unable to understand what was happening or his current situation. He only knew they were chasing him for some secret treasure. But what secret treasure? How would I know? I have no choice but to fight. Biting his lip, Feng Zheng focused on his right hand, crushed under the knight's boot. Sensing his gaze, the knight looked down and instinctively stepped back. Now! The moment the knight moved, Feng Zheng quickly withdrew his hand and tapped the circle in the interface. Instantly, it began spinning rapidly. Radiant light gathered, forming a large, ornate holy scripture before him. "What is that?" The knights recoiled in surprise, unsure of their next move. But the black robe was ecstatic, jumping up and shouting. "It must be the secret treasure. Don't let him activate it, kill him." Following the black robe's order, the lead knight raised his sword and swung at Feng Zheng. Simultaneously, driven by an unseen force, Feng Zheng placed his hand on the book. His world shattered like glass in an instant. "Child, when you were born, the forests of Lordran whispered your name." An ancient voice echoed in his mind, showing him majestic mountains, beautiful cities, towns, and wilderness. "Child, I proudly watched you grow day by day, becoming the embodiment of justice." Flames consumed a city, leaving behind ruins and relics where laughter once rang. The relentless crimson glow painted the world with destruction and hatred. Remember, we have always ruled with wisdom and strength. Flower petals turned to cold snowflakes, followers fell one by one. In a dark cave, a longsword radiating azure light awaited its wielder. I trust you will use your immense power wisely. A blizzard covered everything, trees withered, the land froze, life fled. Only the fallen emerged painfully from fire and darkness. They formed an army, a terrifying force bringing death and bloodshed. Feng Zheng opened his eyes again. The visions were gone. Before him, a knight's sword was descending. He could see his reflection in the silver blade. But the voice still echoed in his mind. One day, my life will end, and you will be crowned king. The cold power exploded within him. Chapter 1. The cold winds of Northrend will consume your souls. Kill him. The silver knight strode forward, the blade in his hand flashing like a crescent moon as he slashed towards Feng Zheng. He was certain that his strike would not miss. In just a moment, he would decapitate this young man before him. But... clang! With the crisp clash of metal, the longsword in the silver knight's hand halted in midair. He stared in shock, watching as the young man before him raised his right hand. In Feng Zheng's grasp, an icy chill gradually coalesced into a beautiful yet terrifying longsword. A pitch-black hilt like the night, adorned with a sinister skull that stared back at him. The blade, as pale as bone and snow, exuded a cold that pierced the soul. An ethereal blue glow emanated from the grooves in the blade, clearly marking it as no ordinary weapon. What is that? It must be the secret treasure. Seeing the suddenly appearing longsword in Feng Zheng's hand, the other silver knights cried out in alarm. Meanwhile, the black robe stared intently at the scene, sensing that something was amiss. Wait, something's wrong, be careful. Before the black robe could finish, Feng Zheng, who had been kneeling on the ground moments ago, suddenly leaped up. Gripping the longsword with both hands, he swung it forward with all his might. The next moment, the blade pierced through the body of the silver knight before him without hesitation. Ah! With a scream, the silver knight shrieked as the blade impaled him. His body rapidly withered, the light of his soul shining through, and a vague human figure seemed to be pulled from his body, spinning as it was sucked into the blade. Boom! In that instant, a roaring wind exploded around Feng Zheng, the freezing air swirling and knocking away the other advancing silver knights. The black robe quickly retreated several meters, barely withstanding the blast of cold. When the storm subsided, he looked ahead again, his mouth agape in shock. This is... Before them, Feng Zheng no longer looked destitute and miserable. The freezing air spread from his body, forming a silvery white armor. Above his head, a gigantic apparition appeared out of thin air. It was a crowned figure with its face hidden in shadow, seated on a throne of eternal ice, coldly watching his enemies. Even his gaze seemed to freeze one's soul. Perhaps it wasn't just an illusion. At that moment, the ground around Feng Zheng was gradually covered in frost, plants withering as if all life was ending. What terrifying power of death! Seeing this, the black robe's face turned pale as he hurriedly backed away, pulling the rune from his robes. But before he could make another move, Feng Zheng seemed to sense his presence, turning to look at him. He pointed the longsword at the black robe. Crash! In an instant, the black robe was suddenly encased in ice, frozen in the act of holding the rune, as if time had stopped. Soon, a wailing human form emerged from his body, screaming as it was sucked into Feng Zheng's sword. Evil undead creature, how dare you desecrate souls! Seeing this, the remaining silver knights were both shocked and furious, exchanging glances and raising their swords. Holy blessing! With their shouts, soft light emanated from their bodies, illuminating the dark wilderness. However, this seemed to have no effect on Feng Zheng. The cold winds of Northrend will devour your souls. He turned to face the knights, muttering lowly. As he spoke, the surrounding winds intensified, forming an invisible wall that enclosed the silver knights. The ground cracked open, revealing skeletons rising from the earth. They might have been warriors who once fought here or simply buried peasants, but the blue flames in their eye sockets clearly indicated their identity. Fight with him. All together. The goddess is with us. Facing the growing number of undead creatures, the silver knights were pale with fear, feeling the overwhelming power of death. They knew they stood no chance, but they had no choice but to fight to the death. He can't use the power of that treasure indefinitely. Everyone attacked together. With a collective roar, the remaining silver knights charged at Feng Zheng, their weapons glowing brightly. Their long swords transformed into beams of light, and they swung them down at Feng Zheng with force. Boom! Pure white light converged, forming a unique and mysterious rune. The light dissipated, revealing a gigantic, nearly 10-meter-long greatsword hurtling down towards Feng Zheng. At that moment, the massive apparition above Feng Zheng finally moved. Just like this. Murmuring softly, the apparition stood up, drawing a sword from its waist and rising to meet the descending great sword of light. The apparition's sword clashed with the great sword. Crack! With a soft sound, the great sword of light shattered like a matchstick, breaking into fragments and vanishing. The knight's gleaming blades also shattered, causing them to cough up blood and collapse. This can't be. Stunned, the Silver Knights watched the sword of light disappear. They couldn't believe their greatest hope was so easily shattered. What was that thing? But they received no answer. The freezing cold enveloped their bodies, stopping their blood and slowing their hearts. They could only watch in despair as the shadow of death closed in and silently devoured their souls. Bang! With the last glimmer of soul light gone, Feng Zheng finally collapsed to his knees. His armor dissipated, and the mysterious, fearsome sword in his hand turned back into the cold wind and vanished. Above him, the giant apparition watched him before merging with the dark night and disappearing. Pa! Pa! Breathing heavily on the icy ground, Feng Zheng stared at the dark night sky, his mind in turmoil. To be honest, even now, Feng Zheng didn't know what had happened to him or why. But one thing was clear: he had survived. Though he didn't understand everything, he was alive. He had to leave quickly, as soon as possible. After a moment, catching his breath, Feng Zheng stood up again, looking around. Corpses were everywhere, his companions who had protected him were dead, and so were the knights sent to kill him. The chill in the air was dissipating, and he could hear faint wolf howls in the distance. Feeling a shiver, Feng Zheng knew he had to leave. He didn't know who these people were, but if their comrades realized they were missing, they would come looking. He had to escape before it was too late. He had to leave now. Determined, despite his pain and exhaustion, Feng Zheng bit down, stumbling into the depths of the wilderness. Chapter 2 Codex. One night passed. As the morning sun's radiance appeared from the other side of the horizon, Feng Zheng had finally sorted out the memories in his mind and figured out the cause and effect of things. First of all, he was indeed dead. This left Feng Zheng speechless. All along, he considered himself to be a cautious person. He always prepared for various unforeseen risks. From a girlfriend breaking up to a company going bankrupt, from a cash flow rupture to a partner absconding with the funds, from a robber attempting murder for money to encountering a drunk driver while crossing the street. Feng Zheng would consider all sorts of risks and possible unforeseen events and make corresponding preparations. He liked this kind of controlled life, where unchanging principles could cope with ever-changing situations. This philosophy of life was what had brought him success today. But what Feng Zheng hadn't expected was that the world is always so wondrous, full of unimaginable surprises. Like when he jumped into the river to save someone, he never thought that after successfully rescuing the person and watching them get on the ambulance, he would be struck directly by a suddenly snapped high-voltage line overhead. What was even more unexpected was that after he died, he woke up in another world. As for the current body he had resurrected in, its owner's experiences left Feng Zheng utterly speechless. Actually, the story was not complicated. The small noble family he was residing in had a secret treasure, and not long ago, a group of knights from the kingdom of the Holy Church found this small noble and claimed that the secret treasure passed down in his family was an evil and ominous thing, demanding that he hand it over. Of course, the small noble was unwilling and directly drove the knights away. Originally, the noble hadn't thought much about it, but little did they expect that on the night they drove the knights away, the knights would raid their manor and start a bloodbath. This small noble named Williams was merely a junior knight and had never seen such a scene. Naturally, he was scared out of his wits and fled immediately with the secret treasure. He had hoped to seek assistance from other noble families in the city, but upon arriving, he found out that the kingdom of the Holy Church had publicly announced that the Williams family was colluding with cultists and had been declared enemies of order, with a bounty placed on their heads. The kingdom of the Holy Church held a reverent position on this continent, whereas a small noble like Williams was nothing more than a small fry and could not possibly compare. Helpless, they continued fleeing but ultimately couldn't escape the Holy Church's chase, meeting their end here. If seen from Feng Zheng's perspective as an outsider, it would be easy to think that the kingdom of the Holy Church was the sort that appeared dignified on the surface but was full of depravity and corruption underneath, playing with boys and girls. However, after absorbing the small noble's memories, Feng Zheng frustratingly discovered that the kingdom of the Holy Church's arrest warrant was well deserved. Because according to Williams's memories, though they outwardly worshipped the goddess of order, they were, in fact, devout believers of a cult named the Doomsday Sect. This cult believed in the end of all things, claiming that one day everything in the world would be destroyed, even gods would fall, and the god of destruction would rise again to rule the world. What the cultists aimed to do was weaken the forces of those order followers as much as possible, waiting for the return of the god of destruction, among other nonsensical tasks. As expected, the Williams family secretly engaged in many dirty and dark dealings. From Feng Zheng's viewpoint, even without the kingdom of the Holy Church enacting justice, Their actions would be enough to get them executed multiple times under his own world's laws. How did he get reborn into such a person? Thinking about this gave Feng Zheng a massive headache. Everyone else who time-traveled either had deep-seated vengeance or the hidden attributes of a protagonist. Why did he reincarnate as a universally despised cultist? What's even more frustrating was that upon absorbing Williams's memories, Feng Zheng helplessly discovered that not only was he already a wanted criminal in the kingdom of the Holy Church, but he also couldn't go back to the Doomsday Sect. The reason was simple. According to Williams's memories, the so-called sect's secret treasure had been damaged during his escape. The process of damaging the treasure wasn't worth mentioning. Facing the Holy Church's pursuers, Williams intended to stake everything and activate the secret artifact for a mutual wipeout, but whether it was due to incorrect steps or bad luck, the artifact shattered with a pop while Williams was channeling magic into it, causing him to lose consciousness, bringing Feng Zheng onto the stage. No wonder he was hunted for life. Feng Zheng could imagine if he were found by the Doomsday Sect and couldn't produce the secret treasure, he would be dead meat. Cults are the same in any world, boasting various tortures that would make one unable to live or die comfortably. Thinking like this, getting caught by the Holy Church might even be better. They would at least give you a clean death with a single sword stroke. Not only that, through Williams's memories, Feng Zheng learned that this was a world with a very advanced power system. In this world, not only were there magic and knights but also dragons, undead, and various other monsters and entities. Not to mention deities and divine envoys. Unlike the scammy religions in Feng Zheng's world, these cults genuinely had backing up top. In comparison, although Feng Zheng had some skills, he believed he was nothing compared to magic and those unbelievably skilled swordsmen. As for this body he had reincarnated into? Feng Zheng already knew that Williams only had the strength of an apprentice knight. The Doomsday Sect he believed in hadn't provided him any divine blessings. Unless something unexpected happened, any one of those knights Feng Zheng had seen earlier could beat him easily. Fortunately, the world was never short of surprises. Thinking of this, Feng Zheng raised his hand. With his motion, the luxurious, thick book appeared again. Until now, Feng Zheng hadn't carefully inspected the large book that had appeared out of thin air in his hand. It looked as thick as a lexicon, but when held, it was surprisingly as light as a feather. On the pitch-black, heavy cover, a luxurious gemstone that shone with multicolored radiance was embedded at its center, and silvery circles radiated outward from the gemstone, resembling the orbiting paths of planets in the cosmos. Opening the book, Feng Zheng saw that at the top of the page was his own name. In the center was a groove where a beautiful white gemstone was embedded. Cold frost swirled around the gem's surface, adding a touch of chilliness. At the bottom of the interface were three options: summon, enhance, and teleport. This was what Feng Zheng had gained after arriving in this world, the Dimensional Codex. More importantly, this was the game system that Feng Zheng had designed before his rebirth. Looking at the familiar cover, Feng Zheng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He had initially only speculated, but now he was sure this was the system he developed. This was a new mobile game still under development, named Dimensional Codex. In it, the player was a young person, with customizable gender and avatar. According to the game setting, players would, for some reason, be swept away by time-space turbulence and awaken to find themselves in a brand new world. There, they would encounter a large book named Dimensional Codex and begin their new journey. In the game, after obtaining the Dimensional Codex, the player would become a dimensional mage. As the name implies, they traveled between dimensional worlds. They could use the Codex to teleport to various dimensional planes to complete different tasks and earn dimensional points. These points could be used to summon soulstones that harbored the power of a mighty soul from another realm or enhance the power of these soulstones' attributes. At this moment, what Feng Zheng had equipped was the soulstone he received from his first newbie summon, the Lich King Arthas. As the game's producer, Feng Zheng certainly knew how to use soulstones. There were two ways to use a soulstone. One was simply embedding it in the Dimensional Codex like this, enabling Feng Zheng to receive a permanent buff. This buff would offer Feng Zheng a certain level of enhancement, and unless Feng Zheng used dimensional points to enhance the soulstone, he wouldn't gain new abilities and skills, similar to leveling up in a game. The other way was to fully activate the soulstone's power. When activated, Feng Zheng could use all the abilities of the existence found to the soulstone, almost identical to the original. Just like in his battle with those knights earlier, he had used the real strength of the Lich King Arthas, rendering the Holy Church's knights fragile and laughable. Unfortunately, while the activation mode seemed exhilarating, it had many restrictions. First, it would enter a cooldown period after activation, just like a skill CD. Second, the activation had a limited number of uses. For instance, the Arthas soulstone that Feng Zheng summoned could only be activated 5 times in total, and once those activations were depleted, the Arthas soulstone would shatter and vanish. In that case, Feng Zheng would either have to summon a different soulstone or be left to die. Executor, Feng Zheng, Dimensional Points, 0, Equipped Soulstone, Arthas, Received Buff, Undying Ruler, Increased Undead Creature Detection by 50%, Undead Creature Damage by 50%, Undead Creature Defense by 50%, Strength, E, you are no different from an ordinary person, Agility, D, running faster than others always has its advantages, Constitution, E, when a person is killed, they die, Perception, D, perceiving 6 directions and listening to all sounds is basic for you, Charm, D, as long as someone isn't blind, they'll notice your external beauty, Equipped Skills, none, Exclusive Task, Curse of Frostmourne, this magic sword desires to devour souls filled with pain, and your task is to satisfy its craving. Frostmourne is hungry, requires the holder to obtain no less than 1000 units of power of the soul in the next mission world. Success will grant random rewards +1, failure will result in the Curse of Frostmourne on the holder. Countdown 24H, this is really outrageous. Looking at this task prompt, Feng Zheng gritted his teeth. He understood that the power of the soul mentioned was probably human souls. To complete this task, he had to kill 1,000 people. This wasn't the same as killing 1,000 pigs. Even if 1,000 pigs were lined up for him to chop, he wouldn't finish the job in a day. But to give up on this task? Ha! Feng Zheng had played Warcraft and knew well how terrifying this sword was. The Curse of Frostmourne. It would be a miracle if he could survive it. What frustrated Feng Zheng even more was that he had no idea how he managed to draw this item because he remembered clearly that he had only completed the main framework and settings of the system. As for the soulstones and other mission planes, Feng Zheng hadn't finished them, and the programming team hadn't started on them. So why was he able to summon a soulstone, and it happened to be the Lich King's? And this teleportation? Sigh. Looking at the interface before him, Feng Zheng let out a long sigh. If he could, he really didn't want to complete this task. After all, no one knew to which world the system would send him. But if he didn't go, Feng Zheng knew very well that with his current strength, if the Holy Church came for him, he would be captured effortlessly. Feng Zheng had considered hiding in the mission world, but he knew very well that he had set a time limit for staying in each mission world. Not only that, like the soulstones, each time Feng Zheng completed a mission and returned, the teleportation function would enter a cooldown period and only activate after some time. Therefore, Feng Zheng could neither hide forever in the mission world nor avoid the Holy Church and the Doomsday Sect's pursuit by continually undertaking missions. He had no choice but to enhance his strength. Moreover, Feng Zheng had a premonition that if he didn't go to the instance now, he might never get away. And his premonitions were always accurate. Teleport. With that thought, Feng Zheng didn't hesitate any longer. He clapped the Codex shut with a snap and murmured to himself. Quickly, the thick dimensional Codex in his hand dissolved into glowing rings that surrounded Feng Zheng. In the next second, his figure vanished, and the rings dispersed into glimmering particles and disappeared without a trace. Whoosh! Whoosh! Not long after Feng Zheng vanished, a flurry of wing-flapping sounds arose. Several pure white Pegasi descended from the sky, landing at the spot where Feng Zheng had hidden earlier. "My sister, have you found anything?" Riding one of the Pegasi, a man dressed similarly to the Silver Knights Feng Zheng had seen before, carefully examined the ground and asked in a low voice. Hearing his question, a female knight on another Pegasus closed her eyes and sensed for a moment, then shook her head. "I haven't detected any aura, friend. I think the target has already left this place." "Damn cultist." Hearing the female knight's response, the man clenched his fists tightly. Not only did he kill our comrades, but he also desecrated their bodies and souls. Such actions are utterly unforgivable. In the name of the goddess of order, we will not let our comrades die in vain. Justice will prevail. Saying this, the man waved his hand firmly. "Let's move out, keep searching. That cultist can't have gone far. He must be nearby, spread out and search." Chapter 3. This is an incredibly dark and despairing world for Feng Zheng. The feeling of teleportation was anything but pleasant. In the moment he disappeared, Feng Zheng felt his feet instantly transform into a void beneath him. Then, it was as if he were on an endless slide, rapidly falling downward. He couldn't even tell if he was actually falling, it felt like countless stars were flickering around him, a dizzying whirl until suddenly, Feng Zheng felt his body soar high into the air. The next moment, gravity mercilessly captured his body once again. Bang! Once again crashing heavily to the ground, Feng Zheng couldn't help but cry out. He felt like his entire body was falling apart, with not a single part left unscathed. Why am I so unlucky, crossing through worlds twice and getting thrown to the ground both times? Is there no justice? Feng Zheng? While Feng Zheng was cursing in his heart, he heard a man's voice next to his ear. Then, he felt someone grab him and pull him up from the ground. He opened his eyes and looked ahead, only to see a man in armor staring him down. "Are you alright?" Are you hurt? I'm fine. Although he didn't know who the man in front of him was, Feng Zheng shook his head and forced himself to wake up before responding. Hearing his reply, the man finally breathed a sigh of relief, then released Feng Zheng and raised a long sword in his hand. Quick, we need to get out of here. Damn undead are about to surround us. If we don't leave now, we'll never get another chance. Huh? Hearing the man's words, Feng Zheng looked to the side, only to realize that in the pouring rain, dozens of rotting monsters, like those undead creatures from movies, were approaching them. Not far from them, several soldiers lay dead in pools of blood, no longer breathing. What the hell, this again? Seeing this scene, Feng Zheng was at a loss for words. System, are you trying to kill me? I just got reborn and was chased. To escape, I switched worlds and now I'm surrounded again? But luckily, this time he wasn't being attacked by those terrifying paladins, but by zombies. Well, that's little better. Thinking of this, Feng Zheng swiftly drew Frostmourne and followed the man in front of him, running quickly towards the edge of the wilderness. The undead were not fast, but they were numerous. If Feng Zheng and the man hadn't run fast, they probably wouldn't have escaped the encirclement. Damnable. Not until they were out of the encirclement did the man punch the air in frustration. I can't believe there are so many undead creatures near the church. Those poor lads. I can't even bury them. Sighing, the man glanced at Feng Zheng. Alright, let's return to Tristram. These damned undead will attack there. We must protect it. I understand. Hearing the man's command, Feng Zheng said nothing and just nodded. It seemed that his identity was already arranged by the system in this mission world. But until now, he still hadn't figured out which world this was. Judging from the man's attire, it seemed similar to his rebirth in the main world. The rain poured down harder as Feng Zheng and the man returned to the small town called Tristram, looking like drowned rats. The town gate was tightly closed, and only 2 militiamen with long bows stood on the watchtowers. As the 2 of them approached the gate, the guards on the watchtowers immediately drew their bows, aiming at Feng Zheng and the others. Who are you? What are you here for? Facing the guards' inquiry, the man beside Feng Zheng shouted loudly. It's me. Rumford. And Feng Zheng? We've returned. It's Captain Rumford. Hearing the man's voice, the guards on the watchtower were momentarily stunned and then waved and shouted, Open the gate. Captain Rumford has returned. With the guards' shout, the gate slowly opened, and Rumford led Feng Zheng inside. As soon as they entered the town, Feng Zheng sensed the tense atmosphere. Under the torrential rain, the entire town seemed eerie and desolate. Not far from them, in front of a large pit, lay several corpses of militiamen. Seeing these bodies, Rumford frowned deeply. Why haven't they been cremated? The rain is too heavy, Captain. Hearing Rumford's question, a guard wiped the rain from his face and shouted back. We can't light them. Then cover them with a tarp to keep off the rain. Use oil. Do you want to see them rise and drag you into the abyss of death? Move it. Yes. Following Rumford's orders, the guard quickly turned and left. Only then did Rumford exhale and looked at Feng Zheng. Alright, Feng Zheng, you're lucky to be alive. Go rest at the slaughtered calf-inn, change your clothes, and get something to eat. Tell the innkeeper it's on my tab. Yes, Captain Rumford. Hearing Rumford's words, Feng Zheng nodded and then turned to leave. He needed some time to think about what kind of world he had arrived in. Rumford's previous words had conveyed a lot of information, leaving Feng Zheng quite bewildered. He vaguely felt that Tristram seemed familiar, as if he had heard of it somewhere before. Initially, Feng Zheng planned to ask someone for directions to the slaughtered calf-inn, but he quickly found that it wasn't necessary. This small town had only one inn, and the sign was hanging right over the door. Ding-a-ling. Opening the inn door and walking into the hall, Feng Zheng was first hit by a pungent smell of medicine. Looking around, he saw several severely wounded soldiers lying against the hall's walls, moaning in pain. Seeing Feng Zheng, the innkeeper behind the counter waved at him. Hey, Feng Zheng. Lucky you made it back alive. Yeah, I got lucky, boss. Responding to the innkeeper's greeting with a smile, Feng Zheng saw the innkeeper nodding with a cheerful grin. Indeed, you went with 16 people, and only you and Captain Rumford made it back alive. That's quite some luck. Well, enough chit-chat. I've prepared dry clothes, hot soup, and bread for you in your room. Feng Zheng was starving since he had been reborn and hadn't eaten a single meal. Hearing the innkeeper's words, he hurriedly changed his clothes and then came out to enjoy his dinner. To be fair, the food wasn't particularly delicious, but when you're starving, anything tastes good, and Feng Zheng was no exception. Someone else was paying, so he ate heartily, complimenting the innkeeper's cooking. Living in what appeared to be a medieval-style world, the innkeeper had never heard such praise from a modern person accustomed to information overload, which made him beam with joy. Not only did he serve extra food, but he also waived the bill. At the same time, Feng Zheng finally managed to learn about what had happened from the innkeeper. You mean a meteorite? Yes. Nodding solemnly at Feng Zheng's inquiry, the innkeeper continued. A meteorite fell from the sky and hit the church, collapsing it completely. Ah, it was terrifying. Then Leah came and called for the militia to find her uncle. I didn't expect something like this to happen. A meteorite? Frowning at this, Feng Zheng seemed to have realized something and looked at the innkeeper. By the way, what's Miss Leah's uncle's name? I think it's Deckard Cain. Finally, Feng Zheng knew which world he had arrived in. This was a world of unparalleled darkness and despair, where everyone struggled to survive yet could only helplessly accept their fate. Diablo. Chapter 4, Thankfully, I am not the protagonist. Diablo. Feng Zheng was, of course, very familiar with this series. Magnificent magic, cult-like images and settings, along with an endless grind, were the impressions most players had of this world. However, any player who delved deeper into this world would know that the world just seemed thrilling on the surface. In fact, true to its name, this was a dark world, filled with death and destruction, where there was no chance of redemption. The struggles of humanity only ever brought brief periods of tranquility, and these periods were inevitably shattered, just like the sun eventually rises and the snow eventually melts. And more importantly, this was a world very unfriendly to the protagonist. Don't be fooled by the game where the protagonists seem godlike, defeating every divine and demonic being. In reality, across the 3 Diablo games, almost none of the protagonists met a good end. The 3 protagonists in the first Diablo all faced grim fates. The warrior embedded Diablo's soulstone into his own forehead, hoping to use his powerful will to suppress Diablo's evil soul. Unsurprisingly, he was corrupted, fell into darkness, and became a tool for Diablo's resurrection. The other 2 fared no better, either turned into evil spirits after death or succumbed to corruption, eventually becoming bosses defeated by the protagonists of the second game. And of course, the successors also met grim fates. Killing the Demon King and marrying the princess was just a pipe dream. They either disappeared or were killed. In other worlds, the protagonist Halo could save lives, but in this world, it was deadly. For this reason, after figuring out this world, Feng Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, I'm not the protagonist. If he remembered correctly, he was in the 3rd Diablo game. The storyline at this point was the beginning, where a meteor fell from the sky, destroying Tristram's cathedral. Leah, Deckard Cain's granddaughter, was rallying militia to find her grandfather. Just then, the Nephilim protagonist made a dazzling entrance and embarked on a path of no return. Yes, no return. Even though Feng Zheng didn't remember this part of the story very clearly, he believed that this unfortunate Nephilim would meet a bad end. Even if he defeated Diablo, so what? This world's hostility towards protagonists was off the charts, either getting assassinated by old friends, suffering heavy injuries due to rogue magic, or being corrupted by evil forces to become a boss for the next generation of protagonists. No one would want such a cursed protagonist. Halo. Feng Zheng certainly didn't. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Feng Zheng finished his meat soup, hurried footsteps echoed, and a militiaman rushed into the inn. Feng Zheng? Captain Rumford wants you to go to the gate immediately. Those damned undead have appeared again. We must hold them off. Got it. Upon hearing the militiaman, Feng Zheng didn't say another word. He quickly stood up and followed the militiaman out of the inn. The rain had stopped, and though some people were around, they mostly appeared tense and uneasy. However, Feng Zheng didn't care about them. He rushed to the gate where Captain Rumford, having changed into new clothes, was commanding the militia to build barricades. Seeing Feng Zheng, Captain Rumford waved. Quick, Feng Zheng, come help. We just fended off an undead attack, damn it. Before Rumford could finish, Feng Zheng saw the barricade on the right side get smashed, and several zombies shambled in, their eyes glowing, lurching towards the gate. This sight made the other militiamen tense up. They gripped their weapons tightly, hardly daring to breathe as they stared at the incoming creatures. At that moment, a system notification rang in Feng Zheng's ear and a message appeared before him. Scenario mission triggered. Guardian, dark and evil forces have descended. The flame of civilization is like a candle in the wind, and an apocalyptic trial is coming. All you can do is accept the challenge and face the pitch-black future, repel the undead attacks and defend the town. Success rewards, +1 skill, +1 dimensional point, finally, a mission. Seeing the mission before him, Feng Zheng drew his frostmourne. But seeing everyone else bracing themselves, he felt puzzled. Feng Zheng only knew this world from the game, its plot, and its settings. He wasn't familiar with the strength of the in-game creatures. However, he didn't find these zombies particularly threatening. They were very slow and unlike the mutant zombies in Resident Evil that could evolve. If it were an elite with an aura, it might be a bit worrisome. But as for this group of shambling zombies, did they really warrant such a reaction from a seasoned warrior like Rumford? Although confused, Feng Zheng stayed alert, watching the zombies. He was new to this world, and he realized Rumford and the others knew more. Given their tension, he wouldn't let his guard down. Better safe than sorry. The zombies were slow but had a clear goal, heading straight for the gate. Even Feng Zheng gripped his long sword, feeling his heartbeat quicken. This would be his first serious battle in another world. He didn't know what he could achieve. Although he could activate the Lich King's Soul Stone 4 times, he wouldn't use it now the zombies were low-level monsters in the Dark World. Using the Lich King's power on them would be overkill. Charge. As the zombies entered the attack range, Rumford roared and swung his sword at them. Feng Zheng gritted his teeth, gripped Frostmourne tightly, and slashed at the zombie in front of him. Bam. Damn it. As the sword struck, Feng Zheng was stunned. He finally understood why Rumford, a seasoned warrior, was so wary of these zombies. In a word, tough. These zombies were incredibly tough. Frostmourne, though unpowered, was still a top-notch sword. It had sliced through Silver Knight's armor like butter. But now, slashing this zombie felt like cutting through a tire. Frostmourne bit into the muscle and got stuck. How could zombies be this tough? But that wasn't all that shocked Feng Zheng. Roar the zombies, though slow, weren't sitting ducks. One growled and lunged at Feng Zheng. He quickly withdrew his sword, shielding himself, but the zombie's claw struck Frostmourne, sending Feng Zheng flying. Ugh! He crashed into the gate, feeling like his body was falling apart. He now understood why these slow zombies had managed to wipe out a militia unit. Besides their speed, they had no real weakness. Watching Nephilim effortlessly cut them down in the game, Feng Zheng had underestimated them, thinking they were easy prey. These zombies might not be as unpredictable as the mutants in Resident Evil, but they were tough and strong, easily tyrant class. Feng Zheng. Get up, don't let them surround you. Hearing Captain Rumford's shout, Feng Zheng gritted his teeth, rolled to his feet, and raised Frostmourne to face the zombie again. This time, Feng Zheng was smarter. He didn't clash head-on with the zombie, having realized that while the zombies in the Dark World were strong and tough, they were also slow. So instead of charging, he waited for the zombie to attack, then sliced off its hands as it raised them. This time, Frostmourne showed its true power. Although the zombie's arms were tough, Feng Zheng's full-powered strike severed them. Without its hands, the zombie was as threatening as a toothless tiger. Even as it tried to attack again, Feng Zheng smartly decapitated it. The zombie staggered and collapsed, lifeless. There was a way after all. Seeing the fallen zombie, Feng Zheng sighed in relief. Then he grabbed his weapon and ran towards the other zombies. By now, Rumford and the militia were merely stalling the zombies. Feng Zheng quickly saw why they struggled against them. Their weapons were ineffective. Feng Zheng wielded Frostmourne, which struggled with these zombies, while they had standard-issue weapons, even less effective. Feng Zheng saw Rumford hacking at a zombie, making minimal progress with multiple strikes, as if chiseling stone. Captain Rumford. At Feng Zheng's call, Rumford glanced his way, spotted the fallen zombie, and his eyes lit up. He nodded to Feng Zheng, stepped forward, and engaged the zombie. Meanwhile, Feng Zheng took advantage of Rumford's distraction to slip behind the zombie and decapitate it. The militia, experienced as they were, saw Feng Zheng's weapon's effectiveness and quickly played the tank role. Together, they soon cleared the zombies. Phew. As the last zombie fell, Feng Zheng wiped the sweat from his forehead. He saw the zombies' bodies emitting white mist, forming ghostly human faces, which then got drawn into Frostmourne. A series of notifications appeared before Feng Zheng. Power of the Soul plus 10. Power of the Soul plus 13. Power of the Soul plus 12, done. Seeing the system notifications, Feng Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. He'd been worried about completing Frostmourne's task, but now it seemed manageable. Ding. As Feng Zheng absorbed the power of the soul, another system notification rang, and a message appeared before him. Scenario Mission Guardian Progress 1 completed. User has received skill rewards. User has gained +1 dimensional point. Choose a skill. Frost Strike, Crusader Strike. Choices? Seeing the prompt, Feng Zheng was puzzled. These skills were from Yamaguchi Mountain's Death Knight and Paladin classes. Death Knight made sense, but Paladin? Then he realized, slapping his forehead. He had Artha's Soul Stone equipped. Arthas was a paladin before becoming the Lich King, after all. But which one to choose? Chapter 5, this is the top graphics quality skill effect. Choose Crusader Strike. Although Feng Zheng really wanted to choose Frost Strike, after some careful consideration, he finally went with Crusader Strike. The reason was simple, he could imagine that the people in the main world must have already discovered the bodies of the knights he had taken down. While Feng Zheng wasn't sure how much they could glean from those corpses, it was certain they would obtain some intel. If he learned Frost Strike, it would easily draw the Knight's attention. After all, Death Knights and the Lich King came from the same school. If anyone with half a brain watched Feng Zheng in battle a few times, they would immediately see the connection between the two. Rather than handing over the evidence to the paladins of the main world on a silver platter, it was better to mislead them. At least a person using sacred power wouldn't be thought of as related to the Lich King, the undead monarch. Ding! No sooner had Feng Zheng spoken than he heard a light ring in his ear. Then, a wave of dizziness overcame him, followed by the sudden appearance of previously unknown data in his mind. Shortly after, a line of system prompts appeared before him again. Crusader Strike learned, possessed skill, Crusader Strike, proficiency level, D, beginner, upgradable, upgrade. Seeing this, Feng Zheng paused for a moment. He opened the interface and saw a gray progress bar under the Crusader Strike skill, divided into 5 segments. Feng Zheng reached out and tapped it, and soon another prompt appeared before his eyes. Use dimensional points to enhance proficiency level? No. Looking at the system prompt, Feng Zheng decisively chose not to upgrade. As the designer of the system, Feng Zheng certainly knew what it was. Dimensional points were extremely precious. According to Feng Zheng's previous design, 10 dimensional points could summon a soul stone. The dimensional codex Feng Zheng held was basically a mobile game system that couldn't use top-up currency. Common sense also dictated that since he couldn't use real money, the stones that could be used for summoning should be saved and not wasted. This was the self-discipline of a non-paying player. After doing all this, Feng Zheng closed the system and looked around again. Although it seemed like he had been thinking for a long time, less than half a minute had actually passed. At this moment, the militia were starting to deal with the undead around them, preparing for the next battle. The earlier victory had lifted their previously low spirits a little, but each person's face was still clouded with worry. However, to Feng Zheng, this was entirely normal. Almost everywhere outside was crawling with undead creatures. Compared to that, Tristram's manpower was pitifully insufficient. Depending on the town's defenses, they might be able to avoid destruction for a while, but if the undead joined forces, Tristram would undoubtedly fall. What they were doing now was ultimately a futile struggle. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, a series of heavy footsteps sounded. Hearing this, the militia quickly stopped what they were doing and looked in the direction of the noise. Soon, a figure appeared before them. She wore heavy white armor and carried a long sword and shield. From this classic look, Feng Zheng didn't even need to guess her true identity. The Holy Church Army. The Nephilim made a stunning entrance. Under Feng Zheng's gaze, the Holy Church member walked right up to Captain Rumford, put down her shield, and nodded to him. I am a Holy Church Crusader devoted to Sacrum. I saw a meteorite fall into this town. Crusader? Hearing the name, Captain Rumford seemed to let out a sigh of relief. He shrugged his shoulders and spoke. It crashed through the roof of the old church. There was only one survivor, Leah. You should talk to her. But before Captain Rumford could finish, one of the militia let out a loud scream. Captain, they're coming again. What? Hearing the militiaman's words, Captain Rumford was taken aback, and Feng Zheng quickly turned his head to look aside. Under their watchful eyes, the ground gradually swelled. Then, several grayish-white undead crawled out and staggered toward them. Damn. Seeing this, Captain Rumford frowned and rushed forward. Let's deal with this wave of undead first, then I'll let you in. Everyone, let's go. Hearing Captain Rumford's orders, Feng Zheng gripped Frostmourne again. This time, however, he looked at the undead with eager eyes. Now that he had learned Crusader Strike, could he not handle these zombies? Thinking this, Feng Zheng charged at one of the undead, raising Frostmourne high and swinging down forcefully. Crusader Strike. As the skill activated, Feng Zheng saw a brilliant golden radiance appear on Frostmourne's blade. He struck the undead with the longsword. At the same moment that Frostmourne hit the undead, Feng Zheng clearly felt a burst of holy power attach itself to Frostmourne, erupting instantly. Boom. Feng Zheng almost felt like he was holding a giant hammer instead of a longsword. The undead struck by Feng Zheng's blow exploded from the holy power. Feng Zheng even saw cracks appear on its previously tough body, with golden light shining from the fissures. The next moment, a holy cross emblem appeared on the undead's body. With a wail, the undead was sent flying and burst into fragments upon hitting the ground. The whole process took less than 5 seconds, but Feng Zheng was dumbfounded. This is Crusader Strike? This dazzling special effect, this brilliant flash, you tell me this is a basic attack skill? Is this a visual effect set at top-tier quality? Did Arthas train with the Royal Limited Edition Crusader Strike? This doesn't seem right. Feng Zheng took down an undead with one Crusader Strike, but he also managed to draw the aggro of the other undead. Soon, several undead abandoned their original targets and staggered towards him. Although these undead didn't seem very threatening individually, their numbers made them a significant nuisance. But Feng Zheng was no longer his former self. Upon mastering Crusader Strike, a series of combat technique knowledge had also emerged in his mind. He chose not to retreat. Instead, he seized a gap before the surrounding zombies could fully form, raised Frostmourne high, and charged at one of them. The dazzling holy radiance appeared on Frostmourne again. This time, Feng Zheng could even feel Frostmourne's displeasure and frustration through the hilt. It was no wonder, it was meant to be a Scourge's divine artifact and was being used against undead creatures in itself an irony. On top of it, you use holy light? Now Frostmourne gave off a clear sense of a beautiful woman forced into rogue's company. But Feng Zheng obviously didn't have the time to appease a sword right now. He focused on an undead ahead, slicing down once more and sending it flying. He immediately rolled to dodge the attacks of two other undead from behind. Then, gripping his longsword tightly, he swung it fiercely backward. A swath of golden light swept out and sent the two approaching undead flying. Just as Feng Zheng took a breath and prepared to continue fighting, a shout of "Forsakram" pierced the air. The next moment, Feng Zheng saw the Holy Church Crusader, with her shield raised, charging into the battlefield. Chapter 6. Sure enough, you can't make a flag lightly. The difference between the Nephilim and ordinary people became immediately apparent at this moment. The undead that Captain Rumford needed several strikes to wound couldn't even survive a single round under the meteor hammer of this Holy Church army girl. Feng Zheng watched as she casually swung the hammer forward, and those undead were sent flying like leaves in the autumn wind, effortlessly scattered. If it were before, Feng Zheng would have just shrugged upon seeing such a scene reminiscent of the game, not taking it to heart. But after experiencing the persistent nuisance of these undead himself, Feng Zheng finally had a direct understanding of the abnormal existence of the Nephilim. Even if Feng Zheng defeated these undead, it was entirely reliant on the power of the holy light from the Crusader Strike. But this Nephilim was relying solely on her own strength. With one swing of the hammer, the luckier undead were sent flying, and the unlucky ones were left as mere bones. Feng Zheng marveled at this, now having a direct understanding of the power of the Nephilim. Wait. What am I doing watching here? Damn it, I have a task to complete. Watching the Holy Church army girl once again sweep away the undead, Feng Zheng was stunned, finally remembering that he wasn't here just to enjoy the show. Frostmourne is still hungry. With this thought, Feng Zheng didn't hesitate, gripping his weapon tightly and rushed forward. Compared to the tutorial level in the game, the number of undead Feng Zheng and his team encountered was obviously greater. Aside from the first wave of undead crawling out from the ground, several more waves of undead attacks followed. Their numbers increased to the point that it was challenging for even Feng Zheng and the Holy Church army girl to hold them off together, and the militia suffered heavy casualties. Except for Captain Rumford, who was still holding on, the other militiamen were either dead or wounded and wouldn't last much longer. This situation is bad. After cutting down another undead, Feng Zheng took a breath, looking around. He could only see the firelight from the gate of Tristram village, with darkness shrouding the surroundings. He could only hear the low growls of the undead and the occasional flashes of radiance. Ha! Ha! This damn! There are just too many of them. Gripping Frostmourne, staring at the staggering undead emerging from the darkness, Feng Zheng panted heavily. He couldn't remember how many undead he had killed, just that for every one he cut down, 2 more emerged. For every 2 he killed, 4 more appeared. It felt endless, as if no matter how many he killed, they kept coming. Is this the true dark world? It was only at this moment that Feng Zheng felt a trace of fear. When playing the game, he had only felt the endless grind, wondering why humanity was so pitiful in the dark world. But now, Feng Zheng understood that the game and reality were different. Humans in the dark world being pushed to near extinction had its reasons. Arg! Seeing the staggering undead lunging at him, Feng Zheng gripped Frostmourne, let out a roar, and swung forward. Accompanied by a flash of holy light, the undead was instantly split in half, falling to the ground. But to Feng Zheng's surprise, just as the undead fell, its upper body suddenly jumped, and its hands quickly crawled on the ground toward him. Damn! Seeing this sudden scene, Feng Zheng was startled. Almost instinctively, he lifted Frostmourne and thrust downward with force. The sharp blade pierced through the undead's body with a swish, as tendrils of soul mist emerged from the undead and were absorbed into Frostmourne's blade. The remaining twitching body of the undead then fell lifeless as if it had lost its energy supply. 235. Glancing at the system prompt showing the power of the soul value in front of him, Feng Zheng took a breath. This endless grind wasn't what he wanted, but regardless, the task of Frostmourne absorbing souls seemed achievable now. In the dark world, there was no shortage of creatures, and Feng Zheng believed Frostmourne also greatly enjoyed these evil souls. You. Just then, From the distant forest came a strange sound. It sounded like a woman's wailing or a drunk person retching. Hearing this noise, the faces of Captain Rumford and the Holy Church Army girl instantly changed. Mother of corpses. No wonder these damn things keep coming. Feng Zheng finally realized that the Mother of Corpses was a creature transformed from the Queen's maid. Its distinguishing feature was the ability to create more undead. Feng Zheng didn't understand the exact mechanism, but he knew the process involved vomiting, and then the undead would crawl out of the mess. The mere thought of it made his stomach turn. We must kill the Mother of Corpses. I know. Hearing Captain Rumford's voice, Feng Zheng responded without looking back, gripping Frostmourne as he rushed into the forest. Feng Zheng was pushing himself not only to eliminate the threat but also because, at the moment Captain Rumford spoke, Feng Zheng received a system prompt. Scene task triggered, Guardian 2, you have detected the root of evil and found its trail. Now, you must use your blade to end it all, eliminate the Mother of Corpses, dimensional points +1, though Feng Zheng was fast, the Holy Church Army girl wasn't slow either. As Feng Zheng entered the forest, he saw the girl nearby flash with golden light, shocking him as she dashed deeper into the woods like a cannonball. Boom! The radiant Holy Church Army girl streaked through the darkness like a meteor, crushing everything in her path with tremendous force. Feng Zheng then saw a figure appear before the girl, and she slammed her shield into its face without hesitation. Bang! The unfortunate Mother of Corpses was sent spinning and flying by the impact, but the Holy Church Army girl couldn't continue her attack, as several undead staggered in front of her, blocking her way. Perfect opportunity. Seeing the Holy Church Army girl being held back, Feng Zheng sighed with relief. If the Mother of Corpses got its head smashed by her meteor hammer, he would fail the scene task. Now, with the Holy Church Army girl stopped, even briefly, it was enough for Feng Zheng. Nice job. Sneaking a praise for the Mother of Corpses in his heart, Feng Zheng gripped Frostmourne and ran down the path opened by the Holy Church Army girl toward the forest's depths. Soon, he saw the unlucky Mother of Corpses. It was crawling on the ground, seemingly unable to even stand. Perfect opportunity. Seeing this, Feng Zheng's eyes lit up. Glancing aside, he saw the Holy Church Army girl still entangled with the undead and unable to intervene. If he hurried, he would claim this kill. With that thought, Feng Zheng sprinted forward without hesitation, lifting Frostmourne high and slashing down at the Mother of Corpses. Crusader Strike. Just as Feng Zheng swung his long sword, the crawling Mother of Corpses suddenly lifted its head, glaring at him and opening its mouth. With a uck, Feng Zheng saw a mass of foul-smelling filth spewing toward him. Oh no! Feng Zheng was taken aback, instantly canceling his skill and rolling aside. With a soft plop, the foul mess hit the ground near him. By the weak light, Feng Zheng could see the dark green, bubbling muck, even making the surrounding ground sizzle and sink. It was clear that getting hit by this wouldn't end well. Trying to ambush me? Now Feng Zheng was furious. The Mother of Corpses, half dead from the Holy Church Army girl's attacks, dared to ambush him? Did it think he was easy prey? He lifted Frostmourne again, glaring at the Mother of Corpses, which stared back viciously. As Feng Zheng approached, it opened its mouth, ready to scream. But this time, before it could make a sound, Feng Zheng thrust his sword into its mouth. Crusader Strike. The holy light burst forth, and in Feng Zheng's eyes, the Mother of Corpses' head started to crack, fissures appearing on its skin with radiant holy light shining through, growing brighter. With a bang, the Mother of Corpses' body exploded, disintegrating into ash in the white holy fire. At the same time, Feng Zheng heard the system prompt again, with lines of information appearing before him. Scene task Guardian Progress 2 completed, user gains dimensional points +1, gained 70 points of soul power, Crusader Strike skill proficiency level increased to C level, Crusader Strike upgraded to an area skill, as expected. Seeing this information, Feng Zheng rolled his eyes and opened his skill tab, seeing that 1/5 of the Crusader Strike progress bar was now orange. Feng Zheng was speechless. He had set up the system so that skills would gradually strengthen with increased proficiency to attract newcomers and high-level players into topping up. After all, dimensional points could only be earned or bought. Those skills might become more powerful with increased proficiency, ordinary people wouldn't have enough dimensional points, while top-up players would simply pay for them. This was the shameless stance of mobile games, and Feng Zheng couldn't believe he had become a victim. Indeed, it seemed that one couldn't escape fate. Fortunately, this task was relatively easy. Just killing a Mother of Corpses earned him a dimensional point. If future tasks were this simple, then... Ding! Before Feng Zheng could finish his thoughts, he heard the system prompt again, with another line of information appearing before him. Scene task triggered, Guardian 3, looking at the corpses before you, you deeply realize that the darkness ahead is not as simple as you imagined. You feel the irreversible wheel of fate rolling, and all you can do is use your utmost power to change everything, alter the predetermined fate, complete the task for a random reward, dimensional points +3, failure will lock the task world, countdown 48:00. Seeing this task prompt, Feng Zheng was left speechless. He now had only one thought: never set a flag casually. Chapter 7. This is the key to changing fate. With the death of the Mother of Corpses, the assault of the undead on Tristram finally came to an end. When Feng Zheng dragged his exhausted body back to the town gate with the Holy Church army, the only living people welcoming them were Captain Rumford and 2 archers. "Well done, kid." Looking at Feng Zheng, Captain Rumford revealed a comforting smile. He reached out and patted Feng Zheng's shoulder forcefully, then turned to the Holy Church army beside him. "Thank you for your help. Now you can go in. Leah is at the slaughtered coffin. Feng Zheng can take you there." "What's wrong, kid?" "Nothing, Captain Rumford." Hearing Rumford's concerned inquiry, Feng Zheng shrugged gloomily and then spoke. He now deeply regretted his earlier thoughts. He had initially believed that although the missions issued by the system were somewhat troublesome and dangerous, at least the objectives were clear. But what Feng Zheng did not expect was that the third phase of the Guardian mission was such a pain: change fate. The thought of the mission requirement made Feng Zheng extremely frustrated. These system-generated tasks were all random, and he had no impression of them. Moreover, the mission prompt did not provide any clues, only asking him to change the predetermined fate. As for the specific contents, there was no explanation at all. Furthermore, the system specifically reminded that if this mission failed, it would forcefully exit the mission world, and it even considerately included a countdown. So now, Feng Zheng had only 48 hours to change this so-called fate. Originally, Feng Zheng planned to stick around with the Nephilim for some grinding. Now it seemed, that wasn't possible at all. "Please follow me." Thinking about this, Feng Zheng forced his spirits, nodded to the Holy Church army beside him, and then stepped into the town. The two did not speak much along the way. If there had been time, Feng Zheng would have liked to see what the official Nephilim was like. But now he had no mood to waste time. The third phase of the mission only gave him 48 hours, and Feng Zheng had no clue about this fate at all. This was also because Feng Zheng truly could not remember the plot of Diablo 3 very well. But this was understandable. When you immerse yourself in grit drifts every day, the plot of Diablo really doesn't matter to the players at all. Before anything else, getting a set was most important. When Feng Zheng brought the Holy Church army to the slaughtered coffin, he immediately saw Leah at the counter, looking worried. The short-haired girl was sitting on a chair, talking softly to the innkeeper. Seeing Feng Zheng push the door open and come in, the innkeeper immediately interrupted his conversation with Leah and greeted him warmly. "Kid, you saved us again. Here, this drink is on me. Who is this young lady?" Hearing the innkeeper's inquiry, the Holy Church army beside Feng Zheng stepped forward. She reached out and took off her helmet, revealing a face full of heroic spirit, her long, golden hair tied into a ponytail draped over her shoulder. She first smiled gently at the innkeeper, then looked at Leah. "Hello, Miss Leah. I am Arabath from the Holy Church army, a follower of Sakram. Son of A." Hearing this at the counter, Feng Zheng almost spilled his drink. He turned to look at the Holy Church army in front of him, shocked and uncertain. This Nephilim, both her hairstyle and name were unlucky. "I can already see the ending, can't I?" Never mind anything else, Feng Zheng thought it would be best if this Holy Church army lady first changed her name and hairstyle. That way, his mission might be easily completed. Just kidding. Could it be Leah, then? Thinking this, Feng Zheng looked again at the young girl. He certainly knew that within this girl hid an evil god, and the evil god would eventually resurrect using her body. Logically, if Feng Zheng directly killed her now, it would count as changing fate. But was that possible? Let's not mention that Leah herself was a combat professional. The power of the evil god within her was equally terrifying. Even if Feng Zheng attacked unexpectedly, he would not deceive the eyes of the evil god. If forced into a corner, Feng Zheng would not stand a chance. So this thought only turned in his mind once before he immediately set it down. At this moment, Arabath had already started asking Leah about the meteorite that fell from the sky, and Leah, as in the game, explained it to Nephilim, requesting her to find her uncle. Deckard Cain. Huh? Hearing this, Feng Zheng's eyes suddenly lit up. Right, how could he forget such an important person, Deckard Cain? If Feng Zheng remembered correctly, Deckard Cain was threatened by the cult leader Magda to repair the broken holy sword of the angel Tyrell. However, Cain swore not to comply, and Magda's subordinates severely injured him. After that, Leah unleashed her power and drove away Magda's group. In the end, Cain used his last bit of strength to repair the holy sword but died from exhaustion. At that time, the Nephilim left Tristram in search of the third shard of the holy sword. Then, If Feng Zheng found the third shard of the Holy Sword in advance, wouldn't that prevent the Nephilim from leaving Tristram? Wouldn't that change fate? Thinking of this, Feng Zheng felt this was the key to changing fate. With his current strength, it was out of the question to save the Nephilim or kill Diablo. He was just a militiaman. Even if he mastered Crusader Strike, Feng Zheng did not believe he was more capable than the Nephilim. So, excluding the difficult options, what he could accomplish now was to retrieve the third shard of the Holy Sword in advance, allowing Cain to repair the sword early. Tyrell, who had lost his memory, would not be captured by Magda, saving the trouble of rescuing him from dungeons repeatedly, and Cain would survive. Wouldn't that be great? Even if Cain somehow died later, preventing Tyrell's capture and restoring his memory in advance would still count as changing fate. Thinking of this, Feng Zheng made a decision immediately. There was no need to worry about the meteorite since the protagonist Nephilim was there. Besides, the mission had a time limit, indicating the plot would occur nearby. If Feng Zheng had to go to Supreme Heaven to change fate, he would probably run out of time before getting there. Then I will set out immediately. At this moment, the dangerously clad and named Holy Church Army had finished talking to Leah. She stood up, wore her helmet again, and looked at Feng Zheng. Will you come with me? No, I have more important tasks. Though gaining the protagonist's favor was good, Feng Zheng had no time for this now. So, he shook his head and declined Nephilim's invitation. Nephilim did not say much, just nodded slightly before hurriedly turning and leaving. After watching Nephilim leave, Feng Zheng also walked out of the inn. He originally wanted to chat more with Leah, but unfortunately, she seemed in no mood to talk because he had refused Nephilim's request, making her dissatisfied. So the girl just glanced at Feng Zheng without a word and went back to her room. But Feng Zheng did not mind. If he accidentally provoked Diablo to come out, it would be his misfortune. Thinking this, Feng Zheng did not say much and left the inn. He then found Captain Rumford and requested to go to Watson. Go to Watson? Hearing Feng Zheng's request, Captain Rumford was evidently surprised. What are you going to Watson for? I got some information that some shards of the meteorite might have fallen towards Watson. So I want to see if I can find any clues to unravel the meteorite's secrets. What Feng Zheng said made perfect sense, so Rumford didn't hesitate for long and nodded to agree to his request. Alright, I will inform the boatman to prepare a boat. But you just came through a fierce battle. Don't you want to rest a bit before leaving? No need. I can rest on the way. Since the mission countdown had already started, there was no time to waste on a bed. Alright then. Seeing Feng Zheng's urgency, Captain Rumford did not say more. He nodded and took Feng Zheng to the pier, spoke briefly with the boatman, who then took Feng Zheng aboard, and headed towards Watson downstream. Chapter 8, Your acting skills are terrible, go home and practice more. From Tristram to Watson, the journey took even longer than Feng Zheng had imagined. When he was awakened by the boatman and stepped onto Watson's pier, 5 hours had already passed. Did I just waste 5 hours? Watching the boatman's figure fade into the distance, Feng Zheng furrowed his brow. He hadn't expected Watson to be so far from Tristram, and it was a one-way trip. The boatman had told him that he was responsible for transport only one way. Originally, Feng Zheng was puzzled, but then he realized that there was a teleportation array under the small chapel in Watson. That thing was much faster than any boat. Forget it, let's find the fragment first. With that thought, Feng Zheng stepped towards the small town of Watson. At this time, Watson had not yet faced the attacks from cultists as it did in the game. People still lived in peaceful and tranquil times. Occasionally, he could see passing fishing boats and children playing in the fields. Seeing this, Feng Zheng couldn't help but feel a bit melancholic. He could imagine that once the cultists attacked, almost nothing here could remain intact. Unfortunately, Feng Zheng was no better than a clay bodice at fording a river, unable to protect himself. He now only hoped he could quickly take away the fragment. Maybe then the cultists would have no reason to attack Watson and might divert their attention, preserving the peace of this small village. Feng Zheng, being a stranger, did not attract much attention in the town, probably because most people were busy with work. The whole town looked calm and serene. Feng Zheng had no intention of causing any disturbance and quickly found the church in the town, knocking on its door. Soon, a man dressed as a priest came out of the church, curiously looking at Feng Zheng. Hello, stranger, may I ask why you have come to Watson? Hello, priest. Looking at the priest, Feng Zheng nodded and then pulled out Captain Rumford's letter from his pocket and handed it over. I am a militiaman from Tristram. Previously, a meteorite fell there, and I heard some fragments landed in Watson, so I came to see if there are any clues. A meteorite? Upon hearing Feng Zheng's response, the priest froze for a moment, then nodded as if suddenly understanding. I know what you're talking about. Coincidentally, we did find something quite peculiar. Please, follow me. Saying this, the priest stepped aside, motioning Feng Zheng to enter. Listening to the priest, Feng Zheng looked at him meaningfully, then walked into the church. The entire church was dimly lit, with only the faint light of candles barely illuminating the surroundings. What exactly is it? As Feng Zheng walked deeper into the church, he casually asked. At that moment, there was a creaking sound as the church doors closed behind him. Then, the priest's voice came again. Oh, a fisherman caught it while fishing. It occasionally emits a very strange power. The fisherman didn't know what it was and brought it to the church. I intended to store it, not expecting it to be related to the meteorite. While speaking, the priest fixed his gaze on Feng Zheng's back. Then, he reached into his pocket, silently pulling out a dagger. Feng Zheng seemed unaware, curiously looking around and casually asking. Where is the fragment? It's over there. As he spoke, the priest quickened his pace quietly, moving behind Feng Zheng. He gripped the dagger tightly and aimed it at Feng Zheng, stabbing with force. At the same time, a glint of cold light flashed. Splurt. How is this possible? The priest's eyes widened in shock, staring at the icy blade embedded in his body. The chill of Frostmourne spread rapidly, even making him feel a fear that seemed to freeze his very soul. How did you discover? Your acting is terrible, go home and practice. Looking at the stunned priest, Feng Zheng sneered. In fact, Feng Zheng had sensed something off about the priest as soon as they met. The priest's eyes were filled with worry at first, then anxiety when he heard Feng Zheng's purpose. The most suspicious part was the priest's cursory glance at Captain Rumford's letter. He merely skimmed it before hastily allowing Feng Zheng into the church. Feng Zheng had always been good at reading people, which helped him gather information, and now he used this skill to judge that something was wrong. Even more confirming was that the priest walked behind him instead of leading him once inside the church. Normally, if the fragment was hidden, the priest would guide the way. Instead, he fell behind under the pretext of closing the door. This raised alarms for Feng Zheng. Most importantly, when the priest moved to attack, Feng Zheng clearly heard his breath grow heavier, a natural human reaction, indicating excitement or nervousness. Therefore, without hesitation, Feng Zheng summoned Frostmourne and swung it toward his rear. The fact proved Feng Zheng's judgment right. This priest was indeed a cultist. With a scream, the cultist's soul was forcefully extracted from his body and absorbed into Frostmourne. At the same time, a line of information appeared before Feng Zheng. Power of the soul plus 45, indeed. The souls of the living are stronger than those of the undead. Seeing the system notification, Feng Zheng curled his lip, then sheathed Frostmourne and began searching for the holy sword fragment. Since this priest was a cultist, Magda likely already knew about the fragment. Reflecting on the situation, it seemed likely that the delay was intentional to lead the Nephilim in circles. Probably, in the game, by the time the Nephilim reached Watson, Magda had already taken the fragment. The more Feng Zheng thought about it, the more it seemed plausible. Why else, in the game, did the Nephilim find only Magda's illusion waiting in the cellar, calmly as if expecting him? It was obviously a trap. As expected, it's not here. After thoroughly checking the church, Feng Zheng found nothing. However, this did not make him anxious. Instead, it confirmed his judgment that the fragment was always hidden in the cellar, not moved there from the church. The cultist probably believed his plan was foolproof, but little did he know Feng Zheng already knew the cellar's location from the game. After finding nothing in the church, Feng Zheng left through the back door and headed straight to the cellar. Although it was locked, Feng Zheng, keeping his guard up and wary of the cultists appearing at any moment, sliced the cellar door open with his sword and walked inside. The cellar looked much like it did in the game. Walking through the corridor, Feng Zheng soon reached the central platform, where he saw the sword hilt emitting a soft radiance. This was the fragment of the holy sword. Fortunately, it was still here. Seeing the fragment, Feng Zheng finally felt relieved. He approached the platform and carefully examined the surroundings. Finding no traps, he reached out, took the hilt, and placed it in his pocket. Only then did Feng Zheng feel truly at ease. Alright, everything's settled. Now to return to Tristram. Whoosh. But before Feng Zheng could finish speaking, suddenly, a flash of light appeared behind the platform. Several figures in yellow robes, clearly cultists, emerged from the light. They looked at Feng Zheng and froze for a moment, and Feng Zheng, seeing the sudden appearance of cultists, was momentarily stunned. Quickly, he realized what had happened. These cultists had teleported here using a teleportation array. Chapter 9, Am I Walking into a Trap? This unexpected encounter left both sides momentarily stunned. Feng Zheng hadn't expected these cultists to appear in this cellar via teleportation array. After all, in the game, players arrived in Tristram to find it already engulfed in flames with cultists everywhere. Hence, it was natural to assume that the cultists had invaded Tristram. But now, thinking carefully, if Tristram's priest was indeed a cultist, then it's not surprising that this teleportation array would connect to Magda's lair. The cultists, on the other hand, clearly did not expect to encounter Fang Zheng in this secret cellar. Judging from his attire, he seemed like a militiaman, but how could an ordinary militiaman get in here? Could it be that he was also one of their companions? You. The leading cultist looked at Fang Zheng, just about to say something, when Fang Zheng swiftly dashed forward, gripping Frostmourne tightly in both hands and swinging hard. Strike first and gain the upper hand, act late and face consequences. There were more than a dozen cultists who teleported over this time, possibly their vanguard. Fang Zheng had no time to escape now, so he might as well seize the opportunity to catch them off guard. Crusader Strike. As Fang Zheng swung his sword, Frostmourne trembled again, a dazzling holy light erupting like a flashbang and illuminating the dark cellar in front of him. This caused the newly arrived cultists, who hadn't yet understood the situation, to instinctively raise their hands to shield their faces. This time, the Crusader Strike, upgraded by one proficiency level, unleashed power that Fang Zheng had never imagined. As Fang Zheng swung his sword, several cross-shaped holy symbols suddenly appeared around the blade, shooting out like heavy hammers, slamming into the cultists. The symbols then flashed and exploded, blasting the cultists back against the walls, where they slumped down, motionless. This effective? Seeing this, Fang Zheng was astonished. He hadn't expected the Crusader Strike to become such a powerful area of effect skill upon upgrading. It was almost comparable to the skills of the Nephilim in the Dark World. But thinking carefully, both were from the same company, so it's not surprising to see such changes. Could it be because it's in the Dark World that the Crusader Strike skill transformed like this? Whatever the reason, this was clearly a welcome change for Fang Zheng. That thought flashed through his mind and quickly vanished. He then tightened his grip on his longsword, absorbing the remnants of the golden light particles from the exploded crosses into Frostmourne, and aimed his thrust at the cultist leader. Ah! The blade, glowing with holy light, pierced through the cultist leader's chest. He let out a scream before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Fang Zheng then swung his sword again, taking down 2 more enemies. But just as he planned to continue his assault, a dark figure appeared before him. Roar! A pitch-black, ferocious hellhound suddenly emerged, roaring as it lunged at Fang Zheng. Forced to fend off the hellhound's attack, Fang Zheng pushed it back with a sword strike and turned his attention forward again. The other cultists had also risen by now, raising their hands to summon their demonic minions. Soon, black holes appeared in front of them, from which various demonic creatures emerged, standing between Fang Zheng and the cultists. These cultists are quite capable. Seeing them recover so quickly, Fang Zheng couldn't help but sigh internally, elevating the threat level of cultists in this world considerably. In his previous battles with the undead, Fang Zheng had already discovered that the combat power in the real Dark World was vastly different from the game. Simply put, the game experience of a paying player and a non-paying player is worlds apart. The soft and harmless undead in the game possess tyrant-class strength and defense in reality. These cultists, who should have been easily bullied, had combat skills rivaling top-tier warriors. Is it possible that I'm playing on nightmare difficulty? The fight proved that these cultists were no pushovers. After forming a defensive wall using their summoned demon creatures, they raised their hands and started chanting. Instantly, fireballs shot from their hands toward Fang Zheng. This is bad. Seeing the fiery red fireballs, Fang Zheng quickly rolled to the side, taking cover behind the platform. Explosions echoed as the platform shook violently, hot air whistling past him. He watched as countless fire sparks scattered, igniting the surrounding tables, chairs, and cabinets. Soon, the entire cellar was ablaze. Smoke rolled, heat surged, and all that could be seen was wavering crimson. Damn, why do cultists always like to set fires? Enduring the thick smoke, Fang Zheng couldn't help but grumble under his breath. The entire basement was a sea of flames, with the exit completely blocked. Fang Zheng was now trapped between cultists in front and a raging inferno behind. Apart from Frostmourne, he had no useful equipment or items. He hadn't picked up anything good while fighting the undead earlier and was still wearing a militia outfit. If the fire continued, he was dead for sure. No choice but to fight. With that thought, Fang Zheng acted decisively. The cultists might have a way to survive in such an environment, but he didn't. Grabbing a stone fragment, he hurled it at the cultists' direction with all his might. Clang! The stone hit something with a loud noise, drawing the cultists and their summoned demons' attention. Seeing this, Fang Zheng's heart stirred. This is the moment. As the cultists turned to the noise, Fang Zheng leapt over the platform, rushing toward his enemy, Frostmourne in hand, turning himself into a storm as he charged. Once again, holy light flashed. With a boom, the demon creatures blocking Fang Zheng's path were blasted away. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Zheng lunged forward, thrusting Frostmourne into the heart of a cultist behind a demon creature. He didn't possess the Holy Church Army's ability to turn into a human cannonball, so he had to resort to this method. Kill him. At that moment, Feng Zheng heard the cultist's furious roars. Rolling to the side, he felt a burning sensation graze his back. With a bang and a series of explosions, the cultist previously impaled by Feng Zheng was hit by a flying fireball, exploding into pieces. The blast sent Feng Zheng rolling backward uncontrollably. Unbelievably unlucky. In pain, Feng Zheng felt his entire body burning. His shoulder felt numb as if a chunk was missing, and he had no strength left in his hands. Frustrated, he thought about his misfortunes. Having died unexpectedly in his past life, he was reborn only to face endless chases and traps. What had he done to deserve this? His grandmother used to help people cross the street too. When down on luck, blame society. But Feng Zheng had no time to dwell on these thoughts. Trying to get up from the ground, he quickly realized his right hand was not on soil but on a hard, patterned stone slab. Found it. Overjoyed, Feng Zheng looked around, spotting a glowing teleportation array carved into a stone slab beside him. This is it. Without hesitation, he rolled into the teleportation array. His assault on the cultists was not for mutual destruction. His sole aim was the teleportation array. If he could enter it, he could escape back to. Whoosh! What's happening? Feng Zheng stared blankly around him. He remembered stepping into the teleportation array, but before he could activate the portal to Tristram, the scenery changed. The burning cellar vanished, replaced by a dark and eerie hall. Then, a woman's voice echoed in his ear. Who are you? Turning toward the voice, Feng Zheng saw a scantily clad woman floating in the air, with two butterfly-like insects beside her, watching him coldly. In front of her stood dozens of cultists in robes. Seeing the woman, Feng Zheng was speechless. Wasn't she the cult leader responsible for Deckard Cain's death, Magda? Did I just walk into a trap? Chapter 10. The difficulty suddenly jumped by 3 levels, didn't it? The most frightening thing was the sudden silence. Feng Zheng silently stared at the witch in front of him, while Magda looked back at him without saying a word. After a moment, Magda finally let out a cold sneer. It turns out to be a little mouse that accidentally got into the wrong hole. Looks like your luck is really bad. Damn it. Cursing inwardly and looking around, Feng Zheng realized his situation was dire. His left shoulder burned with pain, his body was covered in wounds, and he was so weak he could barely muster any strength. He was in a spacious hall with no cover in sight, surrounded by dozens of cultists, with a boss glaring at him from behind. I just came here looking for an artifact. How did it suddenly turn into a boss fight? The difficulty just jumped to level 3. At this moment, Feng Zheng's expression was uncertain. But before he could think of how to deal with the current trouble, he saw the witch floating in the air suddenly change her expression. I sense a peculiar power in you. So it's in your hands, hand it over. As she spoke, the witch's voice suddenly grew louder, making Feng Zheng feel as if countless gongs were struck right by his ears. He became dizzy, unable to speak, and the body he had just managed to stand up felt as if it had been forcefully knocked down again, collapsing back to the ground. Seize him. Bring me what he is carrying. Magda had no intention of wasting words with Feng Zheng. To her, Feng Zheng was just a militiaman. Although curious about how he had appeared in front of her, in the dark world, such ants were never a concern for Magda. The cultists, upon hearing their master's command, started to stride towards Feng Zheng. To them, a severely injured militiaman who could barely move posed no threat. Ha! Ha! Clutching Frostman, Feng Zheng knelt on the ground, breathing heavily. His head buzzed, his vision blurred, and the cultists were just wobbly black shadows in his eyes. Am I going to die here? His lungs burned with pain, every breath felt like flames were igniting in his chest. Feng Zheng looked up, seeing the blurry shadows of the cultists approaching. Even though he couldn't make out their attire, he knew that in his current state, he stood no chance against so many cultists. So, there was only one option left. With that thought, Feng Zheng gripped his long sword tightly. Just as the cultists were about to reach Feng Zheng, a howling cold wind arose from nowhere. An icy chill swept through the bodies of the cultists in an instant, but they didn't notice. They remained frozen in their previous actions, as if time had stopped. Soon, a layer of frost appeared on their skin, and the soul fire in their eyes extinguished. What is this? Seeing the sudden scene before her, Magda was taken aback. She quickly raised her hands, and a blood-red magic circle appeared beside her. Soon, a semi-transparent red barrier enveloped her, but even so, the cold wind blew her away, extinguishing the torches on the walls in the fierce storm. In an instant, the surroundings fell into darkness. Cough. Cough. What power is this? Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Magda looked ahead uncertainly. She had thought Feng Zheng was just an ordinary militiaman, but now she wasn't sure. She could feel an overwhelming power filled with death and cold descending. How could this be? Was this person also a servant of some other demon king of hell? Why didn't Lord Belial tell her? Magda swore that if she had known another demon king was involved, she wouldn't have been so careless. But now, it was too late. Ha! The previously extinguished torches reignited, but this time they burned with green soulfire. So that's all. A deep voice echoed, and the temperature suddenly dropped. Despite the protection of the blood barrier, Magda shivered. She felt an overpowering presence had arrived, and the entire underground hall had transformed. The blood and corpses on the floor were now covered in frost, and ice spikes hung from the ceiling. The hall had become an icy world in the blink of an eye. A huge figure emerged from the frost, staring at Magda with eyes that glowed blue and devoid of emotion. "You pathetic worm, how dare you stand in my way? I am a servant of Lord Belial." Magda's face turned livid. She didn't know who the figure was, but their power was clearly on par with her master, the King of Lies, Belial. She no longer intended to reclaim the fragment. She even considered abandoning the mission. While this might incur Belial's wrath, it was better than dying here. "I don't intend to oppose you, please spare me." "Spare you?" Hearing Magda's plea, the figure looked at her and then raised his long sword. "Your soul is filled with fear. And it will be food for Frostmourne." "No." Magda couldn't take it anymore. Though she didn't know what Frostmourne was, she could tell the figure wasn't going to let her go. Frantic, she flew backward, waving her hands desperately. "Guards! Stop him!" With Magda's shout, cultists and inferno demons appeared out of nowhere, blocking the path of the Lich King. But the Lich King only sneered. "Come, taste the power of the Scourge Legion." As he spoke, the cultists and demons watched in horror as the frozen ground cracked, and countless undead creatures with blue flames in their eyes emerged, charging at the enemies with weapons raised. In an instant, shouts of battle filled the dungeon, turning it into a scene from hell. Ha! Ha! Magda, too, was terrified. She never expected to provoke such a fearsome entity. Desperate and directionless, she screamed, "Lord Belial, save me!" Screaming, she flew forward frantically. She had no way out of the dungeon, except for the teleportation array Feng Zheng was at. Abandoning her carefully built lair meant losing her only home. Yet no matter how she pleaded, there was no response from Belial. "Lord Belial." Swish. As Magda reached the end of the corridor, an ice wall suddenly appeared, blocking her path. At the same time, heavy footsteps echoed behind her. Thud. 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 "No. I don't want to die. I don't want to die here. Lord Belial, save me." Hearing the footsteps, Magda nearly broke down. She desperately tried to shatter the ice wall but couldn't even chip it. The footsteps grew closer. She turned to see a dark figure slowly approaching. "No, stay away. I don't want to die. Please spare me, I can be your most loyal servant. I'll swear it with my soul." Kneeling on the ground, Magda begged as the figure approached with a long sword glimmering with icy light. "I'll fight you to the death." Seeing her pleas were useless, Magda finally snapped. She flew up, raising her hands, and red beams and fireballs poured out, aiming at the figure. Boom 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 boom. With a series of explosions, the figure was engulfed in flames. But in the next moment, a cold light flashed. Swish. The burning fireball was instantly cut in half. Magda stared, dumbfounded, as the cold light pierced through her flames, stabbing into her and pinning her to the ice wall. The red barrier around her shattered. I. Magda gripped the long sword embedded in her, looking at the young man in front of her. She opened her mouth to speak, but before she could, she let out a blood-curdling scream. A humanoid mist was forcibly extracted from her body and absorbed into the glowing blue blade. Her body then slumped lifelessly. Feng Zheng coldly watched Magda's body. After a moment, he retracted Frostmourne. Crash. The surroundings shattered completely. Chapter 11, It Must Become Stronger. The three fragments, radiating a faint glow, floated slowly into the air and merged into one under the elderly man's chant. Soon, they restored to their original form, becoming a dazzling and shining light blade. "It's done." Deckard Cain stared at the sword before his eyes, emotions swirling within him. He turned to look at the stranger cloaked entirely in a cape standing beside him. "Come, take up your long sword. I know who you are, stranger. Now, it's time you remember everything. I can feel it. This sword is calling to me." The stranger muttered softly, reaching out to take the long sword. Suddenly, a glint flashed in his eyes. "I remember now. Everything. My name is Tyrell. I was once an angel." "Yes, Tyrell." Deckard Cain nodded cheerfully upon hearing Tyrell's words. "You have finally recalled your identity. We now have more strength to combat evil. And you, young man." As he spoke, Deckard Cain turned to Feng Zheng, standing nearby. "Thanks to you, we found the third fragment in time. Not only that, you even vanquished Magda, that wicked lackey. No need to thank me, I was merely doing what I should. Hearing Descartes Kane's gratitude, Feng Zheng forced a faint smile. Although he had recovered the fragment, Descartes Kane had successfully restored the Holy Sword, and his third task was completed, he could not feel any joy. Looking at the system showing only 3 remaining uses of the Arthas Soulstone, he remained glum. He was still too weak. In Feng Zheng's plans, the activation of the Soulstone was always his last resort. He intended to use it only when facing demon gods like Mephisto or Baal, or some powerful legendary beings in the main world. But unexpectedly, he was forced to activate the Soulstone while dealing with Magda. Magda was nothing, a mere minor boss in the second chapter's prologue, yet it forced him to use his ultimate move. It was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. What frustrated Feng Zheng even more was that without the sledgehammer, he couldn't even kill the nut. He was too weak. At that moment, Feng Zheng deeply felt his powerlessness. In his original ordinary world, he could still make a difference relying on his skills. But here, in the main world, those with extraordinary abilities could easily threaten his life. He had to become stronger. He made a firm resolution. If he didn't become stronger, would he always have to rely on ultimate moves to get by whenever he met an enemy? How many times could he use the ultimate move? Once the Soulstone was exhausted, would he have to lie down and wait for death? The only consolation for Feng Zheng was that after finishing off Magda, he had completed his 2 quests, Curse of Frostmourne and Guardian. Among them, Curse of Frostmourne was completed when Feng Zheng transformed into the Lich King and slaughtered Magda and the cultists. Judging by the number of absorbed souls, it was over-completed. However, whether Frostmourne considered Feng Zheng constantly invoking holy light too demeaning, despite the over-completion, Feng Zheng only received double rewards. Frostmourne upgraded his Crusader Strike proficiency from C2 and left in a huff. The A-level proficiency in Crusader Strike transformed into a permanent swordsmanship skill called Royal Crossed Swordsmanship. Feng Zheng also gained knowledge of this swordsmanship, which was somewhat akin to a hybrid of Yamaguchi Mountain and Diablo's dual skills. It retained most of the paladin characteristics of Yamaguchi Mountain in terms of swordsmanship, but its group AO aspects were closer to Diablo. Okay, Feng Zheng now wanted to joke, Arthas, did you practice the Royal Limited Edition or something? Compared to Frostmourne's measly rewards, the Guardian Quest's rewards were more substantial. Besides gaining 3 more dimensional points, Feng Zheng's random reward was a title called Holy Protector. Holy Protector, you have changed an unavoidable fate and dispelled the fog obscuring the future. Although we still do not know what awaits us at the end, your efforts are worthy of praise. When this title is equipped, all friendly faction characters start with a favorable reputation. You deal 100% more damage to evil factions, and evil factions deal 30% less damage to you. This title brought Feng Zheng some relief. At least the Arthas summon wasn't wasted after all. Although it was just a system title that wouldn't show any visible change, its special effects were quite significant. In fact, be it Descartes Kane, Leah, or Tyrell, all appeared quite friendly toward Feng Zheng at the moment. Of course, just friendly. More importantly, this title effect was also effective in the main world. This was great news for Feng Zheng, who was being pursued by Holy Church Knights in the main world. As someone who often hovered between life and death, Feng Zheng understood that having goodwill and lacking goodwill could sometimes be the difference between heaven and hell. Even if it was just friendly, it was enough. Thinking of this, Feng Zheng suddenly thought of something, then he turned to the Archangel Tyrell and spoke. Master Tyrell, I have something I need your help with. What is it? Hearing Feng Zheng's request, Tyrell paused, then smiled at him. Feng Zheng took a deep breath before speaking. It's like this. He lowered his voice, explaining his request to Tyrell. Tyrell thought for a moment, then nodded. All right, of course, no problem, young warrior. Leaving the room, the sky outside was still gloomy, filled with despair and fear, just like this world. Feng Zheng took a deep breath and reached out his hand. As he did so, the dimensional codex reappeared in his hand, calmly floating there. You have successfully changed this world's destiny and progression. You are about to return to the main world. Please prepare yourself. A dazzling beam of light exploded instantly, and without looking back, Feng Zheng stepped into the light. His adventure in this world had come to an end. Feng Zheng didn't immediately return to the main world. First, he arrived in a pure white space. Here, the system would evaluate the tasks Feng Zheng completed in the dimensional world. For now, Feng Zheng stood quietly, watching the system panel's rapid rotation before him. Commencing evaluation of user's task completion. Main quest Guardian progress rating A, side quest Curse of Frostmourne progress rating A, overall rating A, user receives additional reward, soulbound weapon sky cleaving sword, ding. After the settlement screen disappeared, soft and bright light emerged before Feng Zheng. Soon, A holy sword with a silver-white blade and a golden hilt silently appeared before him. Sky-cleaving sword, one-handed sword, holy damage increased by 100%, holy skill damage increased by 15%. You have a certain chance in battle to summon an angel to fight for you, angel legion crushes through, demons fall, and the battlefield of the eternal war is bathed in blood. This wave was not a loss. Seeing the long sword before him, Feng Zheng nodded in satisfaction. Although losing one use of the Artha's soulstone caused him some heartache, obtaining the Holy Protector title and this sky-cleaving sword made it all worthwhile. So, next. Thinking of this, Feng Zheng reached out to grasp the long sword in his hand. Soon, the world around him began to tremble, and the pure white infinite space swiftly retreated, replaced by a forest bathed in the light of a crimson sunset. Feng Zheng sheathed his sword and looked solemnly at the unfamiliar sky. Next was figuring out how to survive here. Chapter 12. A very bold idea. Each world has its differences. In the dark world, what Feng Zheng could see was only endless darkness. Even during the day, the clouds pressing down on you felt like a giant coffin lid, making it hard to breathe. As far as the eye could see, there was only the wilderness and dark forests. After staying for a long time, one might even feel as though the entire world was about to collapse before their eyes. Desolation, darkness, and despair, that was the theme of the dark world. As for hope, it might exist, but its existence was merely to be destroyed. But in the main world, what Feng Zheng saw was a different scene. Is this the place? Sitting in the carriage, Feng Zheng looked at the city ahead. From the original owner of this body, Feng Zheng learned that this city was called Karthus, which means place where stars and moon shine in Elvish. The people of this country commonly called it Star Moon City. This was just a small city in the kingdom of the Holy Church, but even so, it was enough to showcase its distinctiveness to Feng Zheng. A nearly 20-meter-high city wall built of white stones surrounded the city, and a beautiful river crossed the middle, bringing with it beautiful lakes and abundant fishery resources. Yes, Master, this is Star Moon City. Upon hearing Feng Zheng's inquiry, the coachman smiled and replied, while Feng Zheng cast a meaningful glance at the white sanctuary in the city. Then, he looked again at the dimensional codex before him. Executor, Feng Zheng, dimensional points, 5, equipped soulstone, Arthas, passive effects, Undead King, 50% increased perception of undead creatures, 50% increased damage to undead creatures, 50% increased protection against undead creatures, title equipped, Holy Protector, Strength, E, it's enough to slaughter chickens, Agility, D, running faster than others helps you live longer, Constitution, E, people die if they are killed, Perception, D, keeping an eye and ear out is basic for you, Charisma, D+, good looks facilitate better communication and understanding, equipped skill, Royal Cross Swordsmanship, A. After carefully reviewing his status panel, Feng Zheng took a deep breath. Let's go. Yes. Soon, the carriage set off again and moved forward. Ho. Sitting in the carriage, Feng Zheng took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to stabilize his mind. After leaving the dark world, he calculated the time. He had stayed in the dark world for 3 days, while less than 10 hours had passed in the main world. Fortunately, they hadn't persistently sent people to guard him, or else Feng Zheng might not have been able to escape. After leaving the forest, the first thing Feng Zheng did was to change his clothes in a nearby village and then hire a carriage to the nearest city. To his relief, he did not see any wanted posters concerning the original owner of this body in the village. Perhaps they hadn't given up searching for him yet, but once the search proved fruitless, they would certainly issue a wanted notice. Feng Zheng had no doubts about that. Although this world seemed to be at a typical medieval level on the surface, his memories told him that in terms of pure civilization level, it was probably not much different from his previous world before rebirth. Considering those terrifying high-end powers, it might even surpass it. After all, in Feng Zheng's world, apart from nuclear bombs, nothing could destroy a planet. Before coming to this city, Feng Zheng had fully digested the memories of this body. At the same time, he had thought about what he wanted to do. Escape was impossible. The kingdom of the Holy Church Celis was one of the 4 most powerful nations in this world. The other 3 were the Magic Nation of Leon and the Land of Wealth Karen. The Magic Nation belonged to the Mages, while the Land of Wealth was a paradise for merchants and nobles. The last one was the Kingdom of Flame Fanriel. According to the memories of this body's original owner, the kingdom of the Holy Church Celis occupied nearly 1/5 of this continent's land, possessing a powerful army and holy practitioners. The reason why the kingdom of the Holy Church held such a position was because, 1,000 years ago during the Chaos Tide, the king of this country had single-handedly led humanity to break through the siege of darkness and chaos, ultimately protecting this world. Therefore, the kingdom of the Holy Church became the guardian of this land. The territory and population it controlled were almost identical to Feng Zheng's country before his rebirth. Faced with such a populous and vast country, Feng Zheng had no chance of victory. Of course, if Feng Zheng could choose, he would rather go to Karen or Leon, but unfortunately, that was just as difficult. Not to mention that Feng Zheng was currently in the heart of the kingdom of the Holy Church, requiring a long journey to reach either country. Even if he managed to cross the border, there was no guarantee he would be accepted. The Magic Nation only permitted mages to enter, even a merchant needed formal mage credentials. The land of wealth was straightforward, it required money. But Feng Zheng clearly didn't have enough money. As for the Kingdom of Flame, it was on another continent and not reachable at all. Even if the Sea of Storms were clear, Feng Zheng couldn't swim across, could he? As for magic, he knew none of it. While there were many small countries besides the 4 major ones, just like the small countries in Feng Zheng's world, when a big country spoke, you could only comply. Oh, wait. At least in Feng Zheng's world, those small countries could maintain a facade of autonomy. But here, well, they did have their land and borders, didn't they? Given the current situation, Feng Zheng couldn't escape the kingdom of the Holy Church, and even if he did, he couldn't ensure he wouldn't be caught by their pursuers one day. To be honest, Feng Zheng and the kingdom of the Holy Church had no fundamental, irreconcilable conflicts. He was just unlucky, choosing the wrong person to reincarnate as. But that didn't mean Feng Zheng could walk into the sanctuary of the kingdom of the Holy Church and say, "You've got it wrong, the person you're looking for is dead. I'm just an unfortunate reborn soul," and expect them to nod and say, "Ah, yes, we're terribly sorry," and let him go. After all, Feng Zheng had killed several of their knights, and from Williams's memories, these knights were neither very high-ranking nor very low. They were at the level where it wasn't necessary to pursue the matter to the end, but an explanation would still be required. In Feng Zheng's mind, the teleportation gate of the multiverse dimension system was already closed, entering a cooling period with the next activation in 15 days. Feng Zheng couldn't hide in a wilderness, playing hide-and-seek with the kingdom of the Holy Church. So after careful consideration, Feng Zheng had an idea. A very bold idea. But first, he needed an identity. So, Feng Zheng came here. "Master, we've arrived." The coachman's voice came from the front, and at the same time, the carriage slowly stopped. Feng Zheng took a deep breath, adjusted his clothes, opened the carriage door, and stepped out. The first thing that caught his eye was a 2-story stone building. It looked old, and from the outside, it wasn't a particularly magnificent building. There were only 2 ordinary guards at the door, looking rather desolate, seemingly devoid of human presence. But Feng Zheng knew that this was his first step into the unknown. This was the city hall. Tap. 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 Feng Zheng walked through the front door and looked around. The entire city hall was devoid of people, save for an old man dozing behind a desk. This wasn't surprising. In a small city like this, nothing much happened daily. Feng Zheng coughed, walked to the counter, and tapped it with his finger. Knock knock. Hearing the knocking, the dozing old man shuddered and hurriedly sat up. He glared at Feng Zheng with wide eyes, ready to scold him. But upon seeing Feng Zheng's expensive ceremonial robe, he shivered, quickly straightened up, and adopted a more respectful demeanor. "Hello, sir, is there anything I can assist you with? I wish to stay in this city temporarily. Please issue me a certificate." Seeing the old man's expression, Feng Zheng inwardly smiled. Procuring this ceremonial robe had cost a lot. It was the handiwork of the city's most renowned tailor, made from high-quality materials, and it had cost nearly a third of the wealth owned by this body's original owner. But Feng Zheng didn't feel pained. His previous life had taught him that everyone judged by appearances. If you dressed well and carried yourself with elegance, people wouldn't mind even if you were secretly vile, your first impression would still be good. If he had came to handle the formalities in ordinary clothes, the old man might not have been so polite and might have even grumbled. If he had been a snobbish person, he might have even tried to give Feng Zheng a bit of trouble. But now, without knowing his identity, the old man could only work diligently. "Of course, no problem, sir." Feng Zheng's display clearly made the old man a bit nervous. He glanced at Feng Zheng's ceremonial robe and the sky-cleaving sword on his back, swallowing hard. "Please give me your travel documents." "Here you go." As he spoke, Feng Zheng produced a travel document and handed it over. Getting this document had also cost him significant effort. He thanked his luck that the original owner of this body had been a fairly competent cultist. All sorts of shady connections were familiar to him. This allowed Feng Zheng to find the Thieves' Guild and promise a large reward to get a legitimate travel document. Of course, a legitimate document meant authentic travel certification, indicating where the holder had come from and where they were going, along with an official seal. These documents were made of special magical paper and could not be forged. However, being non-forgeable didn't mean they couldn't be acquired. With enough reward, losing 1 or 2 travel documents was never a big deal, right? From the Silver Duchy, Mr. Feng Zheng. The old man put on monocles and carefully examined the text and seal on the document. After a thorough check, he coughed and looked up at Feng Zheng. May I ask the purpose of your visit here? I seek the guidance of the goddess of order. As he spoke, Feng Zheng placed a finger on his forehead and made a gesture resembling a devotee's prayer. I wish to solidify my resolve in the sacred vows. All right, I understand. Upon hearing Feng Zheng's answer, the old man wasn't surprised. The kingdom of the Holy Church was the root of faith, and many people from other countries came here for pilgrimage. Simply put, in most people's eyes, the teachings and doctrines of the kingdom of the Holy Church were more authentic and made it easier to hear the goddess of order's divine revelations. Of course, any educated person knew this was nonsense, but you couldn't stop people from going to pray at a holy church, right? The old man had clearly encountered this situation before. He quickly verified the document, and after confirming it was genuine, he filled out another form. Then he picked up a stamp and, with some effort, pressed it onto the paper. Finally, he looked at Feng Zheng. All right, young man, you can now take this document to the star room. You know what to do. Of course, thank you. Upon hearing the old man's words, Feng Zheng smiled and nodded. He reached out, took the document, and discreetly placed a few silver coins on the counter. The old man quickly swept the coins into his sleeve, his smile growing even more enthusiastic. My name is Pendant. If you ever need anything, feel free to find me. If it's within my abilities, there's no problem. Thank you. Hearing the old man's response, Feng Zheng nodded, then took the document and turned to leave. As he turned around, a cold glint flickered in Feng Zheng's eyes. The first step was complete. Next came the most dangerous part. Chapter 13, What exactly is going on? On this continent of the main world, there is a saying, the myriad stars in the sky are reflections of the souls themselves. Each soul born in this world has a corresponding star that signifies its fate and power. What needs to be noted is that this is not some ancient story or romantic legend passed down among astrologists, it is a fact. A fact. Every person on this continent is born with a corresponding star, and these stars are recorded, preserved, and used for identity verification. In Feng Zheng's eyes, this method is no different from fingerprint and DNA verification in his world, but there is still some difference. And now, Feng Zheng was here to verify his hypothesis. According to the memories of the original owner of this body, Feng Zheng could confirm that if the kingdom of the Holy Church issued a wanted order, it would definitely be accompanied by this body's own star pattern. Just like fingerprint comparison is required to catch fugitives, if his star pattern matched that of the wanted person, no matter what disguise or transformation he adopted, he couldn't escape the executor's eyes. Upon learning this, Feng Zheng had a very bold idea. If the birth of a soul corresponds to a star, and the original soul of this body was already dead, did his rebirth mean a new star belonging to him would be born in the starry sky? If his hypothesis was correct, then as long as he could obtain the stellar emblem, he could completely erase any residual problems this body might have. At that time, even if the Knights of the Kingdom of the Holy Church found him, as long as his star pattern didn't match, they wouldn't be able to arrest him. The Kingdom of the Holy Church worshipped the goddess of order, and they couldn't openly overturn their own laws and beliefs. This was similar to how prosecutors in his world couldn't send a criminal to court without matching fingerprints and DNA. Of course, if you wanted, you could fabricate a wrongful conviction, but in that case, Feng Zheng wouldn't hesitate to be ruthless. This was another reason Feng Zheng came to this city. Official stellar emblems were only issued at the city hall. This was also a step for newcomers wanting to reside here. After all, not everyone carried their identity documents around. Sometimes, a star pattern verification, confirming they weren't on the wanted list, was enough to get a good citizen certificate. Feng Zheng clearly remembered the star pattern of this body's original owner. Now he needed to confirm whether his own star pattern matched the original owner's. If not, he could proceed with his plan. If they matched, he could leave as soon as possible. Although running to the wilderness to join forces with cultists and mercenaries wasn't his intention, he had no other choice if it came to that. This is the place. Looking at the heavy wooden door in front of him, Feng Zheng took a deep breath, then reached out and knocked. Soon, a muffled voice came from within. Come in. Upon hearing the response, Feng Zheng pushed open the heavy wooden door and walked into the room. The room appeared dimly lit. Above was not a ceiling but a circular glass dome. Shelves filled with thick books lined the walls, making the star room look more like a small library. In the center stood a heavy, wide desk, and behind it sat a small figure draped in a black robe. Judging by the looks, it wasn't much different from those fortune-telling wizards. I am here for star pattern authentication. Feng Zheng approached the desk and handed over the document in his hand. The person on the chair remained still, glanced at the document on the desk, and nodded. Place your hands on the crystal ball. We can begin. The astrologer's voice was deep, but Feng Zheng didn't mind. He followed the instructions, placing his hands near the crystal ball. The astrologer also extended a hand, placed it on the other side of the crystal ball, and then chanted a spell softly. Buzz! In the next moment, the originally transparent crystal ball shone with bands of light, then gradually revealed a pitch-black space with glimmers of stars appearing in it. It looked much like the star maps of the Milky Way Feng Zheng had seen on TV. But what did it mean? Feng Zheng had no idea. Yet the astrologer before him seemed to. Upon seeing Feng Zheng's star pattern, the astrologer even let out a gasp and stood up in surprise. Huh? What's wrong? Is there a problem? Watching the astrologer's reaction, Feng Zheng felt tense but maintained a curious expression, asking. Simultaneously, Feng Zheng began calculating his next steps in case his identity was exposed. Should he leave immediately or kill the astrologer and then flee? No. No problem. It's just. The astrologer, oblivious to the danger, leaned down to examine the crystal ball closely, mumbling to himself. This star pattern is very rare. Well then. Sir, may I record it? Well. Feng Zheng, hearing the response, felt relieved, furrowing his brows to feign hesitation before reluctantly replying. Is this a necessary step? No, sir. The astrologer quickly waved his hands upon hearing Feng Zheng's question. It's just that such a rare star pattern holds great research value, so I was hoping to get your permission to record it. This time Feng Zheng didn't answer immediately. He pretended to contemplate while recalling the role of star patterns. For the average person, star patterns were like fingerprints and DNA for verification. For professionals, star patterns were also a source of power. There were even rumors that certain ancient great astrologers could predict a person's fate through the trajectories of stars. The so-called rare star pattern was somewhat like rare astronomical phenomena such as supernova explosions in Feng Zheng's world. Outside the professional circle, these things had no impact. Just like discussions about gravitational waves which meant nothing to 95% of the populace in Feng Zheng's world. Alright. After pondering for a moment, Feng Zheng nodded. Hearing his response, the astrologer seemed very pleased, standing up quickly, thanking Feng Zheng, and heading to the bookshelf. Thank you, sir, you're very kind. I promise not to disclose this star pattern. Now, where's my record book? Whoa. Perhaps too excited, the astrologer stepped on his robe, yelled, and stumbled forward. Feng Zheng quickly reached out to steady him. Only then did Feng Zheng notice something amiss. He distinctly felt a soft sensation, different from what he had imagined. The astrologer raised their head, the hood falling off, revealing lush chestnut curls and a fair, cute face. It was a young woman, appearing to be about the same age as the body Feng Zheng now possessed. Possibly even younger. At this moment, the girl blushed deeply, staring at him in a daze. Are you okay, miss? Seeing her expression, Feng Zheng coughed and let go of his right hand. The girl stared at him blankly for a moment, then suddenly cried out softly, crouching down and curling into a ball. Once again, silence fell over the room. What the heck is going on? Chapter 14. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Watching the girl crouch with her head in her hands, Feng Zheng didn't know what to say. He thought for a moment, sighed helplessly, and extended his hand. After all, he couldn't just leave her squatting there. Are you alright? Hearing Feng Zheng's voice, the girl trembled again. She carefully looked at Feng Zheng's outstretched hand, hesitated for a moment, then cautiously reached out and grasped it. Feng Zheng pulled her to her feet. I'm very sorry for embarrassing you. No, it's nothing. Well. Please wait a moment. The girl took a deep breath and put her hood back on, which seemed to relax her. She went to the bookshelf, took out a thick book, placed it on the table, and opened it. She picked up the feather pen beside her and made a gesture towards the crystal ball. Feng Zheng saw a mysterious azure power emerge from the crystal ball and guide the pen to the book. A peculiar and mysterious symbol appeared on the blank page. It was a cross-shaped star surrounded by a circle inscribed with strange characters that looked like oracle bone script. Although Feng Zheng didn't understand it, he recognized it as the language of the stars, said to have been created by the goddess of order to stabilize the world by giving each star its own meaning. However, only deities could decipher this language. Desolate realm. Reappearance of the star. The girl muttered to herself. Even Feng Zheng didn't understand what she was saying. Soon the girl closed the book, took out a silver badge from the drawer, and placed it in front of her. She raised a feather pen again and pointed to the crystal ball. Another wave of the same power was drawn from it and absorbed into the silver badge. The crystal ball dimmed. Alright, sir. Please take this badge. It has collected your star pattern. For some reason, the girl's voice was no longer the low tone she had adopted earlier but was now pleasantly melodious. Feng Zheng realized why she had put on such an act. Her natural voice lacked any intimidation and sounded as though she were meekly pleading. Though her voice and cute appearance made her seem like the perfect candidate for endearing gestures, it was clearly insufficient for her role as a government official to maintain authority. "Thank you." Saying this, Feng Zheng took the badge, closed his eyes, and infused it with his power. Soon, a pitch-black starry sky appeared in his mind, filled with numerous shining stars. The brightest star was in the center. This was his destiny star. However, Feng Zheng compared it with the star pattern that originally belonged to Williams from his memory and nodded in satisfaction. Though he wasn't an astrologist and couldn't read star maps, he could compare the differences between two star maps. It was obvious that the stars were in completely different positions, with no similarities between them. "Then, I can proceed." Thinking this, Feng Zheng smiled and put away the badge, then looked at the girl before him again. "Miss, I have a small request." "What request?" Hearing Feng Zheng's question, the girl tilted her head curiously, then waved her hands as she realized something. "Well, my teacher said I can't go out for meals with strange men." Though Feng Zheng wanted to tell her she was overthinking it, he thought that if he weren't dealing with these troubles, he might have actually invited her out. Nonetheless, he decided to save this matter for later. "It's like this." Feng Zheng coughed, pushing aside these odd thoughts. "I want to visit the sanctuary and would like you to provide a letter of introduction." "The sanctuary? A letter of introduction?" Hearing Feng Zheng's words, the girl hesitated, then understood. "Sir, you intend to join the sanctuary?" "Yes." At this, Feng Zheng finally felt relieved. Though the girl seemed puzzled, she was at least rational. Ordinary people wouldn't need an introduction to enter the sanctuary to pray. Feng Zheng's purpose in visiting was not to pray for the goddess of order's forgiveness or to sightsee. He intended to join the sanctuary. Of course, any stringent religious organization has strict procedures for admitting new members. In a theocratic country like the Kingdom of the Holy Church, an outsider like Feng Zheng wanting to join the sanctuary must first apply to become an apprentice guardian knight. Don't think it's a grand title. Although knight sounds prestigious, being an apprentice guardian knight is much like the intellectuals in Feng Zheng's world who underwent the send-down movement. They carried a divine mission to the most difficult and poor areas, battling evil and guarding the people. Their enemies included native creatures like gnolls and goblins, rampant bandits, and, of course, cultists and necromancers, not to mention various chaotic monsters. Of course, dangers came with opportunities. If the apprentice guardian knights survived and completed their tasks, they would be recognized as knights by the sanctuary. Should they achieve great deeds, they might even be promoted to grand knights or knight captains with their own lands and armies. For nobility, even if they didn't accomplish major feats, completing this process without committing severe errors would add prestige to their records, aiding future advancement. Generally, only lower and minor nobility chose this path due to its hardships. Those who couldn't sleep without comfort and luxury wouldn't endure the dangers of the wilderness. Feng Zheng watched the girl pick up a piece of paper and write on it, then place a large ivory stamp on it with some effort, seal it, and hand it to him. "Please keep this safe, sir." "Thank you, miss." Feng Zheng took the letter, put it in his pocket, and smiled at the girl before him. "If you have time, let's have a meal together sometime." After saying this, Feng Zheng didn't wait for a response and left with a smile. The safest place is often the most dangerous. When Feng Zheng left the town hall and entered the sanctuary without any obstructions, he couldn't help but reflect on the age-old truth of this saying. Compared to the nearly empty town hall, the sanctuary security was much stricter. Though not to the extent of a guard every 3 steps and an outpost every 5, numerous fully armed sanctuary warriors stood guard and patrolled. Even so, these warriors, with long spears and swords, paid no attention to Feng Zheng, remaining as focused and motionless as statues. Perhaps they couldn't imagine that a cultist wanted by the sanctuary would boldly walk into this sacred place. It seems that in any world, the commonalities of intelligent beings are the same. "I come from the Silver Duchy." Feng Zheng found a bishop in the sanctuary, briefly explained his purpose, and handed over the letter he had received from the girl. "I seek the guidance and illumination of order." "I understand." The bishop was an old man with white hair and beard, evidently experienced in dealing with noble offspring like Feng Zheng. He opened the letter, read it carefully, examined the seal and signature, then nodded at Feng Zheng calmly. "Follow me, child." With this, the old man turned and led the way to the inner courtyard. Feng Zheng followed silently. They crossed the corridor and entered the inner courtyard. The old man stopped in front of a circular marble holy emblem, turned to Feng Zheng, and said, "Stand here, young man." "All right." Feng Zheng's hand lightly pressed the hilt of his sword, feeling his palm sweat. This was the final and most crucial step. He had prepared thoroughly for this trial. He knew what this was, everyone on the continent knew, and cultists feared it most. Everyone had to account for their actions, their deeds written into the fabric of destiny, just as ink leaves marks on parchment. No one could alter past events, and history's dust could never fully conceal the truth. Order endures. Feng Zheng understood that once he stood on this platform, Order's radiance would begin to search, like antivirus software determining whether he was a virus, the enemy of Order. Or, specifically, one of those damned chaos-worshipping cultists. All of this was decided by Feng Zheng's soul star. Though Feng Zheng was certain he wasn't a cultist, he couldn't be sure how accurate the scan was. Even antivirus software sometimes mistakenly flagged system files. He hoped this firewall was more precise, at least more so than Kaspersky. With this thought, Feng Zheng took a deep breath and stepped onto the platform. The next moment, a pure white radiance fell from the sky, enveloping his body. Chapter 15, Being treated differently comes at a price. What greeted his eyes was a world of pure white. Feng Zheng stood in the center of the platform, not feeling anything amiss at all. But this did not put him at ease, because he inherited the memories of this body, so Feng Zheng was very clear that the power level of this world was incredibly high. He had read many web novels, and in many of them, the so-called rules-based powers were powerful trump cards only mastered by the top elites. But in this world, people had even learned to use these rules-based powers as their weapons and tools. Just like the array on the platform in front of him, it used the order and purification rules of power that cultists hated most. And this power was something that cultists could not resist at all because it was the fundamental law of this world. Opposing it was tantamount to opposing the entire world. What worried Feng Zheng was what kind of impact this power would have on him. He was not a cultist, and he had no interest in the chaotic beliefs in this body's mind, but Feng Zheng was not sure if, as a reborn transmigrator, he would cause some disturbance in the world's order laws. It's like antivirus software. If it's just killing viruses, it's simple. You just need to find the virus that once harmed the system and eliminate it. But don't forget that sometimes the firewall also alerts you that unknown software is trying to modify system settings. Ding. His worry proved prophetic as that clear system notification sound reached his ears just as Feng Zheng had this thought, followed by a line of information appearing before him. Order parallel port detected, starting port activation. Oh, come on, at least tell me what this thing is first. Seeing this line of extremely vague information, Feng Zheng was utterly shocked, but before he could contact customer support to figure out what was going on, that line of prompt disappeared with a swoosh. Next, Feng Zheng suddenly felt that the pure white light around him began to tremble. This is? The old man lifted his head in surprise, looking at the platform ahead. The pure white beam of light was shining even more intensely before his eyes. Not only that, but even the order array carved under the platform also emitted a golden radiance at this moment. They transformed into lines of light, appearing silently around the white pillar and then turning into runes filled with a divine aura. This is low resonance. A whoosh sound, and the white beam of light dissipated instantly. Feng Zheng still stood at the center of the platform, as if everything before was just an illusion. If not for that sudden system prompt, Feng Zheng would probably not think anything was unusual. But now. Seeing the old archbishop's ghost-like expression, Feng Zheng himself wasn't feeling any better. Didn't they say golden fingers were supposed to be cheat codes for the protagonist? Why is this system always screwing with me? Is there a problem? While cursing the system deep down for causing trouble, Feng Zheng feigned curiosity and looked at the old man before him. The old archbishop shivered upon hearing him, then gazed at him in shock. By order, I never expected you to cause a low resonance. Low resonance? Hearing this term, Feng Zheng was bewildered, having no idea what it meant. However, judging from the old archbishop's expression, it didn't seem to be a bad thing. Yes, sir, please follow me. The old archbishop's attitude became much more respectful, having referred to Feng Zheng as young man before, now switching to sir. As he led Feng Zheng inside, he explained what low resonance was. Through his explanation, Feng Zheng understood its meaning. In short, the so-called low resonance was not like Feng Zheng imagined some sign of a savior or a symbol of a legendary hero. In fact, it was more of a harbinger. The appearance of this phenomenon meant that the person causing the resonance was not rejected by the order but welcomed. This indicated that the order welcomed his arrival here and believed that Feng Zheng's presence would benefit the order here. It's like drawing a good luck lot. Though not as good as great fortune, it's still better than misfortune. I remember the last person who caused low resonance was a brave warrior who helped us eliminate the Necromancer occupying the Black Tower. It was a fierce battle. The old archbishop talked excitedly about his past as they walked. Listening to his words, Feng Zheng relaxed significantly. Though he still didn't know what this low resonance was, it seemed to be beneficial to him. Hopefully. I understand your intention. Normally, it would be difficult for me to find a guide for you. But thank heavens, Grand Knight Shidong is here. I believe he would be very interested in someone who caused low resonance. Oh damn. Upon hearing the old man's words, Feng Zheng felt his face turn pale. A Grand Knight was a rank above knights, regarded as one of the mid to high-end powers of this world. Initially, he just wanted to join the sanctuary as an ordinary apprentice guardian knight and take up some simple tasks. But from the looks of it, the old man intended to find him a mentor? And it had to be a Grand Knight? Feng Zheng couldn't guarantee whether the higher-ups knew about his existence. What if they knew this body's identity and drew their swords on him at first sight? He had originally planned to follow the lower ranks. But now, it seemed the plan needed to change again. Meanwhile, the old man had already led Feng Zheng to a training ground on the side of the sanctuary. This area was spacious, with only one tall figure swinging a long sword in training. It was a middle-aged man with golden hair and the typical strong build of a Westerner, standing 2 meters tall. He was bare-chested, vigorously swinging a two-handed giant sword. That sword was 2 palms wide and taller than a person. Yet in the man's hands, it seemed as light as a willow twig. Feng Zheng could barely track his sword movements. After a while, the blond man suddenly stopped and withdrew. At the same moment, a powerful sword chi burst forth, smashing all the wooden stakes around into pieces. This is the power of a Grand Knight? Seeing this scene, Feng Zheng couldn't help but feel moved. Such immense power nearly seemed to qualify as a one-man army. Yo, Huck, what are you doing here? The man turned his head, looking at the old archbishop beside Feng Zheng, grinning smugly. What, are you planning to spar with me? Count me out, these old bones can't handle your beatings, Shidong. Hearing Shidong's words, the old archbishop rolled his eyes and then made a gesture. I brought him to see you. A noble dandy? Hearing the archbishop's words, Shidong glanced at Feng Zheng, curled his lip disdainfully. Why did you bring him here? He's no noble lady. He wants to join the sanctuary as an apprentice guardian knight. Why don't you handle this? You're the one good at dealing with idle noble brats anyway. Clearly, Shidong had no interest in Feng Zheng. And it was understandable, Feng Zheng's body seemed not particularly strong, in fact, it was almost frail. To Shidong, this probably looked like another pampered noble scion, whom he had always despised. But the old archbishop didn't mind Shidong's words. He just smiled slightly and hinted. He just caused low resonance. Oh? Hearing this, Shidong finally stopped, squinting his eyes to take a serious look at Feng Zheng for the first time. You, boy, you want to become an apprentice guardian knight? Yes. In response to Shidong's question, Feng Zheng nodded. Having come this far, he had no way back. Hearing his answer, a mocking smile appeared on Shidong's face. Well, since you want to become an apprentice guardian knight, you should know that everyone must pass an assessment. That. Of course. Excellent. Saying this, Shidong stood on the training ground again, swinging his giant sword, looking at Feng Zheng with a smirk. Come on, you're lucky, I will personally oversee your assessment. How's that? Isn't it an honor? This. Looking at the muscle-bound man before him, Feng Zheng was at a loss for words. The old archbishop, however, frowned. Shidong, don't overdo it. What's the harm, old man? Shidong didn't pay the old archbishop's complaint any mind, casually waving his hand. Didn't you say he caused low resonance? Let's see what this skinny kid can do to cause low resonance. Indeed, being treated differently came with a price. Hearing Shidong's words, Feng Zheng sighed inwardly but only hesitated for a moment before stepping down the stairs to the training ground. Seeing this, both the old archbishop and Shidong were taken aback. Then the old man's face showed concern, while Shidong whistled. Well, boy, you've got guts. Are you ready now? Show me your full strength, let's see your limits. Of course, Sir Shidong. As he spoke, Feng Zheng slowly drew the sky-cleaving sword from his waist. He had already decided that, given how things had unfolded, he needed to modify his plan. If the lower ranks weren't an option, then he would showcase his power and take the upper route. With a low resonance buff on him, it was acceptable for a chosen one to exhibit unexpectedly strong abilities, right? Besides, Feng Zheng also wanted to experience the true power of a strong one in this world. Please guide me. Looking at Shidong, Feng Zheng whispered, and then his whole body suddenly moved. The long sword in his hand turned into a flash of lightning, stabbing forward. Chapter 16, I admit, you are stronger now. Ho! At the moment Feng Zheng drew his sword, the surrounding air pressure seemed to be swept up. His sky-cleaving sword flashed, and a golden light gleamed on the blade, transforming into a golden sword edge that shot straight towards Shidong. Oh? Seeing this attack, Shidong's originally nonchalant demeanor suddenly became serious. He raised an eyebrow, then gripped his two-handed sword tightly in both hands, lifting it and then swinging it down with force. The seemingly mundane two-handed sword accurately clashed with the incoming sword edge. Shidong's body trembled violently. Boom. The sword edge condensed from holy light shattered instantly, creating a huge explosion that shook the ground all around. Damn, what a monster. Seeing Shidong actually block his attack with one sword, Feng Zheng cursed inwardly. What he was using now was the Royal Cross swordsmanship evolved from Crusader Strike, enhanced by 2 proficiency levels thanks to Frostmourne. Feng Zheng's opening move was actually Judgment, a commonly used skill of Retribution Paladins, but with the Royal Limited Edition upgrade, its power and form had changed. Even so, Feng Zheng hadn't expected his opponent to react so quickly and block his surprise attack. But Feng Zheng had no time to marvel at the world's martial prowess. His body moved according to his combat experience. As Shidong blocked the Judgment, Feng Zheng advanced, pointing his long sword at Shidong. Sword of Justice. Boom. A massive, glowing, sacred light sword erupted from the ground, stabbing straight at Shidong. This attack took Shidong by surprise. However, the seasoned Grand Knight quickly recovered, drawing his two-handed sword back and blocking it in front of him, firmly stopping the seemingly indefensible strike. Meanwhile, Feng Zheng successfully closed the distance with Shidong. Shidong was now within his attack range. Feng Zheng raised his long sword high and slashed down at Shidong. The sky-cleaving sword whistled through the air, splitting the dust before it like a bolt of lightning heading straight for Shidong. Interesting. Shidong smiled, even whistling with amusement at Feng Zheng's powerful strike. Come. Show me your strength. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Shidong gripped his two-handed sword tightly once more and slashed upward with force. At that moment, Feng Zheng felt as though his eyes deceived him. He had clearly seen Shidong place the two-handed sword horizontally in front of him, but in an instant, it seemed to transfer spatially, emerging directly before Feng Zheng, targeting his chest. Where did that come from? Feng Zheng was shocked, but his experience in the dark world wasn't for nothing. He instinctively adjusted his sword stance, abandoning his attack on Shidong to meet the sudden thrust of the two-handed sword. Clang! The swords collided, sending Feng Zheng flying backward. He rolled on the ground, feeling a numbness in his right hand from the impact. But Feng Zheng remained calm. Crusader Strike was merely a basic attack skill meant to gather energy. He felt the sacred power surging within him, ready to burst forth. About to erupt. Ho! The two-handed sword appeared before Feng Zheng again, moving too fast for the naked eye. Behind it was Shidong's imposing figure. His lips twitched into a smirk as he looked at Feng Zheng. But then, Shidong's expression changed suddenly. He saw the crouching young man grip his long sword and swing it forward. Just a simple swing. As the sky-cleaving sword swung, the sword light turned into a raging wave, surging towards Shidong like a devastating tide. Oh? Seeing the oncoming waves of light, Shidong's expression changed again. He halted abruptly, raising his giant sword to fend off the unseen, raging wind that clashed heavily with the light wave. Sword of Gale. The old man standing at the door turned pale. He knew that the Grand Knight was one of the strongest in the region, with unparalleled storm swordsmanship. The wind represented freedom and wildness, also fearlessness. Shidong using one of the strongest moves of storm swordsmanship meant he felt significant pressure from the young man. Bang! The wind and the waves clashed forcefully. Both staggered. Feng Zheng took 3 steps back, while Shidong took 1 step. The seasoned Grand Knight seized this fleeting opportunity. Before Feng Zheng recovered from the dizziness of the impact, he saw the giant two-handed sword whistling towards his neck. Feeling the cold sword chi, Feng Zheng shuddered, immediately gripping his sword to block. However, he soon realized that the force of the two-handed giant sword was not as strong as he had anticipated. It felt as though he was slashing through a willow tree with all his might, only to find little resistance. Not good. This thought flashed in Feng Zheng's mind. He didn't know why, but he sensed something was wrong. His full force was committed to countering the expected attack, leaving him no room to pull back. Meanwhile, he saw the giant two-handed sword flash with silver light, aiming at his body. Can't dodge this one. Seeing the sword's edge coming for him, Feng Zheng gritted his teeth. He instinctively wanted to use the Paladin's blessing for invincibility, but quickly dismissed the idea. This attack might pierce his body, but it wouldn't be fatal. He didn't need to waste his trump card. The 10-second invincibility Hearthstone Recall was the ultimate survival skill, not a cheat for dueling. Just then, an unexpected intervention occurred, surprising both Feng Zheng and Shidong. A glowing longsword appeared in front of the two-handed sword, narrowly blocking the strike. At the same time, they heard the old bishop's fearful shout. By the goddess! What? Shidong looked to the side to see who was meddling in this interesting trial, expecting to find a human culprit, but was surprised to see someone else. An angel appeared behind Feng Zheng. She had a beautiful and holy visage, with wings of light stretching out from her back, reflecting off her pure white armor, making her appear bathed in holy light. She stood with her head held high, staring coldly at Shidong, her lightsaber radiating a brilliant and pure light. Sky-cleaving sword, one-handed sword, increases holy damage by 100%, boosts holy skill damage by 15%, and has a chance to summon an angel to fight for you during combat. The Angel Legion sweeps over the demons, washing the eternal battlefield in blood. At this moment, Feng Zheng's sky-cleaving sword also shone brightly. Previously, Feng Zheng hadn't activated its true power, so to Shidong and the old bishop, the sword looked like a decorative, flamboyant, hollow longsword. As it turns out, special effects often change appearances dramatically. Brilliant light emerged from the hollow slots on the sky-cleaving sword's hilt. Feng Zheng raised his sword without hesitation, the holy power around him coalescing into multiple giant cross-shaped swords before hurling them at the Grand Knight before him. Divine Storm. Boom. The attack was so powerful that the sanctuary warriors guarding outside turned their heads in surprise towards the hall. If they hadn't known the Grand Knight was inside, they might have thought cultists were attacking the sanctuary. In a way, that might be true. Shidong leapt back swiftly. His two-handed sword had shattered into several pieces. He raised his hand, shouting loudly. Stop, that's enough. I admit, you are stronger now. Hearing Shidong's words, Feng Zheng twitched his eye but then lowered his weapon. Grand Knight, can you avoid making such jinxed remarks? Chapter 17 Let me be your guide. The angel shining with holy light slowly disappeared behind Feng Zheng. Only then did the old archbishop and Shidong let out a sigh of relief. They were both devout believers of the sanctuary. Naturally, they understood the exalted status an angel held there. Although this angel's power might not be as formidable as Shidong's, her mere presence exerted a pressure on everyone. Not to mention, this Grand Knight, though seemingly carefree, was also a devout follower. Even if he could defeat her, would he dare to make a move against her? This was, of course, impossible. At the same time, the way they looked at Feng Zheng changed considerably. Holy Spirit protection. The old archbishop clenched his hands tightly, staring intently at Feng Zheng. Though he had guessed that this young man had a significant background, he hadn't expected him to have Holy Spirit protection. This kid's got some skill. Shidong crossed his arms with a satisfied expression and nodded at Feng Zheng. It wasn't often he encountered someone who could put him at a disadvantage. Although it seemed like Feng Zheng had resorted to a clever trick, a real battlefield did not adhere to the rules of fair competition. So, instead of feeling displeased by Feng Zheng's counterattack, Shidong found the young man genuinely interesting. Phew. Sheathing his sword, Feng Zheng was drenched in sweat. His final counterattack was truly a stroke of luck. Had he not been able to unleash Divine Storm at that moment, he doubted he could have forced Shidong to retreat. However, the biggest takeaway from this battle was recognizing the significant gap between himself and the mighty warriors of the main world. Initially, Feng Zheng believed that his A-grade proficiency in Royal Cross swordsmanship would allow him to at least hold his own. But reality was harsh, he had barely survived the first exchange. If Shidong hadn't been unfamiliar with his swordsmanship, it would have been doubtful if Feng Zheng could have managed even a lucky victory. And since Shidong had conceded due to his broken weapon, Feng Zheng couldn't help but wonder what the outcome would have been otherwise. Indeed, the gap was still too vast. Shaking his head to dismiss his dismay, Feng Zheng looked towards Shidong and asked, Sir Shidong, have I passed the examination? Ha ha ha, of course, you amusing little fellow. Hearing Feng Zheng's question, Shidong laughed heartily, showing no trace of frustration from being defeated. You already passed the examination. I haven't seen someone as interesting as you in a long time. By the way, what's your name? My name is Feng Zheng. Feng Zheng? I didn't expect both you and your name to be equally interesting. Such a peculiar name is quite rare. Upon hearing Feng Zheng's response, Shidong chuckled. After a moment of thought, he looked at Feng Zheng again and said, So, Feng Zheng, how about letting me be your guide? Guide? Feng Zheng was visibly surprised by this unexpected invitation, but Shidong nodded seriously. Yes, well. To be honest, from our battle just now, I discovered that although you have some combat experience, your foundation is shaky. And while the swordsmanship you command is powerful, you can't wield it flexibly. In my view, this is a huge waste. Such pure holy power, if not properly utilized, is truly squandered. How about it? I think my proposal is fairly good. After all, I'm not one of those old relics who will nag you every day about doctrines. You just need to learn to fight beside me, alright? Simple, isn't it? Indeed, very formidable. Listening to Shidong, Feng Zheng's expression changed. He knew better than anyone his own circumstances. Despite having learned some self-defense techniques, they were merely for protection and held little practical value. After arriving in this world, Feng Zheng had been thrust into combat situations, essentially teaching himself from scratch. Although Feng Zheng had read martial hero novels where powerful sword masters could judge an opponent's skill level after a single exchange, experiencing it firsthand was completely different. On this continent, a guide was akin to a mentor, having one was a matter of great honor. So, should he accept this proposal? The answer was almost certainly yes. Then I shall trouble you, Sir Shidong. To Feng Zheng, receiving guidance from a powerful knight in this world was a golden opportunity. Upon hearing Feng Zheng's response, Shidong widened his eyes and eyed him with dissatisfaction, prompting Feng Zheng to quickly correct himself. Mentor. Good, ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. Finally, I have a student too. Now let's see what that Vara fellow has to say. Hearing Feng Zheng's response, Shidong burst into laughter. Meanwhile, the old archbishop rolled his eyes. He seemed to want to say something but remained silent, giving Feng Zheng a sympathetic look. Wait, why look at me this way? Did I do something wrong? As Feng Zheng puzzled over the old archbishop's gaze, Shidong strode toward the door. Alright, kid. Make sure to prepare. Starting tomorrow, I'm giving you special training. Special training? Baffled by Shidong's words, Feng Zheng paused, not comprehending what he meant. That's right, clean your neck and get ready. You're in for a tough time ahead. Understood. Honestly, the notion of undergoing special training immediately upon joining the sanctuary was surprising. However, Feng Zheng, already used to the military's rapid pace in his world, quickly accepted Shidong's directive, despite his initial shock. Seeing Feng Zheng's response, Shidong merely waved and turned away. The old archbishop's expression shifted several times before he sighed and quickly followed after Shidong. 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 What is it, old man? Hearing the old archbishop's call, Shidong turned to face the elderly man. Are you really planning to take that young man along? Of course, didn't I say so? Now that he's my student, he must act alongside me. Besides, you saw for yourself, the kid isn't just some pretentious noble dandy. His swordsmanship is quite good. In my opinion, he's at the level of an intermediate knight. He just needs more practical experience. If I train him properly, he'll perform even better. But even so, the old archbishop clearly disagreed with Shidong's rather whimsical idea. Are you really going through with this? You know that young man exhibited Holy Spirit protection. That's exactly why I need to train him, old man. At this, Shidong's usually frivolous smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression. Fortunately, it was only us in the training ground. If those cultists knew we had an apprentice knight with Holy Spirit protection, what do you think they would do? This. The old archbishop's face changed at Shidong's question. Have you forgotten the catastrophe of the Dark Fallen Moon, when nearly the entire Holy Spirit Order was wiped out? Since then, we've lost that entire faction. Though many of those chaos cultists were later killed, it was a near-fatal blow to the Holy Church. This time, the old man didn't immediately respond. He remained silent, then sighed deeply. Of course, I'll never forget. That was a terrifying time. So now, Holy Spirit Knights are nearly extinct. Even their legacies have dissipated. At this, Shidong paused in thought. I think he might be able to re-establish the Holy Spirit legacy. After hearing all this, do you really think I'll agree to him becoming your student? The old archbishop raised an eyebrow, glaring at Shidong, who merely shrugged nonchalantly. Admittedly, my methods can be harsh at times, but you have to admit, they work, don't they? He's still too weak. If he can't protect himself, how will he grow? Hearing Shidong's words, the old archbishop hesitated momentarily, then sighed deeply. All right. I agree. I won't report this to the central bishopric for now and ensure we're the only ones who know. Is that acceptable? Thank you, old man. This time, Shidong's face lit up with a smile. Trust me, this is the right decision. Chapter 18, The moment to enter the new world has arrived. Clang. With a crisp collision sound, the long sword in Feng Zheng's hand spun and flew out, landing on the ground. He himself was knocked backward by the immense force, falling to the ground and gasping for breath. Get up, continue. Hearing Shidong's words, Feng Zheng hurriedly rolled over and got up from the ground, grabbing the longsword. At this moment, the steel-made longsword felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds in Feng Zheng's hand. But even so, Feng Zheng gritted his teeth, staring at the fully armored Grand Knight in front of him. After a brief thought, he swiftly moved to Shidong's right side and swung his sword. However, this time, Shidong didn't even glance at him. A casual swing from Shidong brought his enormous two-handed sword straight at him. Facing the oncoming two-handed giant sword, Feng Zheng gritted his teeth and tightly gripped the long sword to meet it. As the swords crossed, Feng Zheng struggled to hold the hilt and angled the blade, attempting to deflect the force of the blow. The steel longsword screeched and twisted to the side. Then, with another clang, Feng Zheng's hand couldn't withstand the force of the giant sword, and his fingers loosened. The longsword flew backward once again. Fortunately, this time Feng Zheng didn't fall with it. That's enough for today. Shidong sheathed his two-handed giant sword, looking at Feng Zheng with a gaze of appreciation. I have to say, kid, your body is too weak. But your perseverance is not bad. I've seen some slackers who start whining after training for just a short time, acting like I'm trying to kill them. You're not bad, you haven't complained once until now. You have potential. Huff. Huff. Thank you. Hearing Shidong's praise, Feng Zheng wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied breathlessly. He felt like he could hardly stand. His hands were sore and numb, and he looked as exhausted as if he had been pulled out of a pond. On the second day of becoming Shidong's student, Feng Zheng understood what the old bishop's sympathetic look meant. In fact, he was dragged out of bed before dawn by Shidong to start running and practicing swordsmanship totally different from what Feng Zheng imagined. Shidong didn't teach any knight's sword skills but made him repeatedly practice the basic sword techniques. Cut, slash, block, stab, thrust. Feng Zheng followed Shidong's orders and practiced these monotonous basic techniques repeatedly. According to Shidong, the royal cross swordsmanship he used was already quite powerful. But because Feng Zheng lacked understanding of the sword, he couldn't fully harness its power. Feng Zheng deeply agreed with this. Initially, when he sparred with Shidong, because his opponent wasn't familiar with this swordsmanship, Feng Zheng barely managed to gain the upper hand and win. But since that assessment, Feng Zheng had never won against Shidong again, even when Shidong used the most ordinary weapons. Feng Zheng always felt pressured and overwhelmed. You're really a weirdo, kid. Looking at the sweat-drenched Feng Zheng, Shidong curled his lips. Usually, people with strong willpower don't have weak bodies. But why is your body so weak? And I see you've achieved a decent level of power. Why can't you swing a sword properly? Hearing Shidong's mockery, Feng Zheng rolled his eyes helplessly. Indeed, he had strong willpower. Without it, he couldn't have worked overtime without rest. As for this body, does he wish it were stronger? His original body at least had some ABS. This damned cultist should be thankful his body hasn't been completely hollowed out. Feng Zheng was well aware of the world's energy system, so he understood why Shidong said that. On this continent, people used a type of energy called power of the star spirits. However, to Feng Zheng, it was fundamentally no different from the inner strength in martial arts novels. In fact, their grading system was quite similar. On this continent, the power of the star spirits was divided into 6 levels: entry, standard, elite, grandmaster, legendary, and transcendent. Entry-level professionals are like the common folks in martial arts novels who might know a bit of Shaolin boxing or black tiger heart extraction. They mainly improve their physical quality without any notable changes. Most militiamen in this world are at this level. Standard-level professionals are like disciples from major sects who have cultivated inner strength, far superior to those who only know a move or two of street fighting. They can use their power to enhance their bodies, surpassing ordinary people. For example, jumping several meters high or running 100 meters in less than 10 seconds. These people have mastered the use of power of the star spirits to enhance their physical attributes and can use techniques like the golden bell shield or cloud ladder that aren't particularly scientific. Elite-level professionals go a step further. It's easy to identify an elite professional by seeing if they can make the power of the star spirits unleash an attack outside their body. Whether they're mages, knights, assassins, or thieves, if they can do this, it means they've surpassed ordinary warriors and become elites. Grandmasters are even more formidable. Not only do they possess powerful strength, but they also innovate and have unique skills and combat techniques of their own. For example, the great knight Shidong is a grandmaster. Those at this level are like sect leaders in martial arts novels, not only powerful but also having their signature techniques. As for legendary, they are even scarier. While grandmasters are still within the realm of martial arts, legends are almost at the level of immortal heroes in fiction. Their moves can shake the heavens and make darkness fall. They are nearly as powerful as deities. When they fight, areas spanning hundreds of miles can be affected. In this world, true legendary powerhouses are the strategic weapons of each country. They rarely make moves. Their existence ensures peace on this continent. But that's not all. Mortals are ultimately impulsive, greedy, and blind creatures. Restraint for a moment doesn't mean eternal restraint. Some may seek revenge, and others may fall into darkness to destroy the world. But none of this happens because there's an even more powerful level above legendary. Transcendent. If legendary is the pinnacle of the mundane, then transcendent beings, as the name suggests, surpass the mundane. Transcendents are never mortals. They are incarnations and envoys of deities or demon kings, possessing power beyond humans. Sometimes, they can do whatever they want. Because of this, the continent remains peaceful. Even legendary powerhouses cannot create much chaos. After all, on this continent, good and evil are not eternal enemies. If someone attempts to destroy the world, their first hurdle might not be divine punishment but the demon king's dagger. After all, recruiting believers isn't free. Destroying the world would ruin it all. That's why Shidong called Feng Zheng a weirdo. Feng Zheng's strength level was in the middle of the elite rank, but physically, he seemed entirely untrained. It was as if Ling Cheng, with no inner strength, had learned the 6 Meridian Divine Sword and kept using Bai Ubi non-stop. Is that even possible? Feng Zheng also realized his flaw: sword skills. The longsword was an unfamiliar weapon to him. In his previous life, he had never held one. Since his rebirth, he had only wielded a sword for less than a month. The system gave him the skills and knowledge, but experience couldn't be rushed. It required time and steady accumulation. Fortunately, he wasn't entirely without options. Alright, that's it for today. Go rest. Shidong was very satisfied with Feng Zheng. Although he found Feng Zheng's mastery of sword skills inconsistent with his experience, it wasn't surprising. Swordsmanship required perception and intelligence. Even a fool could learn by copying. Plus, Feng Zheng had the Holy Spirit protection, so some anomalies were normal. As for Feng Zheng's lack of physical strength, Shidong wasn't doubtful. One look at Feng Zheng's hands told him that this young man probably hadn't held a sword for more than 2 months. Thus, a noble who usually enjoyed himself wouldn't have superior physical fitness. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Feng Zheng put down his longsword and left the training field. Along the way, he encountered several sanctuary warriors who burst into friendly laughter at his sorry state. Hey, Feng Zheng, did Shidong-sama beat you to the ground again? Don't talk nonsense. He got up, didn't he? And he's walking. Ha ha ha, you're lucky. I wanted Shidong to be my guide back then, but he didn't think much of me. Such a pity. Feng Zheng rolled his eyes at these gloating fellows. Since you're so regretful, should I say something good for you to Shidong-sama? Better not. You see, I'm getting old. You should respect the elderly, right? Ha ha ha. Watching that unfortunate guy's bitter smile made the others burst into laughter. The previously somber atmosphere lightened considerably. Feng Zheng had only been in the sanctuary for just over 10 days, yet he had gotten along quite well with many people here. This was partly because his holy protection increased their natural goodwill toward him, and partly because Feng Zheng was generous. Whenever he had free time, he'd invite them to a tavern for a drink. Generous people are never disliked, so Feng Zheng's favorability among them soared. But the fundamental reason the sanctuary warriors accepted Feng Zheng was his effort and determination. The great knight Shidong's training was famously strict. Many had witnessed apprentice knights being trained to the brink of death, treated like they were being punished. Most whined and gave up after a few days, but this frail young man managed to persevere for over 10 days, a given for a warrior, but impressive for a young, frail noble. After exchanging a few jokes with the others, Feng Zheng left the sanctuary. He rented a small house nearby for living, thanks to the star pattern and the sanctuary's endorsement. Originally, Shidong wanted Feng Zheng to stay in the sanctuary, but Feng Zheng declined the invitation. Some things were unsuitable to be done in the sanctuary. Like now. Back in his room, Feng Zheng sat on a chair, looking at the dimensional codex in front of him. The sun was setting, and night was about to fall. Stretching out his hand, he gently opened the codex, and a peculiar projection emerged from its pages. It looked like an Earth projection, but numerous satellites orbited it. They revolved around the Earth. Feng Zheng could clearly see the text appearing in his vision. Dimensional world, free world. In Feng Zheng's eyes, dimensional world was still grayed out and unresponsive, but free world was accessible. Feng Zheng understood this well. Unlike dimensional world, when Feng Zheng traveled to free world, the time in the main world would not flow. This meant that no matter how long he stayed in that world, time in the main world would remain where he left it. Feng Zheng could stay in free world indefinitely and leave any time. He could even choose to forcibly exit if he encountered life-threatening danger. This made free world seem better than dimensional world. However, the system wasn't that lenient. Although free world seemed great, it had its limitations. First, in free world, Feng Zheng couldn't gain dimensional points, equipment, or skills by completing tasks. He could only receive attribute-related rewards. Second, in free world, Feng Zheng couldn't use any of the skills and equipment he obtained, nor activate Soulstone. In free world, Feng Zheng would just be an ordinary person, with attributes merely enhanced by titles and basic stats. Moreover, free world was divided into 3 categories: mind, skill, and body. Feng Zheng had been pondering which world to visit for improvement, but after extensive training with Shidong, he clearly understood his current shortcomings. He quickly made his decision. This is it. Looking at the teleportation icon, Feng Zheng took a deep breath and then reached out to tap on skill. Soon, dazzling light dots appeared before him, intertwining to form a beam that enveloped him. The time to enter the new world had arrived. Chapter 19, What Just Happened? Dong. 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 A low, deep bell tolled as Feng Zheng opened his eyes and looked towards the sky in front of him. Where is this? He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but quickly realized with surprise that his voice had become hoarse and gloomy. Not only that, he felt that his body seemed strange as well. It wasn't his familiar physique, but more like a foreign shell. What's going on? Feng Zheng shook his head and slowly stood up. It was only then that he discovered he was in a cemetery. At this moment, he was wearing heavy armor, with a long sword and a shield by his side. From a surface perspective, it looked as if Feng Zheng had been buried as a knight in a coffin. So that's it. Only the spirit has entered this world. No wonder I can leave at any time. After moving his body a bit, Feng Zheng finally understood the concept of the free world. It seemed that in this place, he wasn't using his own body, but a body that already existed in this world. He was more like a spirit possessing someone. To Feng Zheng, this was like another rebirth. However, compared to rebirth in the main world, the rebirth in this world didn't seem to offer him any benefits. The original owner of this body didn't seem to have any inherited memories, nor was there any item to prove his identity. The only useful things were the shield and longsword by his side. Is this another game world? Could it be Dark World again? Looking up at the dark, cloudy sky similar to that of the Dark World, Feng Zheng frowned involuntarily. But fortunately, though this body did not provide him with memories of the previous life of its owner, it did offer him some combat skills. Feng Zheng then discovered, quite frustratingly. These were indeed just combat skills. Forget about the cool sword skills of the main world, there were not even any skills from the Dark World. The memories of this body contained only simple combat techniques like thrusting, slashing, rolling, and blocking, all of which were things Feng Zheng had learned from Shidong. If there was any difference, it was an extra technique called bounce back, a skill that involved deflecting an enemy's attack at the moment of impact and then seizing the opening for a critical strike. No flashy skills, no unique moves, just mundane combat techniques. This isn't the Dark World. Where exactly is this? Curious, Feng Zheng looked around and then walked out of the coffin, following the path ahead. Uo. At that moment, a skeletal figure slowly crawled up from the ground, blocking Feng Zheng's path. An enemy? A zombie? Or a living dead? Looking at the creature before him, Feng Zheng's expression turned serious. He tightly gripped his sword with his right hand and, before the creature could stand up, slashed down with his sword. To Feng Zheng's surprise, the creature in this world didn't seem as tough as those in the Dark World. With a single stroke, he had felled the opponent to the ground. Whatever it was, at least it seemed as weak as it looked. Doesn't seem too dangerous. How can a world like this train combat skills? Whoosh! While Feng Zheng was still puzzled, he suddenly heard the sound of wind by his ear and instinctively rolled forward without hesitation. A burning arrow narrowly missed him. When Feng Zheng looked up, he saw another skeletal figure not far ahead, reloading a crossbow. What the hell? These guys can use weapons? Seeing this, Feng Zheng was slightly startled. He had thought these creatures were just like zombies, attacking only out of instinct, but they could actually use weapons? That's unacceptable. Thinking about it, Feng Zheng swiftly rushed forward, slashing down with his sword once again. He sent the figure back to its grave. What a strange place. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Feng Zheng frowned. The sky was dark and gloomy, and even the cold wind felt chilling to the bone. Everything around him was shrouded in darkness, like ashes after a fire, giving off an unsettling vibe. In any case, let's investigate this world's situation first. After that, Feng Zheng followed the mountain path out of the cemetery, killing a few more living dead along the way. Then he came to a bonfire. Looking at the bonfire, Feng Zheng felt as if he recalled something. He reached out towards the flames, and soon, he felt a mysterious power silently disappear from within him. The next moment, the bonfire flared up. Watching the amber flames, Feng Zheng let out a sigh of relief. The creatures in this world didn't seem very formidable, but looking at the ruins around him and the endless clouds in the distance, Feng Zheng had a bad feeling. It seemed this world was not as simple as it appeared. Keep moving forward. After sitting by the bonfire for a few minutes, Feng Zheng decided to continue exploring the world. So far, he hadn't encountered another living soul, which made him uneasy. Could this be a wasteland-like world, where everyone but himself was dead? It couldn't be as awful as I Am Legend. Moreover, Feng Zheng did not feel threatened by these slow-moving creatures. The living dead in the dark world, though slow, had terrifying strength and defense. But the creatures here had no defense and were slow to move. Several times, Feng Zheng had reached them before they could even climb up, moving lethargically like ordinary people. How could a world like this help me train combat skills? After a circuit along the mountain path and killing a monster guarding a gate, Feng Zheng arrived at a plaza. It was empty except for a gigantic knight dressed in armor, 2 or 3 meters tall, who crouched in the center of the plaza. Beside the knight lay a battle axe, and a black spiral sword pierced through his chest. From any angle, it looked like he was dead. But Feng Zheng didn't choose to approach him. From experience, he knew that such an eerie place with such an object undoubtedly had a problem. It could either be a trap or a boss, and caution was the best course. So he decided to circumvent the knight and continue exploring. His efforts paid off when he discovered a building behind the knight. Unfortunately, the front door seemed sealed by something, and no matter how hard he pushed, he couldn't open the wooden door. Do I really have to deal with that knight? Feeling helpless, Feng Zheng returned to the knight, approaching him cautiously. To his surprise, the knight didn't jump up unexpectedly, nor did monsters ambush him. The knight remained silently crouched, faithfully playing the role of a dedicated dead man. Am I supposed to pull out a sword from his chest? Hesitating for a moment, Feng Zheng decided to pull out a sword. Although his intuition told him it might trigger a boss battle, the earlier fights showed him that those creatures posed no real threat and didn't help train his sword skills. But this was at least a boss, so there shouldn't be any disappointment. Thinking this, Feng Zheng reached out decisively, grabbing the spiral sword lodged in the knight's chest, and pulled it out. Gurgle. As Feng Zheng extracted the spiral sword, he saw the dark, gooey substance in the knight's wound begin to wriggle, like a sentient life form, and then flow back into the knight's body. This sudden scene shocked Feng Zheng, and the knight stood up, grabbed the battle axe beside him, and swung it fiercely toward Feng Zheng. Damn! What's with the sudden attack? I'm your savior here. Shocked at this unexpected assault, Feng Zheng quickly rolled on the ground, dodging the knight's axe. But before he could get up, the giant knight rushed at him, crashing into him, sending Feng Zheng flying. The knight then raised the axe again, bringing it down ferociously on Feng Zheng. This is bad. Seeing the gleaming axe, Feng Zheng was stunned. He hurriedly raised his shield, blocking the axe just in time. Clang! The massive force struck, almost buckling Feng Zheng's knees. But the knight wasn't done. After the first strike was blocked, he immediately swung the axe again. This time, Feng Zheng couldn't hold on and was knocked to the ground. The knight then leaped high, axe and all, and came crashing down. Thud. The next moment, Feng Zheng felt the blade pierce his body. His vision went black, and everything around him plunged into darkness. Feng Zheng then felt as if he were floating like a balloon, being pulled upwards and then slowly descending. When he opened his eyes again, he saw only the burning bonfire and the broken longsword stuck in the flames. Dazed and confused, Feng Zheng stared at the bonfire, his mind in chaos, not knowing what to do. What just happened? Where am I? How did I die? Chapter 20. This is simply a nightmare. What kind of hellish world is this? After being killed for the nth time, Feng Zheng sat by the bonfire, speechless. At this moment, he had felt the deep malice this world had towards him. Initially, Feng Zheng thought this was a seemingly ordinary world, but now he no longer believed that. If the first time he was killed by the knight could be considered carelessness, then the subsequent times, even though Feng Zheng had prepared thoroughly, he would still be ruthlessly beaten to the ground by the opponent. However, these efforts were not in vain. After several attempts, he found that the bounce-back skill, which he previously thought was useless, was unexpectedly effective. After mastering this skill, he successfully blocked and countered the knight's attack, then seized the opportunity to plunge his sword into the opponent's chest. Originally, Feng Zheng thought it was all over, but before he could pull out his sword, he saw a pitch-black, eerie liquid appear behind the knight, then twist and coalesce into a giant creature with a snake head, which lunged at him with a bite. At that moment, Feng Zheng's heart shattered. At first, he thought this was an ordinary wasteland-like world. Then, he thought it should be an ordinary world with strong combat capabilities. But now. What kind of monstrosity is this? Does he have to rely on swords and knives to fight such huge, inhuman creatures? This world is too despairing. Although there are creatures in the dark world, at least they have skills for protection. And here, I can only roll, block, and slash. No skills, no magic, no divine artifacts, and not even any teammates. His mindset was about to explode. This is simply a nightmare. Luckily, Feng Zheng remembered that he came to this world to train his swordsmanship and awareness, otherwise, he would probably choose to commit suicide. Surviving in such a world requires more than just a big heart. But fortunately, in this grim world, There was also a small sanctuary. After a hard-fought battle against that knight, Feng Zheng passed through a gate and entered a place called Firelane Altar, where he met a girl wearing a blindfold. She called herself the Firekeeper. From the Firekeeper, Feng Zheng learned about this world's situation. This world was originally a realm of chaos, but one day, a fire known as the Primordial Fire was born. Humans found the king's soul near the fire and used its power to defeat the ancient dragons. After that, the Age of Fire began, and humanity built a glorious civilization. But the fire would eventually die out. To maintain the flame, powerful heroes sacrificed themselves as firewood to keep the fire burning. However, all of this has reached its end. The inherited flame had already extinguished, the bell tolled, awakening the ancient kings of Salary who were in slumber. But they had abandoned their thrones. His duty was to defeat these kings of Salary and reignite the remaining flames. After talking with the Firekeeper, Feng Zheng finally understood the general setting of this world. It's like a bonfire that once burned, bringing light and warmth. But now, it was a pile of ash. His job was to find enough wood and relight the bonfire. Otherwise, everything would be lost. This really was a hopeless world. But fortunately, there was at least the soft-hearted Firekeeper to soothe Feng Zheng's ravaged soul, much better than the muscular blacksmith and the old witch. Compared to her, those two were like trapped undead. And that guy sitting on the steps holding a sword, mumbling all day long. Initially, after surviving that tough battle, Feng Zheng thought he had mastered the skills to survive in this world, so he confidently followed the Firekeeper's guidance and teleported via the bonfire to the walls of Lothric, planning to start his next adventure. In fact, the creatures on those walls did not pose much of a threat to Feng Zheng at first. Even those undead wielding giant axes were easily countered and executed by Feng Zheng. This inflated Feng Zheng's confidence. Well, not entirely, but at least he felt he had grasped the essence of combat. Until he encountered a guy called the Lothric Knight. This guy, like the knight he faced before, was dressed impeccably but was non-communicative. The moment he saw Feng Zheng, he immediately charged at him, roaring. Feng Zheng was no longer as surprised as before. He had realized that besides the few at the Firelane Altar, everyone else he encountered outside seemed like unreasoning beasts that immediately attacked upon seeing him. So Feng Zheng decisively moved forward, wielding his shield, ready to counter and execute again. But to Feng Zheng's surprise, after the Lothric Knight charged, he raised his shield and slammed it down, knocking Feng Zheng out. Before he could regain his senses, he saw the knight raise his sword. Swish, the world went silent. Feng Zheng finally realized that with cold weapons, he was still a rookie. Previously, he defeated Shi Dong relying on the unique effects of Royal Cross swordsmanship and Skybreaker. Although Shi Dong later pointed out Feng Zheng's lack of deep understanding of swordsmanship, Feng Zheng had been somewhat dismissive. He thought that maybe he hadn't used all his combat skills. If he had started with an invincibility spell and then launched a divine storm at Shi Dong, the opponent would have suffered more. Not to mention, even if he encountered strong enemies in the future, he still had the Soul Stone. But now, in this world, Feng Zheng realized for the first time how powerless he was without the Soul Stone enhancements and unable to use paladin skills. From the time he arrived at this high wall until now, how many times had he died? Sitting by the bonfire, Feng Zheng frowned tightly. If previously he had enough confidence in his abilities, his experiences in this world made him realize how weak he truly was. Thinking back, during his first battle after being reborn into this world, he escaped death relying on the power of the Soul Stone. In the Dark World, he also depended on the Soul Stone to kill Magda. These were granted by the system but were not entirely his own strength, it was the system providing him with cheats. Had he been somewhat lost before? Initially, Feng Zheng came here with the intention of training, but now he began to seriously reflect on whether his previous thoughts were correct. Should he rely on the system's help for his entire life? The system might indeed provide considerable assistance, but if he himself did not become stronger, wouldn't it all be in vain? Still too careless. Shaking his head silently, Feng Zheng bitterly smiled as he stood up. Before his rebirth, he wasn't a warrior, although he had received some training, he had never experienced brutal combat. He originally did not see this as an issue, but now he realized what he lacked. Perhaps, this was why the system chose this world for him. As he thought about this, Feng Zheng gripped his long sword again, stood up, walked to the edge of the platform, and looked out over the already ruined city below. He could hear the howling wind, and everywhere there were hoarse, ominous growls and heavy footsteps. Those zombie-like creatures continued to wander the city, wielding their weapons and trying to kill everything in sight. Feng Zheng didn't know who they originally were, what they had done, or why they fought, but now, there was one thing he understood clearly. Those standing in his way were his enemies. With this thought in mind, Feng Zheng gripped his long sword tightly and strode down the stairs. Chapter 21, Is this the inheritance of the Holy Spirit? What's wrong with you, kid? Looking at Feng Zheng in front of him, Shidong couldn't help but ask curiously. It was no wonder this Grand Knight had such a question. Feng Zheng's current state was too strange. Although he still had relentless perseverance, his expression showed that he was extremely fatigued, as if he hadn't fully woken up. It's nothing, mentor, just a nightmare. Upon hearing Shidong's question, Feng Zheng shook his head helplessly. In fact, it was much more than just a simple nightmare. A nightmare? Ha ha ha, I never thought you would have nightmares. It seems you still have time for nightmares, which means my training isn't hard enough. Come on, perk up. By the way, what is this supposed to mean? As he spoke, Shidong curiously glanced at Feng Zheng's waist. Currently, Feng Zheng had more than just his usual training weapon hanging from his waist. There was also a dagger. Are you planning to use dual swords, kid? I just figured out some techniques yesterday. Hearing Shidong's question, Feng Zheng let out a bitter smile. Normally, he would love to chat with Shidong, but right now, he didn't even have the energy for that. So I plan to give it a try. Give it a try? Alright, kid. Let me remind you, don't always look for shortcuts. Although traditional methods seem old-fashioned, they've stood the test of time for a reason. Well then, let's see what you've figured out. Yes, mentor. As he spoke, Feng Zheng's hands moved swiftly, drawing out a long sword and a dagger. He then focused intently on Shidong. Seeing Feng Zheng's actions, Shidong was suddenly stunned, surprised with his eyes wide open. This kid? What's going on? No wonder Shidong was so surprised. He had been training with Feng Zheng for more than 10 days and had developed some understanding of him. Until yesterday, Feng Zheng's performance was just as Shidong expected. In fact, from their bouts, Shidong had already noticed that while Feng Zheng had good determination, he wasn't very adept at close combat. Although he had an outstanding grasp of the battlefield situation, his swordsmanship was on par with a novice. Shidong found this peculiar. He could tell Feng Zheng seemed better at long-range attacks, but his archery was equally lacking, and as for magic, this kid didn't look like a mage at all. But that was until yesterday. Since meeting Feng Zheng today, Shidong felt something different about him. He couldn't quite pinpoint what was different, but the moment Feng Zheng drew his swords, Shidong's eyes lit up, and he finally noticed the change. If until yesterday Feng Zheng was a rookie, now he exuded the aura of a battle-hardened veteran. From Shidong's perspective, Feng Zheng was holding his swords, but his posture wasn't balanced. Instead, his left shoulder was slightly lowered, and his body seemed a bit hunched. This posture looked ungraceful to a layperson, who would wonder why this soldier couldn't even hold a sword properly. But to Shidong, this was a versatile stance perfect for both offense and defense. To him, Feng Zheng looked like a tightly coiled spring, eyes locked on him, ready to counter or evade any attack Shidong made. What shocked Shidong even more was how naturally Feng Zheng assumed this stance, with no sign of premeditation, suggesting this wasn't something he had forced himself to do but rather a habit ingrained down to his bones. Such habits were typical of seasoned warriors who had fought through countless battles and should not have manifested in someone as young as Feng Zheng. A coincidence? Or? Pondering this, Shidong's expression grew serious. He slowly raised his two-handed sword and fixed his gaze on Feng Zheng. Then, the next moment, Shidong took a sudden step forward, swinging his giant sword towards Feng Zheng with thunderous force. What shocked Shidong was that as his sword swung, Feng Zheng, as if anticipating this move, rolled to the ground, narrowly dodging Shidong's attack. He then stood up, with dual swords in hand, staring intently at Shidong. You've indeed progressed. Shidong nodded in satisfaction. He had intentionally left an opening in his strike. In the past, Feng Zheng would have rushed in to retaliate, but his reaction was swift this time, seamlessly dodging and standing up. Most importantly, Feng Zheng had restrained his urge to attack immediately, a trait of a qualified warrior. Charging recklessly was the hallmark of a fool. A competent warrior must learn to balance offense and defense. Without precise judgment, they would only meet death. Then, let's try this again. Excited, Shidong raised his giant sword once more and launched another attack on Feng Zheng. Since this was merely training, neither Shidong nor Feng Zheng used any flashy, powerful techniques capable of immense destruction. The confrontation was a simple sword skill match, slashing and sweeping. Under Shidong's command, the giant sword whizzed through the air, occasionally striking at Feng Zheng, who continuously rolled and dodged Shidong's relentless attacks. Interesting. The more Shidong observed Feng Zheng, the more complex he found him. Although Feng Zheng seemed to be barely evading the attacks, Shidong could see his dodges were highly skillful. Each dodge not only allowed him to escape unscathed but also put him in a position ready to counterattack. What was more important was that Feng Zheng hadn't counterattacked yet. Shidong didn't believe this was because Feng Zheng was too preoccupied with dodging. He instinctively felt a faint threat hanging in the air but also noted how Feng Zheng's left hand always gripped the dagger in a reverse hold without striking. Dong was certain this dagger wasn't just for show. Huh. The giant sword thrusted forward again, and as Dong anticipated, Feng Zheng rolled aside to dodge. Then, Dong swung the giant sword backward, aiming to cut down Feng Zheng with force. At that moment, Feng Zheng abruptly halted his roll and lunged forward. His left hand swung the dagger toward Dong's right hand. Not good. The instant he saw Feng Zheng's move, Dong was shocked. He couldn't pinpoint the exact problem, but his combat instincts screamed that the strike was critical. Unfortunately, there was no time for Dong to change tactics. He could only watch as Feng Zheng's dagger forcefully struck the hilt of his giant sword. Clang! With a clash, the two swords collided. The giant sword was flung backward, an improbable sight. But Dong didn't care about that, he was drenched in cold sweat. Dong was horrified to find that the moment Feng Zheng's dagger deflected his attack, his strength seemed to vanish, rendering him unable to even stand. He collapsed to his knees, his right hand releasing the weapon as it flew away. Dong couldn't even dodge anymore. He could only watch as Feng Zheng's sword aimed straight at his chest. As the blade neared Dong's chest, he regained control of his body. Under the imminent threat of death, Dong chose to unleash his power without hesitation. Boom! Roaring wind erupted from Dong, forming a protective vortex around him. Caught off guard by Dong's last-minute cheating, Feng Zheng was blown away, landing heavily on the ground. Fortunately, Dong quickly recovered his senses. Seeing Feng Zheng lying on the ground, he blushed and retracted his power hastily. Mentor, this is too. Lying on the ground, Feng Zheng looked helplessly at the towering Grand Knight before him. They had agreed to spar for practice. How could Dong resort to such drastic measures just because Feng Zheng finally had a chance to win? What happened to the basic trust between people? Ahem, my bad, I lost this time. I lost. Seeing Feng Zheng's gaze, Dong blushed and admitted defeat without hesitation. His eyes then brightened, and he leaned closer to Feng Zheng, glancing around to ensure no one else was nearby. He then pulled Feng Zheng to his feet, wrapping an arm around his neck, and whispered in his ear. Hey, kid, where did you learn that? Is this the Holy Spirit's legacy? Chapter 22, Gifts from the Holy Spirit. Feng Zheng of course knew why Dong would ask such a question. In fact, on the first day he arrived here, after summoning an angel due to the effect of Skybreaker, Dong and the old bishop had asked Feng Zheng whether he had received the Holy Spirit's protection. Feng Zheng neither admitted nor denied it, he merely pretended to be clueless about the matter. In fact, this wasn't information that an ordinary person would know. Feng Zheng had only found some clues about Holy Spirit protection after entering the sanctuary and sifting through the archives. In the not-too-distant past, there was a group of people on this continent. They were either innately blessed or later received protection from the Holy Spirit angels for some reason. These Holy Spirit angels would safeguard these people's lives and bestow upon them angelic knowledge and power. People regarded this as a gift from the Holy Spirit. Within the sanctuary, these individuals were seen as the goddess of order's messengers on earth, utilizing this power to eradicate chaos, maintain order, and combat evil. The Holy Spirit Knights of the past were the celebrities of the sanctuary, each one a much-admired hero. As the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind. Thus, the Holy Spirit Knights attracted the attention of the chaos monsters and cultists. Demons coveted the power of angels, while the cultists sought to undermine the foundations of order. Eventually, disaster struck through their combined efforts. They incited the masses and tempted those holy practitioners in the sanctuary who were dissatisfied with the Holy Spirit Knights' power to suppress them. They even led several young Holy Spirit Knights astray, turning them and their guardian angels into claws of chaos. At the same time, they used this as a pretext to scrutinize the Holy Spirit Knights. At first, the Holy Spirit Knights could endure the scrutiny, but soon the sanctuary's people became increasingly aggressive. Perhaps they found it amusing to see these high and mighty Holy Spirit Knights acting so obediently. Hence, the sanctuary's leaders became more militant, even fabricating reasons to take the Holy Spirit Knights for interrogation. Eventually, some leaders went so far as to coerce confessions from the Holy Spirit Knights, forcing them to admit they were cultists. As time went on, the rift grew larger. The Holy Spirit Knights were fed up with being treated as cultists, while the sanctuary's leaders grew more brazen, relying on the sanctuary's support. The conflict escalated, causing the highest bishop of that time to become uneasy. He attempted to stop the spread of this wave and began to reduce the intensity of the scrutiny. But the highest bishop's orders became the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. Learning of the highest bishop's plan to end the scrutiny, the bishops below refused to comply. Driven by their desire to completely suppress the Holy Spirit Knights, those bishops, intoxicated by ambition and power, made a crazy decision. They accused the Grand Master of the Holy Spirit Knights, Antonio, of being a cultist and imprisoned his wife and children, using torture to extract so-called evidence to force Antonio to confess. But Antonio wasn't one to surrender so easily. He led his followers into the Supreme Tribunal, attempting to rescue his family. Unfortunately, Antonio arrived too late. All he saw were the corpses of his wife and children. Overwhelmed with grief and rage, Antonio declared his break from the sanctuary and, in the name of the Holy Spirit Order, declared war on the entire sanctuary. That was an exceedingly dark era. Those who once maintained order, the Holy Spirit Knights, raised their blades and attacked the sanctuary. The sanctuary crumbled under their assault. They tried to halt the onslaught but to no avail. The Holy Spirit Knights were men, not saints, and they had been harboring resentment long before the scrutiny began. There was no way they would simply admit their mistakes. Moreover, by the time, some within the Holy Spirit Order believed the sanctuary had deviated from the goddess's guidance, succumbing to worldly desires and power. The conflict had devolved into a clash of ideologies, and negotiations ultimately failed. Antonio then led the Holy Spirit Knights in an assault on the Supreme Sanctuary, aiming to end its rule once and for all. However, in front of the Supreme Sanctuary's gates, the Holy Spirit Knights met an obstacle. The goddess's protection surrounded the Supreme Sanctuary, ensuring they couldn't advance. The Cardinal Council, in their folly, believed the Holy Spirit Knights could do nothing against themselves under the goddess's protection. Thus, they immediately began to mock Antonio. They even claimed that the murder of Antonio's family was the goddess's will, and they were merely executing her will. No matter the era or place, pig teammates always have the same effect. Inflamed by the Cardinal Council's taunts, Antonio made a decision that shocked everyone. He and his Holy Spirit companion, under everyone's watchful eye, chose to fall and become a Chaos Demon King. Then he cleaved through the goddess's protection with a single blow and annihilated the Cardinal Council. Afterward, Antonio left behind only one sentence: if that's the case, then this world's existence has no meaning, and turned to leave with the fallen Holy Spirit. Following this, the Holy Spirit Order split into two factions. One faction resolutely chose to fall and followed Antonio to the twilight frontier. The other faction chose to permanently sever ties with the sanctuary, never to meet again. The internal strife and the departure of the Holy Spirit Knights left the sanctuary severely weakened. At that moment, cultists and chaos demons began to act, launching frenzied attacks on the continent. Without the Holy Spirit Knights, the sanctuary's power significantly lessened. Ultimately, they managed to expel the demons and cultists, ensuring the survival of order. However, they were left severely weakened and have not fully recovered to this day. Moreover, after that, people with Holy Spirit protection appeared rarely on the continent. Within the sanctuary, there was an underlying belief that the goddess was disappointed with the sanctuary's actions, thus she no longer sent her messengers to this world. It was only when the sanctuary acknowledged its mistakes that they might receive the goddess's forgiveness. This explained why the old archbishop wanted to report Feng Zheng's guardian angel to the central bishopric the moment he saw it. However, Shidong seemed uninterested in this. He was more curious about how Feng Zheng had become so powerful after just one night. Could this also be related to a Holy Spirit inheritance? After all, that happened many years ago, and now information about the Holy Spirit Knights was scarce, either destroyed or sealed, making it inaccessible to the general public, even someone as highly ranked as a Grand Knight. Hence, Shidong was quite interested in Feng Zheng's inheritance. I don't know if this is some kind of inheritance. As before, Feng Zheng did not confirm Shidong's guess. After learning the history of the Holy Spirit Knights, he knew that this identity had its advantages, but also many disadvantages. Therefore, he never admitted others' guesses, choosing instead to reveal selective information. Last night, I went back and thought about how to improve my sword skill. Then I discussed it with her, and she made me have a dream. Facing Shidong's inquiry, Feng Zheng didn't hide much. He simply described the system as the guardian angel he summoned with the Skybreaker sword. He recounted the experiences in the instance as if they were dreams. Feng Zheng chose to reveal this not only to win Shidong's trust but also because he had already planned it before arriving. That was why he didn't mind showing his peculiarities to Shidong. Even if Shidong hadn't asked, he would have found an opportunity to consult him. The reason was simple: 3 cobblers make a genius strategist like Zhu Liang. While Feng Zheng could indeed accumulate experience through battles in that world, wouldn't it be faster if he had guidance from someone experienced? Why take the long route when there's a shortcut? Moreover, even though he could revive, getting killed was still painful. He wasn't a masochist, looking to get killed for fun. Such a world exists. After hearing Feng Zheng's description, Shidong couldn't help but marvel. With his extensive experience, he immediately grasped how hopeless the world Feng Zheng described was. a world where survival depended on the burning of flames, and once the flames extinguished, all faced death. Just the thought made Shidong feel the sorrow of that world. But thankfully, it was only a dream. Haha, good that it was just a dream. Otherwise, with your skills, you would have died 180 times, just relying on sword skills without using power against those enemies. Hearing Shidong laugh heartily, Feng Zheng rolled his eyes helplessly but had nothing to say because he indeed had died 180 times. Maybe even more. But actually, it's not entirely hopeless. From your previous combat style, you've already mastered the knack, it's just the method that's a bit off. But Shidong did not disappoint Feng Zheng. After pondering for a moment, he began to advise Feng Zheng. As a Grand Knight, Shidong had much more experience in this area, and Feng Zheng listened attentively. These were invaluable insights, and the system currently lacked a redemption function. Even if it did, Feng Zheng doubted it would allow exchanging for experience. And now, having such a mentor wasn't just for learning. Chapter 23 Skill Expertise. With Shidong's guidance, Feng Zheng clearly felt much better in that world. Previously, the reason Feng Zheng died so miserably was not just because of his lack of understanding about that world, but also because he had no clue on how to handle sudden situations. Especially when facing those 4 or 5 meters tall giants or some bizarre creatures, Feng Zheng had no idea how to deal with them. Was he supposed to charge with a sword? No matter how tough one is, one can't withstand that, not to mention those damned, malicious mimic chests. In this regard, Shidong was experienced. Just a few tips could benefit Feng Zheng immensely. In return, Feng Zheng often talked to Shidong about that world. Shidong himself seemed quite interested in it, frequently pulling Feng Zheng to ask about the current state there. This occasionally gave Feng Zheng the illusion of discussing game strategies with classmates during school days. However, the hard work finally paid off. Feng Zheng clearly felt that his deaths from sudden incidents in that world were decreasing. After successfully defeating the Abyssal Guardian deep inside Farron Fortress without any injuries, Feng Zheng finally gained his first reward in the free instance. Skill Expertise, Weapon Mastery. Weapon Mastery. In the endless cycle of death, you have grasped the essence of combat. Starting with just a sword, life and death are at the whims of fate. You have come to understand that, in this world, the weapon in your hand is your most trustworthy companion. Initial proficiency level with all weapons is 100%. After gaining this expertise, Feng Zheng curiously went to experiment, and the results delighted him greatly. Feng Zheng found that with the boost from Weapon Mastery, not only did he become more fluent in wielding the Royal Cross swordsmanship, but even when he picked up weapons like great swords and daggers, they felt like extensions of his body, effortlessly reaching the level of ease and control. Indeed, this was quite a rewarding expertise. From this expertise reward, Feng Zheng also discovered that the instance reward seemed to be given based on whether he could defeat the boss without injury. Previously, Feng Zheng died several times fighting other bosses, and even if he won, he was exhausted. This time, defeating the enemy without injury was entirely due to Shidong's guidance, Feng Zheng's sufficient preparation, and a bit of luck. After mastering this expertise, Feng Zheng enthusiastically went to the sanctuary to practice with Shidong. However, he hadn't expected that before he could step through the sanctuary's gate, he saw Shidong in armor striding out, slapping Feng Zheng's shoulder and dragging him inside. "Come on, kid, we have something to do. Is it a fight?" Familiar with Shidong's unconventional actions, Feng Zheng just paused for a moment before reacting. After all, the sanctuary wasn't a charity. As an apprentice guardian knight enjoying its benefits, Feng Zheng naturally had to contribute. Exactly. Leading Feng Zheng through the corridor, Shidong quickly explained. "Just now, we received a distress call from Shadow Canyon. A team of knights tracing cultists' tracks entered deep into the canyon but fell into their trap and got trapped in the Whitebone Plains. What fools, who allowed them to go to Shadow Canyon? Don't they know it's the Twilight Frontier? And now, I have to clean up their mess." Hearing this, Feng Zheng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Somehow, he felt that these paladins might be the unlucky guys killed by his body. "Me too? Of course, kid, your strength isn't weak now, and you don't lack combat experience. Star Moon City is short-handed, so it's just you and me who can be relied on. Plus, your power is holy power, perfect for restraining those undead bastards. Let me see your skills." As they talked, they reached the corridor's end. Seeing Shidong and Feng Zheng, the sanctuary warriors at the end quickly saluted and pushed open the heavy stone gate behind them. Behind the stone gate was a massive circular teleportation array, the sanctuary's most powerful weapon. This teleportation array could achieve unlimited long-distance teleportation. In wartime, it could directly transport troops to the battlefield by borrowing the Archbishop's power. Of course, this teleportation array, while seemingly invincible, had its restraints. If the opponent casually set a spatial anchor to lock the space, the array became useless. Yet even so, the teleportation array was an excellent choice for traveling. But what Feng Zheng didn't expect was that upon entering the teleportation hall, he quickly saw two figures beside the array. One was the old archbishop he was familiar with, and the other was a cute girl in a black robe. Seeing Feng Zheng, the girl's face turned slightly red, then she lowered her head, staring silently at the ground. If he remembered correctly, wasn't she the soft girl from the city hall who verified his star pattern? What was she doing here? What's the situation? Entering the teleportation hall, Shidong immediately looked at the old archbishop beside the array. Upon hearing Shidong's question, the old archbishop shook his head helplessly. The situation isn't good. I just managed to contact them, but it was quickly cut off again. These idiots. Hearing the old archbishop's response, Shidong rolled his eyes helplessly. What about their teleportation crystals? The enemy set a spatial restriction, rendering the teleportation crystals unusable. So there's at least a lich-level opponent waiting for us? The more information Shidong received, the darker his expression grew. What's with these fools? Fighting a lich in the White Bone Plains? If they're so capable, why not storm into the Twilight Frontier? Do they think they're invincible now? I always said those directly under the bishopric were unreliable, all arrogant and self-righteous, but utterly useless. They think they can save the world just because they've crawled out of their mama's lap. One has to admit, proximity to ink makes one black. Hanging out with Feng Zheng for so long, Shidong had naturally picked up some of his seemingly nonsensical but oddly logical phrases. What now? Next, it's up to her. As he spoke, the old archbishop glanced at the girl beside him. Feeling everyone's gaze, the girl trembled and then timidly raised her head, nodding to the crowd. Miss M here can provide coordinates that will allow you to teleport to the nearest point. Hearing this name, Feng Zheng couldn't help but chuckle. He wasn't surprised. During his time in the sanctuary, he had learned that for an astrologer, names held special secrets. Astrologers believed their names were linked to the stars, so they typically used code names rather than their real names, which were known only to their mentors and families. However, glancing at the timid girl resembling a frightened squirrel, Feng Zheng thought the code name suited her. She really looked like a softie. Her? To Shidong, the concern lay elsewhere. Isn't that place under spatial restriction? How can she lead us in? Here, the girl finally spoke in a soft voice. Well, actually, I can observe the trajectory of the constellations to point out a path of the stars unaffected by the spatial restriction. But, can you do that? Hearing this, Shidong was genuinely surprised. Finding the path of the stars is something even advanced astrologers struggle with. Miss M is the most prized disciple of royal astrologer Oscar. The old archbishop finally chimed in. So, you must ensure her safety. If anything happens to this young lady, I can't handle it if her mentor comes looking for trouble. Wait. What do you mean? Hearing the old archbishop's response, Shidong's expression changed again. The old archbishop just smiled. Just like you heard, this young lady will accompany you to the White Bone Plains. Huh? Chapter 24. Who exactly is he? Old man, what the hell are you doing? Shidong glared disapprovingly at the old archbishop, clearly unhappy. This isn't a picnic, what's the point of bringing a delicate young lady along? What's the point? Hearing this odd phrase learned from Feng Zheng, the old archbishop rolled his eyes helplessly. One point. Don't forget, there are spatial restrictions there. Without this young lady's help, even if you find the person, how will you return? Without the path of the stars, do you plan to run back thousands of miles from Shadow Canyon? Alright, if that's the case, I have no objections. Hearing the old archbishop's response, Shidong had nothing more to say. Breaking out of Shadow Canyon on his own was something he didn't think he could do, and under the spatial restrictions, ordinary methods wouldn't work either. So if they wanted to return safely, it seemed necessary to bring this delicate young lady along. So Shidong wisely shut his mouth, leading Feng Zheng into the teleportation array, and the young lady followed them in. Maybe because Shidong's scowling face looked a bit scary, or perhaps because she had met Feng Zheng before, the young lady stayed closer to Feng Zheng, cautiously watching Shidong. Alright, the rest is up to you, little girl. Shidong clearly didn't care about such trivial matters. He took a deep breath, then his expression became serious. Let's see where you can send us. Okay. I understand. The young lady replied softly, closing her eyes. Soon, Feng Zheng saw azure light points quietly appearing around her. They connected with straight lines, encircling the three like a constellation. Is this the path of the stars? Feng Zheng watched the twinkling star map with great interest, feeling it resembled high-tech three-dimensional projections from his previous life. He knew a bit about the path of the stars. Simply put, it was like a natural phenomenon akin to tides on this continent. He didn't fully understand the principles, just knowing it involved overlapping oneself with constellation projections and folding space for teleportation. Possibly similar to a wormhole. Because the path of the stars was a natural phenomenon, it wasn't restricted by spells that sealed space. However, summoning the path of the stars required extremely high talent and computational power, making it rare for people to use it. Clearly, this seemingly delicate girl was hiding impressive skills. I found it. At this moment, the young lady suddenly spoke. Eyes closed, she frowned slightly. A life star is about to disappear. Coordinates fixed. Now. As soon as the young lady finished, Feng Zheng saw a large hole suddenly tear open in the space above them. Before he could react, a powerful suction force pulled him and Shidong inside. It was a very peculiar experience. Upon entering the void, Feng Zheng first saw endless stars and a vast, immeasurable universe. He felt as if he were floating in space. But soon, he felt himself sliding rapidly in a certain direction, as if on an invisible slide. His speed increased, and the scene before him changed quickly. Stars streaked into bands of light, becoming more distant until they merged into pure white. Bang! The next moment, Feng Zheng felt as if he had reached the end of the slide and was thrown out, landing hard on the ground. Hiss! The impact wasn't pleasant, but Feng Zheng had no time to worry about it. As he landed, he heard a deep growl near his ear, followed by the sound of a weapon slicing through the air behind him. Oh crap! In that moment, Feng Zheng's experience in the free instance kicked in. He instinctively rolled across the ground, dodging the attack. He reached for his Skybreaker sword at his waist and looked up, startled by what he saw. Before him stood a dozen skeletal soldiers wielding weapons and wearing tattered armor. Their eye sockets glowed with red light, forming a semicircle around him. Nearby, a knight lay on the ground, eyes wide in shock at the sudden appearance of this young man. Who was he? No wonder the knight was puzzled. Moments ago, he was prepared to fight these undead spirits to the death. Unexpectedly, a flash appeared before him, and this young man suddenly stood in his path. Since Feng Zheng was only an apprentice guardian knight and not a full member of the sanctuary, he didn't wear the sanctuary standard armor like Shidong. Instead, he wore the noble attire from when he first arrived in Star Moon City. Thus, the knight didn't recognize Feng Zheng's identity. However, seeing Feng Zheng ready his weapon to fight the undead, the knight couldn't help but warn him. Careful, these are un. But before the knight could finish, Feng Zheng had already struck. Skybreaker sword's holy light burst forth. Feng Zheng stepped forward, sweeping his blade in a golden arc that struck the undead. Golden cross patterns appeared on their bodies, exploding and sending them flying. Crusader strike. With a successful hit, Feng Zheng didn't waste the opportunity. He swung his long sword forward, summoning 3 crimson great swords from the ground that shattered the skeleton archers. Holy light then emanated from Feng Zheng, and he charged into the undead ranks like a ferocious tiger. Bang! The leading undead warrior didn't even have time to raise his weapon before Feng Zheng beheaded him. He raised his longsword, radiant light gathering around him and forming dozens of light blades. These light blades leveled out and rotated, shredding the undead's bodies and souls like a merciless meat grinder. Divine storm. The severely injured knight was astonished. He had seen similar power before, but Feng Zheng's flashy, light-filled combat skills left him in awe. Fortunately, within Feng Zheng's holy light, the knight didn't sense any evil or undead aura, which reassured him somewhat. At least Feng Zheng didn't seem to be an enemy. However, as he looked at Feng Zheng's youthful, handsome face, the knight couldn't help but gasp. He hadn't noticed Feng Zheng's face before, but now he was shocked. As a knight of the sanctuary's bishopric, he had seen many powerful figures, but they were mostly older, at least middle-aged. This young man. Was he even 20? Who exactly is he? Could he be a descendant of some hidden noble house? What is he doing here? While the knight speculated on Feng Zheng's identity, he saw the young noble sheathe his weapon and extend a hand to him. You must be the sanctuary's knight. Looks like I wasn't too late. Huh? Hearing this, the knight was momentarily stunned. He looked up at Feng Zheng. What is going on? Chapter 25, Traps and Conspiracies. Who are you? My name is Feng Zheng. I'm an apprentice guardian knight from the sanctuary of Star Moon City, here to assist you with Great Knight Shidong. Star Moon City. Are you saying that Great Knight Shidong is here too? But to Feng Zheng's surprise, upon hearing his reply, instead of showing joy, the knight's face changed dramatically. No, you shouldn't have come here. It's a trap, damn it, we all fell for it. Cough cough. Maybe because he was too anxious, the knight started coughing up blood before he finished speaking. Seeing this, Feng Zheng stepped forward and held his shoulder. After closely inspecting the knight's condition, Feng Zheng quickly discovered a deep wound on the knight's waist. Alright, don't get so worked up. We're already here, and now you can't send us back. In any case, Let's treat your wound first." As he spoke, Feng Zheng raised his hand. A warm, pure white light surrounded the knight's body, and under the radiance, the gory wound on the knight's waist quickly healed, becoming as good as new within moments. So quickly? Feeling the comforting warmth and seeing his wound heal so fast, the knight was a bit stunned. Although he was just an ordinary knight and not as powerful as a grand knight like Shidong, he had fought for the sanctuary for many years and was at least experienced. He could tell that the healing technique Feng Zheng used far surpassed that of the apprentice priests in the sanctuary. Ordinary healing techniques could close wounds but couldn't restore strength. However, this young man's healing technique not only swiftly healed his injuries but also made him feel his strength rapidly recover. This was at least a bishop-level healing technique. Who on earth was this young man? The knight was becoming more puzzled about Feng Zheng. He had indeed seen the emblem Feng Zheng wore, bearing the sanctuary's insignia, which couldn't be faked. If Feng Zheng were a cleric or priest specialized in healing, he could accept that. But Feng Zheng had also shown great combat ability during the fight, which was hard to believe. A knight specializing in both combat and healing, and so young? Why had he never heard of him before? "It looks like you're okay now." Feng Zheng didn't know what the knight was thinking. He just glanced at him and, after confirming his wounds were mostly healed, extended his hand. "Can you stand?" "Of course, thank you, young man." Hearing Feng Zheng's words, the knight was startled, then smiled and reached out to shake Feng Zheng's hand as he stood up. "My name is Conan, a knight from the 13th Squadron directly under the bishopric." Why are you looking at me like that?" "Nothing, just nothing." In response to Knight Conan's query, Feng Zheng smiled and shook his head, then quietly stepped back 2 steps. It wasn't that Feng Zheng intended to do anything to the knight, it was just that the name was too terrifying. Hearing it made his heart instinctively jump. Although he didn't know what kind of ghost this was, Feng Zheng felt it was best to keep a little distance from this man. After all, this name was infamous in his world, with countless kills to its credit, striking fear into many. "By the way, where are the others? Why are you alone here?" Alas. Upon Feng Zheng's question, Knight Conan sighed deeply before he began to speak. Here's what happened. The situation was just as Feng Zheng had expected. These knights were part of the forces pursuing him. Williams was already an enemy of the sanctuary, and after Feng Zheng inexplicably fought and killed several of his knights, the grudge only deepened. The others sought revenge for their fallen comrades, looking for clues about Williams everywhere. As Feng Zheng had used the Lich King's power in the wilderness, these knights naturally assumed that the cultist must be connected to the necromancers and other undead creatures, leading them to search and investigate. They received a tip from an old farmer in a town recently. Undead creatures often appeared in Shadow Canyon, with reports of a powerful and terrifying lich. This lich had been terrorizing the area, kidnapping children, and many village children had mysteriously disappeared. Armed with this clue, the squad reported to the sanctuary and awaited orders. Though they believed the lich might be the one who killed their comrades, as sanctuary knights, they had to follow orders. But as the squad waited for the sanctuary's response, the old farmer who provided the information came to them weeping, begging them to save his grandson. Unable to turn a cold shoulder to the old man's pleas and eager for revenge, the paladins decided to scout Shadow Canyon. Even if they couldn't confront the lich, gathering more clues would still be worthwhile. They never expected it was all a trap from the start. The old farmer was actually a cultist. He led them into Shadow Canyon, winding through the paths until the knights were lost. By the time they realized the situation, the old man had disappeared, and they were surrounded. Hundreds of undead creatures encircled the knights. Realizing the danger, they fought desperately to break the siege. But their foes were overwhelming in number, and someone had cast a barrier that sealed the teleportation channels, trapping the unfortunate knights. Their main force was cut off and besieged by the undead creatures. Knight Conan, now in front of Feng Zheng, had been separated during the chaos, barely escaping. If Feng Zheng hadn't arrived in time, he would have died here. "I see." After listening to Conan's recount, Feng Zheng grasped what had happened and frowned in thought. Conan glanced around, still puzzled. "Anyway, we should reunite with Great Knight Shidong ASAP." "Feng Zheng, didn't you say you came with him? By the way, space is sealed here, how did you get in?" "We used the path of the stars to teleport here. As for why we got separated, I don't know." Sighing helplessly, Feng Zheng explained. Ever since he was reborn in this world, his teleportations had been unreliable, once dropping him before a boss in the dark world, and now separating the 3 of them. No point in dwelling on it. What are your plans now? Shaking off these thoughts, Feng Zheng looked at Knight Conan. This was beyond what he could handle alone. He hoped the other 2 had been teleported together. Great Knight Shidong would be fine, but as for the girl called M, well, next year on this day, Feng Zheng might light a candle for her. Well, Conan hesitated at Feng Zheng's question, thinking for a moment before speaking. Originally, I planned to escape the undead creatures and reunite with the commander. This is Shadow Canyon. With space sealed, it's unwise to act alone. And I can't leave here alone. Do you know where they are? Of course, before we got separated, we were retreating to the Blood River bank. If they broke the undead creature's siege, we'd regroup there. Good. Hearing this, Feng Zheng nodded, sheathing his longsword, and gestured to Conan. Then let's head to the Blood River bank. Chapter 26, Surprise Attack. Neither of them were the type to waste time. Once they made a decision, they set off immediately. Under the guidance of the ominously named knight, they headed towards the Blood River bank. During the journey, Feng Zheng engaged in some conversation with the knight, hoping to gather information about how much the search parties knew about his previous identity. Knight Conan answered all of Feng Zheng's questions with respect. Although Feng Zheng was just an apprentice knight, his previous display of combat prowess and healing techniques made Conan believe that as long as the young man didn't stray from the path, he would have a bright future in the sanctuary. Naturally, Conan would not risk offending someone with such potential. Under these circumstances, conflicts were unlikely. Conan answered all of Feng Zheng's questions thoroughly since he didn't know any sanctuary secrets anyway and had nothing to worry about. This put Feng Zheng in an amusing situation, a fugitive conversing happily with someone who was supposed to catch him, who hadn't recognized him at all. This was very interesting. But Feng Zheng found this normal. He wouldn't have come without being fully prepared. He hadn't mastered any four great oriental dark arts that could change his appearance or even gender. Instead, their auras were fundamentally different. The original Williams in Feng Zheng's merged memories was akin to a rich, pampered playboy from martial arts novels, someone who spent his days loafing around with his pet birds, flirting with women, parading with lackeys, and indulging in spring pavilion debauchery. But Feng Zheng was entirely different. Firstly, his disheveled long hair had been meticulously trimmed. Their temperaments and personalities were also completely different. Compared to the sneaky and shady Williams, Feng Zheng exuded a much grander aura. In his original world, Feng Zheng was top management, overseeing many people, in stark contrast to the frivolous rich playboy Williams, a typical villain designed for the protagonist to gain experience in web novels. Moreover, Feng Zheng's once frail body had grown much stronger after Shudong's training. He didn't have a six-pack yet, but he no longer looked like the scrawny Williams who could be blown away by the wind. The knight's memories likely still saw Williams dressed in black robes and acting furtively, so naturally, they didn't doubt Feng Zheng, who looked vastly different from Williams. Of course, their journey wasn't entirely smooth. They encountered several ambushes and attacks by undead creatures on their way to the Blood River bank. However, Feng Zheng and the ominously named knight managed to get through with some thrill but no real danger. Just up ahead. Pointing forward, Knight Conan, panting heavily, wiped his face and shouted. Just over that, we'll reach the Blood River bank. He then turned around and climbed up the hill in 2 or 3 steps. But as he looked ahead, his expression changed suddenly, and he hurried back. What happened? Is there a problem? Seeing Conan's pale face, Feng Zheng was startled. Approaching him, he whispered. Conan nodded, drawing his long sword from his waist. I saw the commander, they've been surrounded. It's a bad situation. Oh? Hearing this, Feng Zheng frowned and peeked out. Sure enough, not far from the foot of the hill, several knights were fighting valiantly on the river bank. But their situation looked grim. They were surrounded by giants, 2 to 3 meters tall with iron blue skin, wielding massive clubs, and fighting alongside skeleton warriors against the Templars. Behind the giants were several skeleton archers, shooting from gaps in the battle. On either side were 3 skeleton mages in robes, chanting evil spells with raised wands, forming a large dark barrier encompassing the knights. Clearly, this was a perfect ambush. That's a weakening barrier. Seeing this, Knight Conan's expression turned grave. One of the Necromancer's most powerful skills. It continuously drains the life force from within the barrier, weakening and eventually killing those inside. Damn, this is a real problem. No sight of Great Knight Shidong, nor that girl. Feng Zheng narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the battlefield, and frowned. Was he the first to find the group of knights? Was this good or bad? Forget it, no point thinking about that now. I'll deal with those necromancers. Assessing the battlefield, Feng Zheng made a quick decision. Turning to Knight Conan, he said. There are 3 of them. I can distract 2 at once, can you handle the 3rd? No problem, I can handle 1 necromancer. In response to Feng Zheng's query, Knight Conan drew his long sword from his waist and made some gestures. With Conan's confirmation, Feng Zheng immediately gave instructions. Okay, I'll get these 2. You flank around and get behind them. Attack only when I make my move. Got it? Leave it to me. Acting swiftly, Knight Conan didn't argue about who should take command. Having witnessed Feng Zheng's formidable combat skills, he nodded and quietly circled around the other side. Phew. Watching Conan's figure disappear, Feng Zheng took a deep breath and carefully observed the battlefield. As Conan had said, the Templars looked exhausted, trying to break through but blocked by the Necromancer golems, like moving walls. Other Necromancer soldiers surrounded the outer perimeter, leaving no chance for the Templars. If this continued, the Templars were doomed. But Feng Zheng didn't act immediately. From his experience in the Dark Soul world, he knew to observe the battlefield first. Though it seemed the undead creatures focused on the knights, a few skeleton archers near the Necromancers weren't attacking. They stood guard over the Necromancers and glanced around occasionally. If Feng Zheng attacked the Necromancers now, those archers would retaliate immediately. He needed an opportunity. Lowering his stance, Feng Zheng crept forward, eyes fixed on the chaotic battlefield. He believed the opportunity would come, the Templars wouldn't die without a fight, and when they reacted, that would be his moment. Boom. Sure enough, sensing their worsening situation, one of the knights roared, raising his long sword and slashing at a Necromancer golem. His sword glowed with pure white radiance, heavily striking the golem, which stumbled back and fell like a stone, drawing the undead creature's attention. Now, seeing the skeleton archers turn, Feng Zheng leaped forward. A pure white warhorse appeared beneath him, and he charged down the hill like a hurricane, heading straight for the Necromancers. Chapter 27, The situation reverses. Clop, 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 clop. The urgent sound of hooves rang out as Feng Zheng rode his holy white warhorse, charging towards the undead army ahead like a raging storm. Hearing the hoofbeats, the undead instinctively turned their heads, looking behind them. But it was already too late, for Feng Zheng had already reached them. Ha! Without hesitation, Feng Zheng swung his long sword, and a golden sword door flew from the blade, striking the Necromancer directly in front of him. The Necromancer's body shuddered from the impact and then disintegrated into a pile of broken bones, scattering everywhere. The staff it clutched fell to the ground, and the dim light on it instantly dimmed further. At the same time, several skeleton archers nearby quickly stepped in front of the Necromancer, raising their crossbows to aim at the imminent threat. Swish! At that moment, Feng Zheng's holy white warhorse vanished, and he rolled on the ground to dodge the first volley of arrows. Then Feng Zheng raised his long sword and swung it forward. Crusader strike. Boom! Several cross-shaped emblems erupted, engulfing the skeleton archers in an explosion and dust. The sudden attack tore a gap in the undead's encirclement. Caught off guard, the undead quickly turned to fend off the external assault. Maintain the barrier, focus. With one of the three necromancers already taken down by Feng Zheng, the weakening barrier began to falter. Feeling the unstable magic fluctuations, the other necromancer controlling the barrier core raised his staff and began chanting a spell, aiming at Feng Zheng. But just as the necromancer was about to complete his spell, he saw Feng Zheng raise his long sword and point it at him from afar. What's he trying to do? Seeing Feng Zheng's actions, the necromancer was startled. There were still several necromancer golems and skeleton soldiers in between them. Did this young man actually think he could reach him? But before the necromancer could finish contemplating, he felt his soul being struck heavily, and his vision went pitch black. The necromancer then lowered his head, as if falling asleep, and became motionless. Done. Seeing the second necromancer stand motionless like a puppet, Feng Zheng rolled aside to dodge the attacking skeleton soldiers. The skill he had just used was the paladin's ability Repentance from Yamaguchi Mountain, a skill that could paralyze the target. Though it only worked on undead, demons, dragonkind, and giants. Fortunately, there was no shortage of those here. Huh. At this moment, Knight Conan also charged in from another direction. Even if his combat strength wasn't as high as Feng Zheng's, his combat experience from numerous battles was rich. Seizing the opportunity while Feng Zheng distracted the other undead, Conan engaged the last necromancer. With the core necromancer paralyzed by Feng Zheng and the other two necromancers unable to focus, the already unstable weakening barrier completely shattered like a soap bubble with a pop. Everyone, charge out now. Freed from the barrier's suppression, the surrounded Templars rallied and began breaking out with all their might. Having succeeded, Feng Zheng wouldn't let this chance slip away. Holy energy gathered once more, and as Feng Zheng swung his sword, golden holy power erupted like a cyclone. Countless holy lightsabers radiated in all directions from Feng Zheng, piercing through the surrounding undead. They screamed and turned to ash under the burning holy flames. When Feng Zheng lowered his long sword, he was surrounded only by burning white flames and ashes drifting like snowflakes, quietly falling to the ground. Dozens of lightsabers spread out around him, slowly becoming dim before finally vanishing into the air. What terrifying power! Be it the undead, the waiting Templars, or Knight Conan, everyone gasped at this sight. These weren't ordinary undead but loyal servants of liches with formidable strength. Even the weakest skeleton archer could rival a regular soldier. That's why the elite Templars had been trapped here. Yet this unexpected rescue force had swiftly obliterated them, leaving the Templars in awe. Facing these creatures alone, they doubted they could eliminate them so effortlessly. They didn't know that this wasn't solely Fang Zheng's feat. It was a combination of factors. Fang Zheng's Royal Cross swordsmanship inherently countered undead, his sky-cleaving sword boosted holy damage by 100%, and his soul stone embedded with Arthas's spirit increased damage against undead by 50%. Additionally, his Holy Protector title granted another 100% damage boost against evil factions. Adding all these factors, Fang Zheng's attacks dealt over 250% damage to the undead, resulting in a crushing, one-hit kill rhythm. The undead quickly shifted tactics, and Fang Zheng saw an undead giant stride towards him, roaring in anger with its wooden club raised to strike him. Boom! At the moment the undead giant's club fell, Fang Zheng rolled backward, narrowly dodging. The giant club slammed into the ground, barely missing Fang Zheng's afterimage. Before the undead giant could raise its club again, Fang Zheng lunged forward, his sky-cleaving sword slashing through with a radiant holy light in a crescent arc. In an instant, the undead giant froze, its head sliding off with a thud, and its massive body collapsed with a boom. Great swordsmanship. Seeing this strike, a middle-aged knight's eyes glinted. He had observed Fang Zheng's previous swordsmanship but wasn't too surprised. In this world, various swordsmanship styles existed, passed down, fortuitously acquired, or self-taught. Fang Zheng's earlier attacks might shock an average person, but to seasoned warriors, they were just powerful. But Fang Zheng's recent counterattack after dodging the undead giant displayed pure skill, crisp, clean, and devoid of any flourish. To the trained eye, it showcased true swordsmanship mastery. The battlefield isn't the place for flowery techniques, it demands brutal and direct methods not seen in movies or novels. And while swordsmanship is crucial, a person's true skill is gauged by their fundamentals. Now isn't the time for mutual admiration. With Fang Zheng's decisive entry, the battlefield had shifted. A third of the undead forces were eliminated, including the necromancers and giants. Free from the weakening barrier, the Templars regained their strength. Hunter and prey roles reversed instantly. The undead, which once overwhelmed the Templars, now found themselves surrounded. Without the necromancer's support and the giant's intimidation, the remaining undead were quickly dispatched by the Templars. Thank you for your help. After the crisis, the leading middle-aged knight approached Fang Zheng, nodding kindly. It's rare to meet an ally here. I am Mart, commander of the 13th Division of the Bishopric. May I ask who you are? I am Fang Zheng. Smiling, Fang Zheng replied to the man before him. I'm an apprentice guardian knight from the sanctuary of Star Moon City. I came here with Grand Knight Shidong for a rescue mission, but... Looking around, Fang Zheng sighed helplessly. We got separated. Fortunately, I encountered Knight Conan. Indeed, that's fortunate. Mart nodded, hearing Fang Zheng's answer. Having already queried Conan, he had some understanding of Fang Zheng. Mart was astonished to learn this young man was merely an apprentice guardian knight. The finesse of Fang Zheng's final strike suggested years of battlefield experience. Knowing Fang Zheng's youth added to Mart's surprise. Fang Zheng's earlier powerful and flashy swordsmanship could be attributed to family heritage. But such skill at his age was confounding. No one could master swordsmanship this deeply, even starting from birth. Unbeknownst to Mart, Fang Zheng's proficiency came from countless life and death battles. Master, the battlefield is cleared. In their conversation, a knight responsible for battlefield cleanup approached, saluted, and handed over several dark, crystal-like objects. Mid-tier spirit crystals. Mart frowned at the crystals, taking one thumb-sized black crystal. These were soul cores left by necromantic creatures upon death. Various beings on this continent possessed such items. For beings influenced by magic, like monsters and undead, soul cores could be harvested. For humans and animals, special methods were needed to extract and condense spirit crystals. Of course, such methods were dangerous and cruel, banned for their use solely by necromancers. Soul cores were valuable, powering alchemical constructs and serving as energy for arrays and teleportation arrays. Judging by these crystals' quality, they would fetch a handsome price at alchemy shops or mage associations. These are your spoils, Mr. Fang Zheng. Handing the soul cores to Fang Zheng, Mart watched as he weighed them. Just as Fang Zheng was about to speak, he suddenly heard a system notification. Valuable convertibles detected. Do you wish to convert and recharge? What? Seeing the system prompt, Fang Zheng was stunned. Recharge? Chapter 28, Top-Up. Crystal Top-Up. Accidents always catch people off guard. Fang Zheng could swear that he never thought he would discover a brand new crystal top-up method in this place, in this way. Oh no, I mean, crystal top-up method. Come to think of it, it's no wonder. After coming to this world, Feng Zheng had basically given up on top-ups. The reason was simple. When he designed game frameworks, he naturally left room for top-ups, but it was also directly deducted through a certain treasure. After all, mobile games are just mobile games. The more convenient the top-up function, the better. Have you ever seen a mobile game that deliberately makes the top-up function incredibly complicated? They all wish the player could just click once without even uttering a password to deduct the money. But Feng Zheng was reborn in this world, which is different from time travel. He didn't even bring his phone, so how could he do a top-up? So he basically didn't care about the top-up content. But what Feng Zheng didn't expect was that the flowers he intentionally planted didn't bloom, while the willows he unintentionally planted thrived. He randomly touched a soul core and accidentally activated his crystal top-up system. If he had known about this great opportunity, why would he have taken the risk to infiltrate the sanctuary? At this moment, Feng Zheng felt a bit regretful. If he had known soul cores could be used for top-ups, then why would he fear the sanctuary's pursuit? He could simply plunge into the wilderness, slay hundreds of demon beasts, collect their crystal cores for frenzied top-ups, and draw a bounty of soul stones. Then he wouldn't fear anyone and could confront the sanctuary head-on, ultimately becoming the demon lord. Better not. Sadly, this thought only circled Feng Zheng's mind before he dismissed it. The sanctuary was too powerful, and confronting them head-on was not a good idea. Moreover, Feng Zheng had no personal grudge against the sanctuary. Although the sanctuary had killed his body's parents, so what? According to Williams's memory, the owner of this body had committed many heinous acts such as live sacrifices. From Feng Zheng's perspective, given the evil deeds those two committed, they were lucky to be killed with one strike. They should have been tied to the stake and properly burned. Therefore, Feng Zheng felt no emotional turmoil over the sanctuary's actions. He even found it somewhat humorous. To risk everything to avenge those deranged cultists? He wasn't interested in such a losing proposition. Thinking it over, maintaining a good relationship with the sanctuary seemed a safer bet now. Thank you. With these thoughts turning in his mind, Feng Zheng's expression did not change. He merely smiled and thanked Mart, then put away the spirit crystals. Seeing Feng Zheng's demeanor, Mart also nodded inwardly. As a Grand Knight, he had a good eye for people. In his view, Feng Zheng's high level of achievement and understanding of swordsmanship at such a young age was not easy. In fact, when Mart approached Feng Zheng, he was prepared for the possibility that Feng Zheng might be difficult to deal with. After all, no one is perfect, and highly talented individuals often have personality flaws. Mart had seen many such examples before, so he specifically asked Knight Conan about Feng Zheng before approaching him. But to Mart's surprise, this young man in front of him was not only highly skilled but also very calm and composed in his interactions. He was neither humble nor arrogant, which was rare. A person's great strength could be attributed to extraordinary talent, as even a countryside farmer could gain dragon-like strength through a stroke of luck. However, one's behavior and speech were not so simple and required considerable cultivation, etiquette, and upbringing. These were the most crucial indicators of one's social status. While Mart inwardly admired Feng Zheng, he was also puzzled. As a Grand Knight directly under the bishopric, Mart was very familiar with the nobility of the Kingdom of the Holy Church. But he had never heard of such a remarkable young figure. If there were indeed such a talented and steadfast young noble, they would have long been the subject of gossip at banquets. Moreover, his name was quite peculiar. Mr. Feng Zheng, are you a citizen of the Kingdom of the Holy Church? I don't recall ever seeing you before. I am from the Silver Duchy. Feng Zheng was certainly prepared to be asked about his origin. Ever since he became aware of his lore resonance, Feng Zheng had been contemplating how to address his background. Interestingly, Feng Zheng ultimately unearthed a piece of information from Williams's memories. Williams's father had once lived in the Silver Duchy for a while. This man was infamous for his promiscuity and had numerous affairs in the Silver Duchy. Being a cultist, he was utterly fearless, even openly conducting large-scale parties. Many of the participants were offspring of the Silver Duchy's nobility. As a result, once the scandal broke, it aroused the ire of many nobles. Williams's father, of course, fled, leaving behind the women who had been seduced. Many were imprisoned or exiled by their families, with some even disappearing. After returning, Williams's father often boasted about his exploits, not only bragging about seducing many noble women but also teaching his son that as a cultist, corrupting morality and ethics is exhilarating. This showed just how twisted these cultists' values were. For Feng Zheng, however, this was an unexpected boon. After being reborn into this world and taking on the identity and body that led to his doom, Feng Zheng constantly pondered how to distinguish himself from Williams. Now, he finally had a good plan. Feng Zheng had always had a vague idea of claiming an identity from the Silver Nation, but as time passed, the idea became more concrete. For Feng Zheng, There were two essential problems to solve in this world. First, why did he look so much like Williams? Fate seemed to be playing a joke on him. Williams's appearance resembled Feng Zheng's by about 70 to 80%, making the face familiar to Feng Zheng. Maybe it was because they looked so similar that he ended up in Williams's troublesome body? The second problem was Feng Zheng's body's blood relations. From Williams's memory, Feng Zheng knew that the magical civilization in this world was highly advanced, even capable of determining relationships through bloodline. If anyone grew suspicious of Feng Zheng's appearance, he would inevitably face scrutiny and have to explain his origin and relationship to the Williams family. Therefore, leveraging the past of Williams's father, Feng Zheng drafted a story. According to this fabricated background, Feng Zheng was from the Silver Duchy, the son of a prominent lady exiled because of Williams's father. He knew nothing of his origins and had grown up dependent on his mother. Recently his mother passed away due to illness, prompting Feng Zheng to bring their remaining possessions to the kingdom of the Holy Church. This background story neatly addressed both major questions. Being Williams's half-brother explained their resemblance and blood relation. Of course, some might still object to this identity, but Feng Zheng didn't care. His main concern was being labeled as a cultist. His goal was to sever all ties to Williams, even if they were half-brothers. As long as he wasn't a cultist or on the sanctuary's wanted list, that was enough. Other concerns were secondary. Feng Zheng did not explain all this to Mart. According to his story, Feng Zheng himself was unclear about his background. He merely exchanged a few brief words based on his fabricated background. Upon learning that Feng Zheng came from the Silver Duchy, Mart nodded thoughtfully and didn't press further, but instead began discussing the next steps with Feng Zheng. Feng Zheng felt quite helpless about this. According to the original plan, he and Shidong were supposed to find Lady M, unite with the Templars, and leave. Now that they'd located the Templars, Shidong and Lady M were nowhere to be found. Without Lady M's Path of the Stars, they were trapped in the enclosed Shadow Canyon. Before them lay two options, either find Shidong and Lady M to use the Path of the Stars for teleportation or escape on foot just as they had entered. Unexpectedly, Mart proposed a third option. Continue forward? Hearing Mart's suggestion, Feng Zheng frowned. Isn't that very dangerous? Indeed it is, Mr. Feng Zheng, but we can't just leave, Mart responded seriously, nodding as he explained. Though we were ambushed by the Lich in Shadow Canyon, we did not come away empty-handed. While we still can't confirm if this Lich is the one we're seeking, we have discovered one thing: it is here in Shadow Canyon for a purpose. It seems to be performing some dark and blasphemous ritual within the canyon. What? Feng Zheng was startled. A dark ritual? Yes, it ambushed us because it wanted to use our Templar Knights' blood and souls for the ceremony. We've already lost many comrades, so it may have collected enough. We must stop its nefarious plan before the ritual completes. Chapter 29, What's the difference between not top-up and being a slacker? At last, Feng Zheng decided to head into the depths of Shadow Canyon with Mart and the others to thwart the Lich's evil plan. In fact, he had no other choice. Feng Zheng alone definitely couldn't make it out of Shadow Canyon, and since Mart and the others were determined to return, he had no choice but to go along. Thinking carefully, this might be a good idea. Following these people might lead him to Shidong and Miss M, making it easier to leave later on. The battle at Blood Riverbank had resulted in heavy casualties for the team, including Mart and Conan. Only 5 knights survived. Among them, 2 were gravely injured, forcing Feng Zheng to once again play the role of a priest and use the paladin's holy light flash to heal their wounds. This naturally left Mart amazed, but unfortunately, Feng Zheng did not possess the paladin's skill resurrection technique, so he couldn't help those who had died. Even if he had, he likely wouldn't have saved them anyway. During his time with Knight Conan, Feng Zheng had learned that in this world, as long as one had a breath of life left, they could be saved, but resurrection was a different matter. That was in the domain of deities. Any ordinary person trying to bring the dead back to life would likely be associated with undead mages who tamper with souls. Feng Zheng, still bearing the label of a cultist, didn't want any more trouble by adding the title of a necromancer. According to Mart, the group chasing them was the main force that had previously ambushed them. They fought while retreating, losing many in the process, and finally decided to make a last stand at Blood Riverbank when they had no other options. If Feng Zheng hadn't arrived in time, it truly would have been a fight to the death. Nevertheless, the situation turned out better than expected. Of the group, including Mart and Conan, 5 Templars survived, which was some semblance of good news. After Feng Zheng treated their wounds, the group immediately withdrew from Blood Riverbank. To their surprise, the journey was strangely peaceful with no further encounters with enemies. This was both good and bad news. The good news was they seemed to no longer be the primary target of the Lich. The bad news was that the Lich, no longer needing them, probably had enough assurance to complete the ritual. This meant they needed to hurry even more to stop his evil plans. The night grew deeper. Feng Zheng sat on a rock, watching the campfire before him. In the pitch-black wilderness, the orange-red flames were particularly reassuring, while the night wind swirled across the wasteland, strange sounds echoing from afar. It was unclear whether those were the roars of beasts or the screams of ghosts. How interesting. Seeing everything before him, Feng Zheng couldn't help but narrow his eyes and lean comfortably against the rock. He had grown up in the city and had traveled to some places before, but camping out in the endless wilderness with a campfire was a first. The novelty alone was quite intoxicating. It even made him feel as if he had traveled back in time to the wild years centuries ago. Perhaps primitive people of ancient times did the same, sitting around a campfire, enjoying the warmth and driving away the darkness. This overwhelming sense of the passage of time hit him, causing Feng Zheng to be momentarily lost in thought. You don't travel much, do you? As Feng Zheng was enjoying the scenery, Mart walked over and sat beside him. Hearing Mart's question, Feng Zheng nodded. Yeah, not much. I was really busy before. To be honest, I can't even remember when was the last time I looked up at the starry sky. People often focus too much on the immediate, neglecting the beautiful scenery around them. Mart smiled and looked at Feng Zheng. To be honest, sometimes it's better to take a walk, even in situations like this. After all, no one knows if they live to see tomorrow, so we must immerse ourselves in the present and enjoy it wholeheartedly. Only then will we not regret the beautiful moments we missed when we are about to die. Indeed, you make a good point. Feng Zheng nodded in agreement at Mart's reflection. Those living in the city were no different. They were always busy with work and household chores, concerned only with mundane matters such as the price of food, medical insurance reimbursement, and other trivialities. Work, socializing with colleagues, worrying about children's studies and mortgage payments at home. They might even have to consider if gas prices had gone up recently. Who among them would truly care about what their city was like? What is the purpose of one's life? This question has different answers for everyone. But the most important thing is, a person's life should be lived in such a way that when they look back, they won't regret wasting their time nor feel ashamed of doing nothing worthwhile. Oh? That's quite interesting. Did you come up with that yourself? No, I read it in a book a long time ago. Noticing Mart's curious gaze, Feng Zheng shrugged. To be honest, I didn't take it seriously at the time. After all, everyone can preach grand philosophies, but such talk usually isn't useful. But now, I kind of understand it. The advantage of youth is fearlessness. Living cautiously may be stable, but it's also rather dull. If you ask me, it might be better not to understand some grand philosophies. If you do understand them, it probably means that in gaining something, you've lost something else. Mart stood up and patted Feng Zheng's shoulder. It's late. Aren't you going to rest? We still have a journey ahead of us tomorrow. I'll stay a little longer. Alright, be careful. The scenery is beautiful, but danger is always present. Life is a journey shrouded in fog, and no one knows what will happen next. I'm well aware of that. Feng Zheng resonated with Mart's sentiment. There was probably no one else who understood it better than him. Struck by a high-voltage line and then traveling through time and being reborn, what more could he possibly encounter in life? Mart went back to rest, leaving Feng Zheng alone. But he didn't stay behind just to admire the scenery. After ensuring that no one was around, Feng Zheng took out a few spirit crystals he had stored earlier. Ever since learning from the system that he could top up, Feng Zheng could hardly wait. Now that he had the chance, he immediately began trying to recharge. As soon as Feng Zheng took out the spirit crystals, the system's notification appeared before his eyes again. Valuable convertible materials detected. Proceed with conversion for recharge? Yes. Looking at the message, Feng Zheng unhesitatingly confirmed. He soon saw a golden circular array appear in his palm, and the spirit crystals within the array silently disintegrated into countless golden particles. These particles floated like iron filings attracted to a magnet and were absorbed into the array. Moments later, another system notification appeared before Feng Zheng. 190 points of crystal energy absorbed. Please select usage, 190? Seeing the number, Feng Zheng was stunned for a moment. According to his design, crystal energy converted at a 1:1 ratio for currency. So, these spirit crystals were only worth this much? But wait. If he remembered correctly, crystal energy converted to dimensional points at a 1:5 ratio. Did this mean he could only get a maximum of 38 dimensional points? Feng Zheng's expression became stiff. So, with his previous 5 dimensional points, he could only draw 4 times? The question now was, should he draw? Draw? Or draw? Feng Zheng thought this was a stupid question, one that didn't even need answering if he didn't draw after topping up. How was he different from a salted fish? Feng Zheng made a decisive choice. Draw. Chapter 30, You're not satisfied until you make me quit this system, are you? In the end, Feng Zheng chose to exchange 30 points of dimensional count and kept the remaining crystal energy. In the game Dimensional Codex, soulstones are not unique. Each soulstone has its own usage limit, and once used up, it's gone. Of course, there are ways to change this. Players can also obtain reinforcement stones and energy stones. The former can fully enhance a soulstone by +1, and the latter can replenish the use times of a soulstone. Why specifically mention these two? Because just now, Feng Zheng happened to draw these two. Well, it's really a sad story. Returning to the main topic, Dimensional Codex has a battle system centered around the character created by the player. This actually goes beyond the scope of general mobile games and is closer to the style of online games. Players always need to enhance themselves. Equipment can be obtained through instance drops and rewards, while skill enhancements can be acquired by completing tasks. Crystal energy can be exchanged for more visual enhancements, and of course, some rather rare items. For example, accessories that increase equipment drop rates, or consumables that enhance player attributes. Even in instances, crystal energy can be used to unlock some rather rare features. Currently, Feng Zheng was eyeing a ring in the shop. It's called the Soul Ring. Its function is to grant the user 30 extra item slots, plus 3% equipment drop rate, automatic loot collection of dropped equipment, and a 5% chance to absorb power of the soul when defeating an enemy. The most important aspect is the 5% chance to absorb power of the soul. According to the Dimensional Codex setting, soulstones use power of the soul. Hence, using a soulstone equals consuming power of the soul. The Soul Ring absorbs power of the soul, so even without energy stones, the usage count can be restored once enough power of the soul is absorbed. Of course, according to Feng Zheng settings, this ring could be obtained in two ways, either grind through difficult instances and hope for it to drop, or buy it directly. It's not expensive. 520. For players, it might just be the difference between grinding and cashing in, but as a designer, Feng Zheng knew very well that every high-tier cash item had an added hidden luck value +1. This means that a player clad in cash items has a much higher chance of obtaining rare items when fighting a boss compared to a player who grinds out their equipment. For a rare item with a drop rate of 0.1%, it would be 3% for a cash player. Furthermore, the probability of drawing high-quality soulstones is also higher for a cash player compared to a non-paying player. What? Shady operations? What a joke. If the big players are willing to top up, we should do everything we can to make their gaming experience better. If they are happy, they'll continue spending. As for free players, they're just there to follow the big players and get milked. Think you can be a big player without spending money? Not a chance. Of course, encountering a lucky European makes everything pointless. That should be enough. Looking at the two energy stones and the reinforcement stone in his hand, Feng Zheng muttered under his breath. He knew well enough about the depth of the stone pool he designed. Though cashing in certainly made it easier to draw something good, as a game designer, he couldn't make it too obvious. Otherwise, if you spend $1,000 and keep getting top-tier items, people would notice. So, you need a bit of skill here. For instance, if a non-paying player doesn't get a 5-star item after 10 pulls, Feng Zheng wouldn't mind that. Rich players are the masters here, not the poor. But for the cashing big players, you can't give them 10 5-star items in 10 pulls, but you can ensure that in the last 10 pull, they get 3 5-star items after not getting any in the first 9. This drastic contrast will make the big players ecstatic. Happy big players will continue spending, and regular players won't feel it's unfair because everyone is happy. Isn't that good? In Dimensional Codex, the quality of soulstones is divided into bronze, silver, gold, and fantasy grades. Bronze and silver are the domains of non-paying players and Africans, while gold and fantasy are exclusive to cashing kings and luck emperors. The Arthas soulstone Feng Zheng previously drew was of gold grade, which was considered pretty lucky for him. Now, according to his design, after the first ray charge, there would be a great chance of drawing a gold or fantasy grade soulstone. Since the first two draws were consumables, the last one should definitely be something good. Although he didn't know what it would be, now Feng Zheng could only hope it would be something presentable, preferably an angel or deity. At worst, a battle mage would do. Just don't give him another Lich King. Now he didn't even dare to use his ultimate skill. Silently praying, Feng Zheng extended his hand once again, placing it on the Dimensional Codex that only he could see. Soon, the Dimensional Codex opened again under Feng Zheng's hand, and the circular summoning array beneath it began to rotate, gradually changing color from white to blue, then to gold. Then, light shone brilliantly as countless golden photon particles condensed in the center of the array, forming the shape of a soulstone. Got it. Golden Legend. Watching the shining golden soulstone in front of him, Feng Zheng took a deep breath and then extended his hand to grasp it. The next moment, there was only darkness in front of his eyes. Pitch black, dense clouds covered the entire sky. Below, the massive city was unusually dark, looking like a lifeless graveyard. For a moment, the world seemed to be left with only black and white, nothing else. Then, a voice echoed. "I am the swarm." The next moment, the scene opened up. Huge creatures emerged from the clouds, and numerous objects resembling insect eggs fell from their bodies, heavily crashing onto the ground and creating pitch-black holes. Soldiers shouted loudly, launching mighty attacks. But in the next moment, their bodies were pierced by creatures bursting from the pits, torn to shreds. Armies turned to ashes, the world burned under my feet. Countless swarms surged through the city like a sea of flesh, destroying everything in sight. Humans formed their last line of defense in the square, countless soldiers stood in formation, gripping their weapons, and behind them, an iron cannon slowly raised its barrel, roaring thunderously. Sparks exploded in the swarm, then vanished like pebbles thrown into the sea, insignificant, fragile, and meaningless. Finally, I will have my revenge on this planet. The blazing flames gradually extinguished, and the human barrier shattered like foam under the swarm's assault. At the end of the square, a towering statue broke and fell, while in the distant clouds, massive warships plummeted from the sky, enveloping the entire world in a deathly white radiance. Because I am the Queen of Blades. Feng Zheng opened his eyes, his face completely dark. He stared at the dimensional codex in front of him, not knowing what to say. First Arthas, now Kerrigan. Are you forcing me to walk the path of overthrowing heaven and earth? This system won't be satisfied until it ruins me, will it? Chapter 31, Delving into the Canyon, Soulstone, Kerrigan, Quality, Gold, Activation Count, 5, Obtained Buff, Heart of the Swarm, Permanent, Genetic Control, Permanent. After inspecting this soulstone, Feng Zheng was surprised to find that, unlike the Lich King, the soulstone of the Queen of Blades was actually more practical. The reason for this lay in the nature of their soulstones. Arthas's soulstone, for example, when embedded in the dimensional codex, only granted the Undead King buff that affected undead creatures unless he actively activated it. To unleash the full power of the Lich King, the soulstone needed to be fully activated. However, the soulstone of the Queen of Blades was different. Despite having the same number of activations as Arthas's 5 times, Feng Zheng found that the true power of the Queen of Blades was just the opposite of the Lich King. While the Lich King required the consumption of its activation count to exhibit its full power, the Queen of Blades' soulstone could only reveal its greatest strength when not activated. The reason lay in the buff Heart of the Swarm, Permanent. As for this buff, its description was just one sentence: Heart of the Swarm, Permanent, allows the creation and control of a Zerg army. Just from this single sentence, Feng Zheng immediately understood what it meant. In simple terms, while embedded with the Queen of Blades' soulstone, he could directly open a Zerg base and play real-time strategy. After all, the most powerful aspect of the Zerg was their endless swarms, their true power lay in their overwhelming masses. On the contrary, Kerrigan's personal combat power was quite limited. To put it another way, if it were Arthas, he could still rely on his power to reverse the situation even after the Scourge Legion was defeated. But if it were Kerrigan, once the Zerg army was destroyed, she barely had any choice other than to run. So for Feng Zheng, this soulstone was more suitable for regular use. But Kerrigan, oh Kerrigan, why did it have to be Kerrigan? The Lich King was already disliked by many, and the Zerg were even worse. Feng Zheng could be sure that the moment this thing appeared on the surface, it would definitely be regarded as a demonic invasion force. Oh come on, couldn't you have given me Jim Raynor or Artemis instead? Why did it have to be Kerrigan? Feng Zheng already sensed the deep malice this system had towards him. After all, he was its creator, and if this game were a child, he would be its father. Were there really such troublesome kids around? Come to think of it, troublesome kids were indeed troublesome. Although feeling helpless, Feng Zheng still chose to put away the soulstone. It was certainly unusable in the main world, but maybe it could be used in an instance world. Who knew what world he would be transported to next when the mission teleportation activated? With that thought, Feng Zheng couldn't help but glance at the dimensional codex in front of him once more, seeing that the cooldown timer had already entered its countdown phase. Just 13 hours left before the teleportation would reactivate. Night passed. Early the next morning, everyone set out again. To their surprise, unlike the previous day, they didn't encounter a single undead creature along the way. This made Martetal even more grim-faced. After all, they were not escaping Shadow Canyon but retracing their steps. Logically speaking, the closer they got to the central point, the more enemies they should encounter. Before, when Feng Zheng and Knight Conan were on their way to Blood River Bank, they had faced several waves of undead soldiers. It made no sense for their return to the Lion's Den to go unnoticed by the enemy now. There could only be one reason. Clearly, something more important had captured the Lich's attention. And that more important thing was the dark ritual Mart had mentioned. It seems the situation is really dire. Standing on the cliff, looking down below, Mart's face was as grim as ice. Below the cliff lay an abandoned stone quarry. It seemed ancient, a relic of bygone days. However, Mart wasn't here for archaeology. That quarry is the Lich's lair. We were ambushed here back then, but now there's not a single undead in sight. Could the ritual have already begun? Hearing Mart's muttering, Feng Zheng raised an eyebrow. Thanks to Arthas's soulstone's special effect, he had a strong sense for undead creatures. As Mart had said, he couldn't feel any undead presence around the quarry's perimeter, but that didn't mean they weren't there. In fact, Feng Zheng sensed something abnormal deep underground. A large number of undead were gathering beneath the quarry. No need to ask, it was clear they weren't there for a party. What's next? Feng Zheng didn't tell Mart what he had sensed. He was not fond of risking his life for an uncertain dark ritual. Who knew, maybe the ritual was meant to bring back someone's beloved from the underworld. Honestly, after spending time with these Templars, Feng Zheng found them to be true to the Knight's Code: fair, kind, brave, willing to sacrifice, fighting for justice, without any sordid thoughts, and overall very amicable. Feng Zheng respected them a lot, even if he himself didn't share the same mindset. It was like watching a Hollywood blockbuster. Seeing soldiers willing to sacrifice for their country to stop some monster or demon beast was moving, but volunteering to die oneself was a different matter entirely. Why should he sacrifice his life for another country? Moreover, Feng Zheng had only been in this world for less than a month and had no emotional attachment to it. To be strictly precise, he only knew Shidong and Miss M. It was impossible for him to risk his life for this world. So Feng Zheng decided to let Mart take the lead and simply follow along. He could always retreat when things went south. After all, his teleportation cooldown was almost over. Finding a chance to use Hearthstone's invincible teleportation to escape wouldn't be too difficult. Let's go down and check it out. Finally, Mart made a decision. Something's definitely wrong here. I can't believe the enemy would be so careless. Even if they're holding a ritual, there should be at least some scouts outside. Since Mart had given the order, Feng Zheng naturally didn't object. He cautiously descended the cliff with the others, keeping an eye on their surroundings as they approached the quarry. The large quarry was empty. Only the whistling wind echoed through the crevices. Feng Zheng gripped his sky-cleaving sword tightly, surveying the area. Arthas's sensing ability was limited to the undead, and didn't work on the living. The absence of undead didn't mean rushing in blindly. However, soon, Feng Zheng felt something was off. Near some ruins close to the quarry, he found scattered bone fragments that appeared to be the remains of defeated undead. Initially, Feng Zheng thought these were remnants of Mart's group's previous battle. But then he noticed a set of footprints nearby, fresh footprints, not remnants from long ago but rather recent, occurring just before they arrived. Feng Zheng frowned, tightened his grip on his longsword, and slowly followed the footprints toward the ruins. The place seemed to have been a foreman's quarters, now nearly collapsed, with only a few walls standing. Feng Zheng watched the walls for a moment, then raised his sword. Slash. But before Feng Zheng could swing his sword, a black shadow suddenly leaped over the wall and lunged straight at him. Startled, Feng Zheng swiftly raised his sword and collided with a shadow. A loud thud echoed as the shadow flipped back and landed steadily on the ground. Now, Feng Zheng could see its true form. What is this thing? Feng Zheng was dumbfounded. The creature before him wasn't the undead he had expected but a pitch-black leopard. Unlike normal leopards, its body seemed to have a cosmic, starry blue hue, semi-transparent. Inside its body, Feng Zheng could see silvery white lines connecting its limbs and head. If the leopard stood still, it would have looked more like a constellation against the night sky. What on earth is this? Just as Feng Zheng hesitated, thinking of calling for Mart and the others, an excited voice suddenly rang in his ear. Mr. Feng Zheng? Thank goodness you're okay. Hearing this voice, Feng Zheng was stunned for a moment. Then he saw a cloaked girl emerge from the ruins, panting, waving at him excitedly. Feng Zheng wasn't very familiar with her, but she was not a stranger either. Miss M. Chapter 32, Finally Found You. Appearing in front of Feng Zheng was the cute and delicate astrologer girl. She was beaming with joy, clasping her hands together in an expression of delight. It's so good to see you're okay. I was worried something might have gone wrong. I'm really sorry, it's my lack of skill. But I'm really glad to find you here. Wait, you came here specifically to wait for me? Hearing the girl's words, Feng Zheng couldn't help but be taken aback, while the cute girl nodded in response. Yes, Mr. Feng Zheng, didn't you know? The Destiny Star has the ability to designate directions. I judged that you were safe through your star, and the star's position indicated you should be heading in this direction. That's why Master Shidong and I came here. But it does look quite dangerous here. Shidong? By the way, where is my teacher? Hearing the girl's response, Feng Zheng was secretly shocked. He had no idea his destiny star had such a function. No wonder this world felt like it had excellent security. This thing was scarier than DNA and fingerprint verification. At least those require some comparison, but here they can almost pinpoint someone's location just by their destiny star. If someone committed a crime, they wouldn't even need a citywide search, just follow the direction of the destiny star and send someone to investigate. Wouldn't that solve everything? Master Shidong went down to investigate. When we arrived, we saw a lot of undead creatures, and they seemed to have captured a few paladins. Master Shidong felt something was off, so he decided to go down for a closer look and left me here to wait. Perhaps seeing someone she knew made the soft-spoken girl less tense than she was initially. You're here alone. Feng Zheng said this while eyeing the strange black panther beside the girl. It seemed that the panther had realized Feng Zheng wasn't an enemy, as it returned to the girl's side and began to look around warily. However, if Feng Zheng remembered correctly, he hadn't seen anything like this beside the girl before. Ah, this is my good companion Star Spirit. I specifically summoned it to protect me. I apologize, it only sensed someone approaching earlier and didn't mean to attack you, Mr. Feng Zheng. I'm really sorry. Noticing Feng Zheng's curious gaze, the girl hurriedly explained. It had to be said, her voice was incredibly suitable for apologizing. She would lift her head, look at you uneasily, and then softly say sorry in such an earnestly cute voice that it made you feel as though you'd be struck down if you gave her a hard time. Feng Zheng couldn't help but think that if she opened an apology company on Earth, handling apologies on behalf of others, she would surely make a fortune. But glancing at the Black Panther beside the girl, Feng Zheng was once again amazed at the combat abilities of this world. After training with Shidong for so long, he had roughly developed the skills of an official knight. During the brief engagement with the panther, Feng Zheng realized that its strength was close to those sanctuary warriors responsible for guarding the sanctuary. Truth be told, with such a guardian at her side, the girl should be quite safe here. What Feng Zheng didn't expect was that this seemingly harmless and delicate girl also possessed significant combat abilities. He had originally thought that astrologers were a support class similar to alchemists, but it seemed that in this world, every class had some degree of combat power. Fortunately, since both the girl and Shidong were here, Feng Zheng felt a sense of relief. He had been contemplating how to leave, but it seemed he no longer needed to worry about that. Tap, tap, tap. At this moment, Feng Zheng heard a series of footsteps behind him. He was slightly taken aback, as the footsteps sounded like they belonged to Mart and his group, but something was a bit off. Before Feng Zheng could turn around, he saw the girl's expression light up as she waved towards someone behind him. Ah, you're back, Ms. Connie. I found my companion. Is that so? That's wonderful. Hearing the voice from behind, Feng Zheng turned to look and saw a young woman clad in silver-white armor similar to Mart's. She appeared to be in her early 20s with short blonde hair, giving her a competent look. She was smiling at first, but as soon as she got a clear view of Feng Zheng, her expression changed dramatically. So, you're here, Williams. Take this sword. Without another word, the female knight drew the long sword from her waist. Feng Zheng saw a flash of lightning before she vanished on the spot. The next moment, the howling wind from her sword appeared behind him, aiming straight at his heart. What the hell? Feng Zheng was initially stunned by the sudden attack. But after dying hundreds of times in the world of Dark Souls, his body instinctively reacted to the feeling of an attack. He sidestepped to avoid the strike from behind. Then, grasping the hilt of his longsword, he turned and parried the incoming strike with a swift draw, deflecting Connie's longsword with a sharp clang. But the woman showed no signs of stopping. With an icy look, she swung her longsword imbued with lightning at Feng Zheng again. Lightning exploded from her blade, enveloping Feng Zheng in a web of electricity. Damn it, do you really think I'm some kind of pushover? Feng Zheng, fueled by anger at the relentless attack, swung his sword fiercely. The ground shook, and a massive crimson longsword sprang from below, lunging straight at the female knight. Sword of Justice. Forced to retreat by the unexpected assault, the female knight quickly withdrew. But Feng Zheng saw the opportunity and slashed through the electric web surrounding him, launching a golden beam from his sword straight at her chest. You want to die? Seeing the golden sword light approaching, the female knight roared in anger. She raised her long sword high, and a bolt of lightning struck her from above. Encased in dazzling white lightning, she lunged forward, transforming into a giant lion formed of thunder that charged straight at Feng Zheng. Feng Zheng's sword chi was shattered by the surging lightning, dissipating totally. But Feng Zheng wasn't about to give up that easily. Basic attacks weren't meant to kill. As holy energy surged in him, the golden swords condensed into a roaring dragon. It met the thundering lion's claw head-on. Boom! The blue thunder and golden storm collided fiercely. The next moment, The giant thunder lion was pierced by the dragon formed of light swords, but it didn't relent, its claws tearing deeply into the dragon. What are you doing? Stop at once. Cease now, Mr. Feng Zheng. Two voices rang out as Mart and Shidong rushed up from either side. They exchanged glances, then swung their weapons together. A whirlwind mixed with flames descended like a massive blade, cleaving the entangled lion and dragon. With a deep explosion, the golden storm and thunderous lion dissipated, revealing Feng Zheng and Connie. Huff. Huff. The female knight was half kneeling on the ground, clutching her long sword and gasping for breath. Her armor was slashed and battered, oozing blood from various cuts, making her appear quite pitiful. Compared to Connie, Feng Zheng was slightly better off. He hadn't sustained serious injuries, but Connie's lightning power had worn him out. His once clean clothes now bore scorch marks, and his right hand, gripping the long sword, emitted wisps of black smoke. What the hell is going on? Why are you fighting? Shidong frowned as he hurried over to Feng Zheng, asking. Feng Zheng just shrugged, not bothering to explain. How was he to know a paladin would suddenly show up and try to kill him? He never expected things to escalate, but the other party had been relentless. What else could he do? Offer his neck to be chopped? Connie, what are you doing? Mart also frowned and approached the female knight, looking at her sternly. What is going on? Commander. Hearing Mart's voice, the female knight lifted her head to look at him, then turned to glare at Feng Zheng with fury. Commander. He is the cultist we're searching for. He is Williams. Chapter 33, Evidence must also be based on basic. Hearing Connie's words, everyone present was stunned for a moment. Then Shidong curiously leaned in. Williams? You mean that cultist? As he spoke, Shidong squinted and sized up Feng Zheng for a moment, then suddenly clapped his hands. Hey, you do look a bit like him. So, you didn't care about this at all before. Hearing Shidong's words, Feng Zheng rolled his eyes helplessly. He had been with Shidong for many days, and the latter had never mentioned this. Feng Zheng originally thought Shidong wasn't clear about William's situation. Now, it seemed that he didn't care about it at all. Cultist? Williams? Hearing Connie's words, Mart was taken aback. He glanced at Feng Zheng, then shook his head. Don't talk nonsense, Connie. How could Mr. Feng Zheng look like a cultist? Eh? Faced with her commander's reaction, Connie was stunned. Her companions had all died on the way hunting Williams, and because of this, the female knight hated Williams to the core. She had almost carved his appearance into her bones. Because of this, when she clearly saw Feng Zheng, she recognized him immediately and launched a deadly attack without hesitation. Originally, Connie thought that after she revealed Feng Zheng's true identity, Commander Mart and the other knights would rush forward and decapitate this hateful cultist. However, she was surprised that not only did Commander Mart not believe her, but even the other colleagues behind him also showed indifferent expressions. As for Great Knight Shidong over there, he seemingly didn't care about this issue at all. What's going on? Connie couldn't wrap her head around this. Of course, she didn't know that although her statement surprised Mart, Shidong, and others, it was just that surprising. In fact, they thought it was impossible for Feng Zheng to be Williams. The reason was simple. Mart knew that Feng Zheng had previously performed the Holy Light healing spell for them. That calm and balanced feeling was already at the bishop level of healing techniques. It's well known that cultists worship evil and chaos, and their power is also tainted with this chaos. Power itself does not lie, so to Mart and others, saying Feng Zheng was a cultist was utterly unbelievable, since when did a cultist's understanding of the power of order surpass that of the bishop of the sanctuary? Who's the cultist here? The reason Shidong didn't believe it was even simpler. He had witnessed Feng Zheng's Holy Spirit guardian personally. Saying Feng Zheng was a cultist would be like saying that Angel was there to protect a cultist. Wow, such words would get you burned alive at the stake. Are you alright, Feng Zheng? What happened? How did you end up fighting with Connie? How would I know? I was talking nicely, and this guy turned around and slashed at me as if wanting to die together. What could I do? I felt very helpless too. Nonsense. Hearing Feng Zheng's reply, Shidong shook his head helplessly and turned to the timid girl at the side. Poor girl was still in shock from witnessing the fight. What do you say? Ah. Hearing Shidong's question, the timid girl seemed to come to her senses finally. She glanced timidly at Connie, then looked down and said, Well, I was talking nicely with Mr. Feng Zheng, then Miss Connie came over. After seeing Mr. Feng Zheng, she said he was a cultist, then drew her sword and attacked. I was worried he would deceive you. Cultists are full of sweet words, never to be trusted. Hearing the timid girl's answer, Connie hurriedly explained. I'm sure he's a wanted criminal of the sanctuary. His star pattern has been distributed to all municipal offices. You only need to check. I'm the one who performed Mr. Feng Zheng's star pattern check. Perhaps because this was her professional domain, The timid girl, who usually spoke softly, uncharacteristically interrupted Connie's words. I can assure you, Mr. Feng Zheng's star pattern is not on the list. How could this be? Upon hearing this, Connie gritted her teeth and turned to stare at Feng Zheng. Feng Zheng, on the other hand, snorted coldly without even showing a friendly face. He wasn't the type to be soft-hearted with women. Back when he was working overtime, the female employees under him complained bitterly, but he never gave them a special break. They were his employees, not his wife, so why should he be soft-hearted? The same applied here. Though Connie looked pretty, Feng Zheng couldn't stand her brash demeanor. This woman wanted to fight to the death with him from the get-go. How could he tolerate that? Besides, comparing without a standard for comparison, having a cute and gentle girl by his side made Connie even less remarkable. It seems that inner beauty indeed highlights outer beauty. I'm very sorry, Mr. Feng Zheng. Mart seemed to understand Connie's temperament well. Seeing her like this, he sighed deeply. Probably knowing this female knight wouldn't apologize first, he had to step in personally and apologize to Feng Zheng. Feng Zheng also nodded without saying much. Though he couldn't stand the mad woman, he wasn't one to vent his anger on others casually. Even though his reincarnated body looked young, being a man of two lives, Feng Zheng was still mature and steady. He didn't give Mart any attitude. Knowing the atmosphere was awkward, Mart didn't say much, only apologized on Connie's behalf and assured Feng Zheng that Connie would be severely punished. Then he led the others away, clearly knowing this wasn't the right time for bonding. Feng Zheng also had no interest in chatting. He directly used Holy Light Flash on himself. That mad woman was indeed strong, and during their fight, his right hand had suffered considerable damage. The entire forearm was almost split open by lightning. Feng Zheng, who was burning with anger at the time, hadn't cared. Now that the battle was over, he realized his whole body was in pain. He quickly used a healing spell to alleviate his anxiety. Alright, stop sulking. Seeing Feng Zheng's displeased look, Shidong laughed and patted him. Being able to press that proud woman to the ground and beat her up is already amazing. If this gets out, do you know how many people in the sanctuary will give you a thumbs up? Master Shidong, is Miss Connie very famous? Hearing this, the timid girl asked curiously. Their encounter with Connie was similar to Feng Zheng's with Knight Conan. They had found her surrounded by undead creatures after being teleported and rescued her, then traveled together. Only this ended much worse. Yes, that girl is the best of the younger generation, known as the daughter of divine favor. However, perhaps due to being used to things going her way, she has a terrible temper. Plus, her father is the knight captain, so most people don't dare to confront her. Over time, she's developed this personality. Speaking of this, Shidong shook his head. Mart is her mentor and often has to clean up her messes. This young lady has no self-awareness. And since her skills are indeed decent, no one can discipline her. So, she became very arrogant. Haha, this time, she finally knows there are always people out there who are better. Hearing Shidong's sentiment, Feng Zheng finally understood why, despite being closer companions with Mart, none of the knights stood up for the mad woman. They must have suffered a lot from her nonsense. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mart was glaring sternly at Connie. You are too reckless, attacking without distinguishing right from wrong. Have you forgotten your knight's code? But Commander, he is a cultist. Facing Mart's reprimand, Connie still wouldn't back down. I'm sure he looks exactly like that cultist. What does that prove? There are many people who look alike. We are followers of the goddess of order and must rely on evidence. We've fought alongside him on this journey and understand his power well. That's not chaotic power. Plus, Great Knight Shidong is his mentor, and the star pattern doesn't match. Do you have any other issues? But these could all be disguises of his. Hearing this, Connie still tried to argue. Maybe that cultist used some trick. Enough. This time, Mart didn't let Connie finish, cutting her off angrily. Remember, without evidence, we have no right to accuse anyone of being a cultist. You should be well aware this is the sanctuary's ironclad rule. No one wants another tragedy like the Dark Fallen Moon. Remember, we are guardian knights of the Order Sanctuary, and we uphold what we follow. If you still don't get this, take off your armor. Do you understand? Faced with Mart's merciless rebuke, Connie was silent for a moment, then reluctantly nodded. I understand. Chapter 34, The Battle of the Quarry, Part 1. Feng Zheng didn't pay any attention to Connie. He knew she was more severely injured than he was, and Mart and his Templars weren't skilled at healing. In fact, the cleric responsible for healing had died in the previous ambush, which was why Mart's group had been fighting so hard ever since. If Feng Zheng hadn't healed them later, they likely wouldn't have regained their fighting strength by now. Although Connie was a trouble, Feng Zheng and Shidong had still successfully completed half the mission and had found the Templars lingering here. According to the plan, they only needed to bring the Templars back to resolve the trouble. However, it seemed neither Mart nor Shidong intended to leave. Mart knew the Lich's sinister plan, while Shidong wasn't entirely sure what had happened here. However, he sensed something was off. Shidong, along with Connie and Miss M, discovered the presence of undead creatures here. They even saw the undead creatures dragging the Templars into the quarry. To find out what these undead creatures were up to and to rescue his comrades, Shidong ventured in alone. He had sent Connie back to leave a message for Miss M to prevent her from worrying, but unexpectedly ran into Feng Zheng. And then? Well, what could he say? We don't have much time to waste. The Lich must have sensed something is happening up above. Shidong spoke while glaring at Connie and Feng Zheng. Under his gaze, Connie lowered her head in silence while Feng Zheng shrugged, indicating it wasn't his problem. Seeing their reactions, Shidong rolled his eyes in exasperation and turned back to Mart. What do you think, Mart? At Shidong's question, Mart thought for a moment before raising his head to look at Shidong again. Are you sure my comrades are still alive? At least they were alive when they were taken inside. Now? I can't guarantee. Mart was silent for even longer this time. Eventually, he looked at the others and seemed to make up his mind. Shidong, I need your help with something. Speak. I want you to help distract the Lich, then we will find an opportunity to rush in and see if we can rescue our comrades. If possible, we might even destroy their dark ritual. Mart turned to glance at Connie. Please take care of this girl too. She's severely injured, and taking her with us would be a burden. It's better to leave her here. If we don't make it back, take her back to the sanctuary. You. Hearing this, Shidong was stunned, and even Feng Zheng widened his eyes at Mart. He wasn't stupid, he understood what Mart meant. If an ordinary person heard Mart's request, they might think it was unreasonable, but on closer inspection, it was actually a burden only Shidong and Feng Zheng could bear easily. Mart only asked them to act as bait to attract the Lich's attention. Honestly, it wasn't difficult and not too dangerous. Mart's group, on the other hand, had to venture deep into the trap. Shidong and Feng Zheng just had to distract the boss, but Mart's group had to infiltrate the core area. While Mart claimed they were rescuing comrades, Shidong and Feng Zheng weren't so naive. The core zone was surely perilous, and Mart's team was likely marching towards a deathly mission. Feng Zheng frowned but stayed silent next to Shidong. To be honest, he respected Mart and his team's dedication to their title of Templar. He didn't want to see them go to their deaths, but Mart's mind was apparently made up, and Shidong had no intention of stopping him, so Feng Zheng kept his thoughts to himself. Alright. Finally, Shidong sighed deeply. Mart, come back alive. I'm still waiting for you to buy me a drink. Don't worry, I won't die that easily. With that, Mart smiled and waved at Feng Zheng and Miss M before turning and leading his companions away. Watching Mart's departing figure, Feng Zheng felt speechless. The flag on your back is 3 meters high, Grand Knight Mart. How am I supposed to save you? And Shidong, you're just as bad, setting flags so readily. Can't you cut your comrades some slack? Haven't you heard of leaving some room for reconciliation? With flags set like this, how could they not perish? Alright, let's move. Unaware of Feng Zheng's inner grumbling, Shidong simply watched Mart's silhouette disappear before turning to Feng Zheng. You know our mission is to attract the Lich's attention. Luckily, you and that girl's fight must have already alerted it. Now we need to draw the Lich out so it gets distracted. Draw it out? How? Feng Zheng was surprised by Shidong's command and stared at his mentor in bewilderment. Despite spending so much time with Shidong, Feng Zheng understood him quite well. Shidong was more of a frontline warrior than a strategist. Hence, Feng Zheng felt a bad premonition upon hearing Shidong's command. In response to Feng Zheng's question, Shidong clenched his fists, revealing a bright smile. We're charging in head-on. For the first time, Feng Zheng wondered if he should find a new mentor. Maybe Mart was a good alternative? Meanwhile, in the depths of the dark, obscure quarry, a different scene unfolded. In a huge underground cavern, eerie blue flames flickered. In the center, a blood-painted magic array glowed faintly. Above it hovered a lich, draped in a black robe. It lifted its head, its hollow eye sockets flashing with a crimson glow. It then turned to the skeleton soldiers beside it and issued a low command. Go and see what's happening outside. At the lich's command, the fully armed skeleton soldiers bowed respectfully and marched out. In life, they were brave warriors, but now they were undead slaves, their souls unable to rest and forced to serve the dark and deathly force. Indeed, darkness and death were the true essence of this world. Contemplating this, the crimson flame in the lich's eyes flickered. It then issued another command. Bring up the sacrifice. Soon, 2 tall Necromancer Gillums dragged a Templar forward. The young Templar, severely injured, glared weakly but fiercely at the lich, his eyes burning with intense anger. "You accursed undead creature, your schemes will fail. Everything you've done will be met with proper judgment." "How tedious." At the Templar's words, the Lich snorted. It raised a hand and pointed at the young Templar. A pitch-black beam shot from its fingertip, striking the Templar's chest. "Ah-da-ta." Upon being hit, the young Templar turned pale, letting out a pained scream. His body trembled uncontrollably, and soon, blood poured from his eyes, nose, and mouth like a waterfall. He seemed to suffer immense pain, attempting to scream but repeatedly choking on his gushing blood. "Uck-da-duck." The young Templar's eyes widened in desperation. He clawed at his throat like a drowning man struggling for breath, but nothing helped. The blood suffocating him came from within. Finally, his body convulsed violently, his hands flailing as if gone mad. He opened his mouth but made no sound as blood mixed with bubbles spurted out, streaming down his body. Eventually, he fell silent, becoming a lifeless corpse. He had drowned in his own blood. Though the young Templar died, blood continued to flow from his body. Gradually, his body withered like a deflating balloon, turning into a mere skeleton. The blood, influenced by some mysterious force, formed a large crimson array. Once complete, a spectral figure emerged, struggling vainly to escape. But it was abruptly pulled back like a leashed dog, disappearing into the array. Soon, a stone coffin at the array's center shook violently, then went still. Still not enough. Watching the array, the Lich snorted coldly and issued another command. Next one. Chapter 35, The Battle of the Quarry, Part 2, Boom Boom Boom. The azure sword she was like an eagle spreading its wings, engulfing everything along its path in a violent storm. The skeleton soldiers had no time to lift their long swords before they saw the azure eagle fly over their heads. The following storm swept them up, sending the skeletal frames flying backward like driftwood, smashing them into the stalactite walls and scattering them into pieces. "Let's go." "Yes." Watching the high-spirited Shi-Dong, Feng Zheng sighed helplessly and followed him into the depths of the tunnel. Frankly speaking, he was somewhat envious of Shi-Dong's swordsmanship. The Grand Knight's skills were indeed exceptional, especially his AO techniques, which were virtually unmatched. Although Feng Zheng also possessed the royal cross swordsmanship passed down from Arthas, its power was not much weaker than Shi-Dong's storm sword, but he always felt something was off. For some reason, this feeling had become stronger since his training in the Dark Soul-free instance. Initially, Feng Zheng thought his discomfort with the swordsmanship was due to unfamiliarity with the sword itself. However, after enduring the brutal training of Dark Soul, he found that this feeling had not diminished but had only intensified. Particularly now, watching Shi-Dong in battle made this even more evident. The storm sword technique was fluid and seamless in his hands, almost like a dance that was pleasing to the eye. But when Feng Zheng executed the royal cross swordsmanship, he always felt awkward. He couldn't pinpoint where the awkwardness was, but it was definitely there. The contrast made it even more apparent. If Shi-Dong's swordsmanship looked like smoothly running gears, then Feng Zheng's swordsmanship felt like gears without oil they could turn, but how well was another question. He needed to have a good talk with Shi-Dong about this after the battle. Feng Zheng knew this wasn't the time to discuss it, so he held his tongue and followed closely behind Shi-Dong. Miss M hadn't come down with them. For Shi-Dong and Feng Zheng, it was safer for her to stay above. Moreover, Connie also needed someone to look after her. Feng Zheng had no fondness for the neurotic madwoman, so he left her to the soft-hearted girl to deal with. What troubled Feng Zheng more now was Shi-Dong. The Grand Knight's approach was as straightforward and brutal as Feng Zheng had imagined, charging in headfirst and slashing at anything that moved. Before Feng Zheng even had a chance to act, the skeletons that had rushed in were already dismantled into bone fragments by Shi-Dong. Feng Zheng could only shrug helplessly, not saying much more. Unlike a fool, he could clearly see that Shi-Dong was using this as an opportunity to vent. It was evident that Shi-Dong knew very well that Mart and the others were probably on a one-way trip. Feng Zheng wasn't sure what the relationship between Shi-Dong and Mart was, but it was obvious that they were close. Otherwise, Shi-Dong wouldn't have come here to search for them. And now, watching his comrades march to their death must have been unbearable for Shi-Dong. However, as a mature Grand Knight, Shi-Dong wouldn't act like a naive young man, declaring, "If everyone dies, we all die together." He could only vent his frustration and discomfort through such means. That's why Feng Zheng wisely chose not to bring up his swordsmanship issues with Shi-Dong at this time. Even if Shi-Dong were in a good mood, he wouldn't have the patience to solve those doubts now, much less given that his temper wasn't exactly great. The Necromancer soldiers' resistance was futile in front of Shi-Dong. Those hastily rushing soldiers couldn't even display their powers before being shattered into pieces by Shi-Dong. After several such encounters, they stopped appearing altogether, either because they were terrified of Shi-Dong or because the witch had lost interest in their uninvited guests. If it was the latter, it wouldn't be a good thing. Shi Dong and Feng Zheng quickened their pace. Although the quarry was abandoned, the tunnel still seemed sturdy, so they didn't have to worry about sudden collapses. However, the deeper they went, the more somber their expressions became. The further they went, the thicker the deathly air felt, and beyond that, there had been no reaction from the Lich so far. Clearly, this plan wasn't going as smoothly as expected. There. As the two turned a corner in the tunnel, they immediately saw the Great Hollow not far away. Seeing the scene inside, Shi Dong's face darkened instantly. Even Feng Zheng frowned. In the center of the Great Hollow lay over a dozen bodies. They wore Templar armor, but their appearance was ghastly. Their muscles seemed to have melted away, leaving only skin wrapping around bones. The sight was horrifying. Beneath them, blood flowed slowly, stark and glaring. Feng Zheng didn't know what they had gone through, but their dying expressions suggested it was incredibly painful. You bastard. Feng Zheng didn't know what they had gone through, but their dying expressions suggested it was incredibly painful. Facing the Lich floating in the center of the hollow, Shi Dong roared and raised his great sword, swinging it down forcefully. With his motion, the eagle returned, but this time it was almost twice as large as before. Accompanied by a sharp cry, the majestic bird formed from the power of the star spirits surged at the Lich. But instead of panicking, the figure in the air merely tilted its head and pointed its flimsy, dry twig-like staff lightly at them. In the next moment, Feng Zheng saw a black beam shoot out from the staff, hitting the body of the storm hawk. What happened next was unimaginable. The creature, formed purely of wind elemental energy, flailed as if it had a life of its own, cried out in pain, and fell to the ground, dissipating into dust. Shi Dong didn't fare too well either. When the beam struck the eagle, he felt as if a cold hand had reached into his body and seized his heart. Fortunately, his strong physique withstood the blow, otherwise, it wouldn't be just his eagle falling. Nonetheless, Shi Dong's expression changed several times as he clenched his teeth against the invading power of death, barely holding on. Yet for Shi Dong, something even more terrifying emerged. The opponent had just grasped his storm swordsmanship and killed it directly. This only happened when the opponent's mastery of power was significantly higher. Dominating the conflict of power, the one with higher mastery would display an overwhelming advantage and exhibit the true form of their power principles. The fact that this Lich could kill his sword power indicated one thing: this is the power of death. You're Frank, the Duke of Bones from the Council of the Fallen? It's really you? Holy shit. Hearing Shi Dong's question, Feng Zheng was also stunned. During his time training with Shi Dong in the sanctuary, he didn't just practice swordsmanship, he also learned about the enemies of the Order Sanctuary. Currently, the sanctuary had three major enemies. One was the Doomsday Church, which Feng Zheng's original body belonged to. The other two were the Council of the Fallen and the Twilight Legion. The Twilight Legion resided at the borders of civilization. Their goal was to shatter all symbols of order and civilization. The Council of the Fallen's pursuit was apparently loftier. They believed that the essence of all life in the world was death. Hence, death was the eternal theme in the world, and in the end, both chaos and order would revert to the silence of death. Frankly, if the Twilight Legion and the Doomsday Church shared a common goal and could work together, the Council of the Fallen was an enemy to everyone. It didn't matter whether you were order or chaos, they just aimed to bring you to feel the essence of death. Both paladins and cultists found them intolerable. Not to mention, the Council of the Fallen's doctrine was extremely detestable. On one hand, they preached the goddess of order will eventually fall, and on the other, they proclaimed the end of Twilight chaos is near, offending both sides completely. Worse still, the organization was filled with undead creatures. The entire continent's undead creatures were concentrated there. Besides liches, they included monsters like white bone dragons and death envoys. This was why both order and chaos feared and loathed the Council of the Fallen but didn't dare to act rashly. It was simply too powerful, and any mistake could prove fatal. Moreover, the Council of the Fallen was incredibly adept at persuasion. Throughout history, many renowned heroes attempted to eliminate these shadow-dwelling maniacs, only to meet the same fate. Enthusiastic at the start, they disappeared, only to return as undead slaves. Frank, the Duke of Bones, was one of the 5 prominent council members, presiding over the domain of death. Just below the Speaker of Parliament, he was second in power, commanding immense authority. Although Shi Dong had anticipated that the Lich might be formidable, he hadn't expected such a daunting opponent. This is trouble. Gazing at the Lich's hovering figure, Feng Zheng frowned. He was sure that Shi Dong's earlier plan was now unusable. Chapter 36, The Battle of the Quarry, Part 2. Not only was Shi Dong's face pale at the moment, but Feng Zheng's face wasn't much better. Just imagine, you were planning to explore the castle of Shadow Fangs, and as soon as you entered, you encountered Kel'Thuzad. How would you feel? This wasn't following the script at all. The versions weren't even the same. Looking at the lich floating in the air before him, Feng Zheng quietly took a few steps back. It was no wonder he and Shidong hadn't anticipated this. The other party's disguise was just too convincing. One of the top powerhouses of the Council of the Fallen, the opponent surely possessed legendary domain abilities. Generally speaking, beings like this would have no weak soldiers under their command. Basic undead creatures like Necromancer skeletons are standard operating procedure. Having a few Banshee bone dragons certainly wouldn't be out of the question. If Feng Zheng and his group had encountered more advanced troops, they might not have made it this far so easily. But what was the result? This master must have been a seasoned strategy player. He played the pig pretending to be a tiger routine flawlessly. Throughout their journey, Feng Zheng and Shidong encountered only skeleton soldiers and necromancer golems, basic undead creatures, and so neither Feng Zheng nor Shidong took it seriously. They both thought there might just be a crazy lich inside. A regular lich, while still dangerous for grand knights like Shidong and Mart, was at least manageable. What they didn't expect was that inside was actually one of the most terrifyingly powerful entities of the Council of the Fallen, a master of lich. You're somewhat of a boss-level entity, can you at least have some dignity? Do you have to mess with us this way? And why dress so discreetly? Usually, game bosses are decked out in gold and silver, but here you are in a tattered black robe. Feng Zheng admitted he was totally fooled. Oh. Right, liches don't have faces. Since you're here, you might as well stay. Frank still maintained an extraordinarily calm demeanor as he extended his hand, making a grasping motion toward Feng Zheng and Shidong. But at that very moment, suddenly, a burst of flame appeared from the side of the Master of Lich, shooting forward like a meteor. Stop! Grand Knight Mart raised his long sword high, flames burning intensely on its blade. He roared, gripping the long sword tightly and swinging it down. The blazing flame spiraled towards the Master of Lich. However, the Master of Lich didn't even glance at Grand Knight Mart. Before the menacing flames could reach it, a semi-transparent spectral barrier appeared around the Lich, and the once raging flames shrank like candles in the wind, extinguishing completely. And the Master of Lich's actions did not pause. He reached out with his right hand and lightly grabbed the air. The next second, Feng Zheng and Shidong felt the ground shake, then a wall of bones rose from the ground behind them, quickly blocking their retreat. What a disaster! Seeing this, Feng Zheng's face turned ashen. He gripped his sky-cleaving sword tightly, his eyes full of hesitation. Honestly, Feng Zheng hadn't expected these main world entities to all be so cunning. Even if he had been more cautious, it wouldn't have helped. His understanding of this world was shallow, and without enough intelligence, he had to rely on someone else's judgment. Since you're guests, why don't you join my ritual? Absolutely not. Hearing the Master of Lich's words, Shidong roared and charged forward with his giant sword. However, the Master of Lich clearly understood that the villain dies from talking too much. He said no more, just extended his hand and made a few gestures in the air. Following this, a terrifying scene unfolded. The corpses of over a dozen Templars lying on the ground suddenly cracked and burst. Their bones, as if pulled by invisible strings, emerged from their flesh, spun, and reassembled into a horrifying monster with a gigantic upper body and a long scythe in its hands. It's a death envoy, be careful. Seeing the monster before him, Mart's face turned pale. He hurriedly rushed forward to join Shidong in attempting to flank the terrifying creature. But their opponent's reactions exceeded their expectations. Almost instantly upon its formation, the Death Envoy swung its scythe in a 180-degree arc, striking the weapons of both Mart and Shidong. The two Grand Knights shuddered and retreated, but they could see a chilling frost quickly spreading up their arms, forming a thick layer of ice in no time. What terrifying power! Mart and Shidong shook their hands to shatter the ice binding their arms. They exchanged glances, seeing the shock and fear in each other's eyes. This was merely a Death Envoy casually summoned by the Master of Lich, yet it was able to match them both. Even though Mart and Shidong were both brave Grand Knights, cold sweat broke out. The Council of the Fallen didn't have a good reputation, but they rarely appeared in the public eye. Unlike the Doomsday Church or the Twilight Legion, who loved to cause trouble everywhere, the Council of the Fallen believed all things will die. They had enough patience to wait for their enemies to self-destruct. Thus, the Council was more active in graveyards or battlefields, often engaging in the revival of powerful entities as undead creatures. Naturally, these acts of desecration were not sanctioned or accepted by the Sanctuary. There were even rumors within the Sanctuary that the Council of the Fallen, despite its low profile, was actually the most terrifying enemy of all living beings. If they encountered formidable foes, they wouldn't resort to the desperate measures like the Twilight Legion or the Doomsday Church, they would simply wait patiently. After all, time was their ally. They didn't need to take action themselves, they only needed to wait patiently, letting those once powerful enemies die of old age or be killed by others. Then, They could leisurely come out and dig graves. Wouldn't that be delightful? Due to the Council's passive and reserved attitude towards combat, most of the world regarded them as petty, like the Doomsday Church, adept only at covert schemes and falling apart the moment they faced real combat, like mice scurrying away. But the Master of Lich had immediately shattered this misconception. They truly disliked frontal confrontations, but that didn't mean the Council of the Fallen was just a gang of clowns hiding in the shadows. Even their hastily summoned death envoy could stand against the combined full-strength attacks of two Grand Knights, Mart and Shi Dong. In fact, up to now, Frank had yet to make a move. He seemed more interested in that ritual. But that didn't mean Frank would just sit by and let them cause trouble. With a snap of his right fingers, the torn flesh of the fallen Templars began to squirm and merge like melting pudding, transforming into two humanoid flesh monsters, which charged towards Feng Zheng and the remaining Templars. Damn it! Seeing this, Feng Zheng almost popped his eyes out. He'd only heard from Shi Dong that the Council of the Fallen had profound skills in life and death transformation. But it wasn't until now that Feng Zheng realized just how terrifying these liches were. Extracting bones to make a death envoy was one thing, but reusing the remaining flesh to create two flesh puppets was horrifying. These creatures were intermediate undead, their power dependent on their raw materials. If these puppets were made from peasant flesh, Feng Zheng would have no problem. But since these were the flesh of Templars, it was a different story. The flesh puppets were faster than he expected, reaching Feng Zheng within a few breaths. Staring at the large, jelly-like entity before him made Feng Zheng's scalp tingle. Despite having faced disgusting creatures in the worlds of Diablo and Dark Soul, this one took the cake. While he didn't know the principles behind the creation of flesh puppets, Feng Zheng could see at a glance that the puppet's body seemed to be a fusion of the semi-melted limbs of the fallen Templars, further combined. What made it even more nauseating was that these organs seemed to be operational. Particularly the 5 misplaced eyes blinking at him, making Feng Zheng feel so sick he almost wanted to vomit. Roar. But the flesh puppet had no such feelings. It roared like a beast acting on instinct, charging at Feng Zheng. Its arms shot out from its jelly-like body, gripping 2 blood-stained long swords. Damn it! Facing this monster, Feng Zheng cursed under his breath and rolled to the side, narrowly dodging its double slash. He then countered with a swing of his sword, and Judgment's radiance erupted, creating small holes in the flesh puppet's body. Without blood, the flesh appeared disturbingly pale, revealing shriveled blood vessels and organs. To make matters worse, these organs seemed to be functioning, likely due to magical influence. Feng Zheng felt like he needed a bathroom trip to vomit his guts out. But unfortunately, there was no bathroom nearby, nor did he have the time. After receiving the attack, the flesh puppet shuddered, and 2 more arms sprouted from the wounded area, again wielding long swords to attack Feng Zheng. But this time, Feng Zheng didn't retreat. He flipped his long sword, and a dazzling holy light drew a pleasing silver arc in the air, severing the puppet's arms. Feng Zheng then raised his sword, and the lightsabers formed around him, rushing forward with a whistle. In a moment, countless swords of light riddled the flesh puppet with holes, turning it from jelly into cheese. But that didn't seem to be much of a problem for the puppet. Its body just shuddered and began merging and reshaping again. Meanwhile, Necromancer golems on both sides started closing in with heavy strides. Chapter 37, Tricked. The inside of the Great Hollow was already in chaos. Feng Zheng was completely surrounded by 2 undead giants and 1 blood flesh puppet. On the other side, Shi Dong and Mart were working together to deal with the death envoy. The other Templars were not doing well either, as they were being engulfed by another blood flesh puppet and a dozen skeleton soldiers. They looked to be on the verge of collapse. What should we do? While keeping an alert eye on the 2 undead giants in front of him, Feng Zheng thought carefully. The appearance of the Duke of Bones had completely caught him off guard. In Feng Zheng's view, the current situation couldn't get any worse. Even Shi Dong and Mart together couldn't take down a single undead creature summoned by the Duke of Bones. In this situation, let alone destroying the ritual, even self-preservation was difficult. Meanwhile, the blood flesh puppet and the undead giants were equally troubling. The blood flesh puppet seemed utterly unkillable. Feng Zheng had already used Divine Storm to shred it to pieces more than once, but it didn't matter. Even when it was reduced to a tattered mess full of holes, it stubbornly launched attacks at Feng Zheng. With the 2 towering undead giants, even Feng Zheng had to resort to dodging. Damn it! If only Shi Dong and Mart weren't here. After another roll to avoid the Necromancer golem's attack, Feng Zheng gripped his long sword tightly in his right hand and swung it forward from behind. The sky-cleaving sword, carrying a trace of the sword's scar of light, slashed the Necromancer golem in the head, leaving a deep wound. The heavily struck undead giant roared in anger and fell to one knee. Just as Feng Zheng was about to finish it off, a strip-like object resembling minced meat twisted out from the side, topped with a human face, screaming towards Feng Zheng with a wail. Again? Hearing that eerie and chilling sound, Feng Zheng's eyes narrowed, and he reluctantly dodged backward. This blood-flesh puppet had already been ground down to almost nothing by him. Yet even so, it showed no signs of being eradicated, but rather became increasingly troublesome. Feng Zheng had tried several paladin skills on it to no avail. Maybe he should try a 5 fireballs to completely char it to ashes? Unfortunately, Feng Zheng's soulstone didn't include Jaina. As for whether Genetic energy would work on undead creatures, Feng Zheng didn't hold out much hope. The jerky-like blood-flesh puppet charged again. Feng Zheng raised the sky-cleaving sword in his hand, and a golden shield appeared in front of him. The blood-flesh puppet slammed into the golden shield, screaming as it was forced to retreat. But Feng Zheng didn't miss this opportunity. He raised the sky-cleaving sword and swung it down with force. Judgment. The golden holy light instantly enveloped the blood-flesh puppet. Under the omnipresent bombardment of holy energy, the blood-flesh puppet emitted a shrill screech, and its previously upright body started to go limp. Though it was a bloodless and tearless puppet, undead creatures were inherently restrained by holy power. Taking advantage of the moment the blood-flesh puppet softened up, Feng Zheng took a swift step past it. Without hesitation, he swung the sky-cleaving sword down again, completely severing the head of the Necromancer golem. The previously heavily wounded undead giant, which hadn't yet risen to its feet, collapsed to the ground, utterly dead. Finally took one down. Feng Zheng breathed a sigh of relief, but the death of this Necromancer golem didn't bring much joy. The Necromancer golem, the blood-flesh puppet, and even the death envoy were just minor players. Feng Zheng had not forgotten that above them still stood a powerful lich, one of the 5 counselors of the Council of the Fallen, the Master of Lich, the Duke of Bones, Frank. Feng Zheng didn't know how powerful he was, but from the looks of Shidong and Mart, the enemy shouldn't be much weaker than Kel'Thuzad. Although Feng Zheng could deal 250% plus holy damage to undead due to his titles and various bonuses, there was still a basic value. If he was dealing with ordinary undead creatures, he could still manage to one-shot them. But against these thick-skinned, high-level enemies, his low attack power would immediately become a glaring weakness. What should he do next? How much longer did he have to wait? Feng Zheng clenched his left hand, taking a moment to glance around. If he were alone, he would without hesitation activate Arthas's soulstone. The Master of Lich might be fearsome, but the Lich King... well, it couldn't be worse, could it? But now it wasn't possible. With Mart and Shidong still present, the traits of the Lich King were too distinct. If Feng Zheng activated the soulstone, he was sure the two of them would immediately figure out his identity. At that point, all his efforts to infiltrate the sanctuary would be wasted. He hadn't fought so hard to get into the sanctuary just to flee before reaping any benefits. Of course, Feng Zheng was prepared. He had an Invincible ready in his hand and would activate it at once if the situation turned dire. This was one of Feng Zheng's confidences. Thankfully, Prince Arthas had learned the paladin skills quite thoroughly, otherwise, Feng Zheng might be even more disadvantaged now. But if this continued, they would still die. To be honest, Feng Zheng quite liked Shidong and Mart, the 2 Grand Knights. If it had been that crazy woman named Connie, Feng Zheng would have immediately activated the Lich King, possibly killing the mad woman in passing, then blaming it on the Master of Lich. Feng Zheng didn't like killing, but he wouldn't hold back against those trying to kill him. But for Shidong and Mart, if possible, Feng Zheng hoped they could survive. It wasn't just that he got along well with the two, they were also influential within the sanctuary. Feng Zheng didn't know if such people were the majority in the sanctuary, but regardless, one more friend meant one more path. However, it seemed that hope was getting dim. More importantly, what exactly did the Master of Lich want? Thinking of this, Feng Zheng couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. The enemy's strength was overwhelming, enough to crush all of them. It had already severely injured Shidong with a single strike. Adding Mart wouldn't make much difference. It probably just needed one AO to wipe them all out. So why was it waiting? Could it be, like in novels, this boss liked to watch its enemies suffer before killing them? While complaining internally, Feng Zheng glanced upwards, then suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. It's gone. The Master of Lich, who was supposed to be there, was gone. Feng Zheng momentarily wondered if his eyes were playing tricks. He blinked and quickly looked around, finally confirming that while they were fighting these damn undead creatures, the Master of Lich had quietly slipped away. What kind of play was this? Mentor, Grand Knight Mart, the Lich is gone. What? Hearing Feng Zheng's shout, the 2 Grand Knights, who were still entangled with the Death Envoy, were also stunned. They lifted their heads and looked around, and to their astonishment, found that the Master of Lich had indeed disappeared. What was going on? The battle continued, but everyone was baffled. Like Feng Zheng, none of them thought they could scare away the Master of Lich, not even Shidong and Mart. In reality, they were just struggling, a human's instinctual resistance and will to survive. They knew full well they couldn't defeat the Duke of Bones, and they equally understood that the enemy wouldn't let them go. After all, the core principle of the Council of the Fallen was better dead than alive, wasn't it? But now, the Duke of Bones had actually left? What was this move? Thud. Suddenly, at that moment, a heavy thud echoed. Both sides paused in surprise. Although the thud wasn't loud, it seemed to have a special pull, making even the least intelligent necromancer golem turn its head towards the sound. Feng Zheng was no exception. He looked in that direction as well. It came from the center of the magic circle, where a large stone coffin rested. The sound was coming from within that coffin. Thud. As everyone stared at it, the stone coffin trembled again. It was then that Feng Zheng noticed the stone coffin was wrapped in dozens of thick chains. Now, the chains were cracking from the impact, and some seemed on the verge of falling off. Wait. Seeing this, Feng Zheng felt a chill down his spine as a realization struck him. Grand Knight Mart had said that the Lich was planning to conduct some kind of ritual here, which was why they had came to stop it. When they had arrived, everything seemed uneventful, so Feng Zheng hadn't paid much attention. But now he suddenly thought of a possibility. What if the Master of Lich's ritual had already been completed before their arrival? What if he was just waiting for them to show up? Realizing this, Feng Zheng's face turned incredibly grim. Damn, they had been played. Chapter 38 Child of Chaos Thud. The stone coffin began to tremble again. This time, the undead creatures seemed to sense some danger. They even stopped entangling with Feng Zheng and turned around to stare intently at the stone coffin. If the Master of Lich were here, perhaps these undead creatures would still follow its orders. But now, with the Master of Lich inexplicably gone, these undead creatures began to act on instinct. Clearly, in their eyes, whatever was inside that stone coffin posed a greater threat than Mart and his group. What should we do, teacher? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Feng Zheng quickly regrouped with the other Templars and 2 Grand Knights. However, their expressions remained very grave, showing no signs of relaxation despite the Master of Lich's quiet departure. Hearing Feng Zheng's question, Shidong furrowed his brows tightly, staring at the stone coffin in silence. Thud. At that moment, the stone coffin within the magic circle suddenly leaped up. The chains binding the coffin finally gave way under the strain, snapping with a series of pops. Then the heavy coffin lid shot up into the sky before crashing heavily to the ground. Simultaneously, Feng Zheng felt a peculiar aura emanating from inside. Mart and Shidong's faces changed instantly upon sensing this aura. Not good. It's the Child of Chaos, run. But before their words could finish, the stone coffin trembled once more. Feng Zheng felt a faint ripple pass by, quickly spreading out. Before he could react, he saw Shidong beside him fall to one knee with a thud, sweating profusely, teeth clenched. He gripped his greatsword tightly, looking like a previously heroic paladin who had suddenly become a weak old man, struggling even to move. Mart and the other Templars were not much better off, with 2 severely injured Templars collapsing to the ground in silence, directly fainting. The undead creatures that had been attacking them looked even worse. The Necromancer golem collapsed motionlessly, and the previously intimidating Death Envoy and the troubling Blood Flesh puppet disintegrated with a clatter, reverting to broken bones and flesh. What's going on? Holding the sky-cleaving sword, Feng Zheng looked around in astonishment. He had no idea what was happening. Why did everyone suddenly collapse? Should he also pretend to join in? Be careful, kid. It's the Child of Chaos. Just as Feng Zheng was considering whether to cooperate with the performance, Shidong, beside him, spoke up. He seemed exhausted, the once sturdy warrior now even struggling to speak. He gripped his greatsword tightly, trying to stand, but his legs felt heavy as if filled with lead. That is the most dreadful existence at the Twilight Frontier, the enemy of order. It can create a field that isolates all the power of order. Is that why you all suddenly turned like this? Hearing Shidong's explanation, Feng Zheng suddenly realized. He knew that people in this world primarily use the power of order. To make an analogy, it was like all skills in this world required MP, but the Child of Chaos automatically carried an anti-magic field, sealing off your MP. Wait, no way. Thinking of this, Feng Zheng's expression changed slightly. He quickly glanced at his status bar and was shocked to find all his skills turned to unusable gray, even the activation ability of the Soul Stone. Damn. No wonder the Master of Lich ran away. Now Feng Zheng finally understood why the Duke of Bones turned and fled without a word. According to what he had learned from the Sanctuary, both magic and other powers belong to the power of order. The undead magic that animated the undead creatures created by the Duke of Bones also relied on the power of order. Compared to living beings, these undead creatures were even more fragile before the Child of Chaos, as their very existence in this world depended on the power of order. Once the power of order was nullified or sealed, they would be doomed. The Duke of Bones was likely in the same situation. Although he was one of the most powerful members of the Council of the Fallen, he was still an undead creature. The anti-magic domain of the Child of Chaos was likely effective against him as well, which is why the old guy ran so fast. This is ridiculous. Gripping the sky-cleaving sword, Feng Zheng felt a chill on his scalp. He fixedly stared at the stone coffin, not daring to take a breath. Under Feng Zheng's gaze, a tall dark figure slowly rose from the stone coffin. It was a knight. From the outside, it didn't seem much different from a normal human, except that this human was 2 to 3 meters tall. It wore rusty armor and had a faint red glow shining through the helmet's cracks. In its hand was a huge, sharp sword, and it slowly stood up, silently staring around. "Teacher, what abilities does this thing have?" Holding the sky-cleaving sword tightly, Feng Zheng asked without turning his head. "What skills does it have? What are its capabilities?" "None." "Huh? What do you mean by none?" Hearing Shidong's answer, Feng Zheng was dumbfounded. "Wasn't this a boss? Never heard of a boss without big moves. What's the point of fighting it then?" The Child of Chaos is a creature born of chaos." At this point, Mart caught his breath and spoke in a low voice. "And all skills and magic come from the gift of order. They simply cannot learn to use such power. But even so, they are still formidable enemies. These chaotic creatures are terrifyingly strong and incredibly fast merely by relying on their physical bodies. Be careful, legend has it that these creatures possess immense strength and great speed." "I see." Feng Zheng nodded but then suddenly paused. "This scene, why does it feel so familiar? The enemy is a gigantic creature, you can't use soul stones, and you can't use skills. Isn't this just like Dark Souls? Then, let's see who's stronger, you or Teacher Guda." Thinking of this, Feng Zheng's lips curled into a slight smile. He then reached out and drew a dagger from his waist. Feng Zheng then took a few steps forward to confront the creature. He gripped the sky-cleaving sword tightly in his right hand, pointing it straight ahead at the Child of Chaos. Then, holding the dagger in a reverse grip with his left hand, he placed it across his chest and nodded at the Child of Chaos. "Huh?" Seeing Feng Zheng's actions, everyone was stunned. Mart turned his head in surprise to look at Shidong. "Shidong, what's he doing? And why isn't he affected by the Chaos Force field?" For those in the Order world, the Child of Chaos was incredibly frightening because its Chaos Force field would cut off their power of order. This was true for Mart and Shidong, the Paladins, as well. Despite their immense strength resembling Superman on regular days, it was all thanks to the power of the Star Spirits. Just like in martial arts novels where some skinny old men could strike muscular men dozens of meters away with a single palm, it wasn't due to their physical strength but rather their profound inner strength. The Templars within the Chaos Force field were like martial artists who had lost their inner strength, rendered virtually useless. That kid's somewhat special. But, that pose, could it be? Responding to Mart's inquiry, Shidong gave a vague answer. The Holy Spirit protection was a top secret, and although he and Mart were friends, such things couldn't be casually mentioned. However, seeing Feng Zheng's pose, Shidong's eyes lit up. Feng Zheng had often discussed with him the world he dreamed of, from which Shidong had learned about a group of warriors called the Farron Undead Legion. These warriors fought in the darkness to eradicate the Abyss, but eventually, even they were eroded by the Abyss, becoming the enemies they once despised. Shidong had felt a deep connection with the Farron Undead Legion, reminding him of the Order Legion stationed at the Twilight Frontier. Like the Farron Undead Legion, they fought chaos and sacrifice to protect order and civilization. Occasionally, some among them would be corrupted by chaos, turning into demon creatures. Shidong had been one of them and thus felt an immediate resonance with the Farron Undead Legion upon hearing Feng Zheng's stories. And now, that pose. Could it be? Roar. The Child of Chaos didn't seem to understand what Feng Zheng was doing. Being inherently chaotic, it wouldn't care about such things. It roared furiously, raised its greatsword, and leaped, slashing down at Feng Zheng. As the Child of Chaos's greatsword came crashing down, Feng Zheng rolled to the side, barely avoiding the descending blade. He swung his sky-cleaving sword forward, striking the Child of Chaos's waist with a heavy blow, producing a resounding metallic clang and sparks. The Child of Chaos staggered slightly but quickly swung its greatsword in a semicircle across the ground, attacking Feng Zheng again. This time, instead of retreating, Feng Zheng advanced. Rolling forward to close the distance, he swung his sword again at the Child of Chaos. The creature stepped back rapidly, but its greatsword swung back at Feng Zheng's neck. With a seeming pair of eyes on the back of his head, Feng Zheng evaded by bending his waist just as the Child of Chaos's sword came at him. The greatsword whooshed over his head, and Feng Zheng then advanced again. His sky-cleaving sword burst into a dazzling holy light at this moment. Slash! Feng Zheng's right hand, holding the long sword, swept forward in an arc from bottom to top, leaving a deep wound on the Child of Chaos's chest. The creature froze in its tracks, but before it could respond, Feng Zheng's sword came down in another strike, driving the Child of Chaos's body back. Feng Zheng then leaped into the air, rotating with his sword to form a crescent, and came crashing down onto the Child of Chaos. Under Feng Zheng's triple combo attack, the Child of Chaos couldn't withstand it any longer. Like a catapulted stone, it flew backward, crashing into a stone wall with a thud not far behind. Dust scattered everywhere. Feng Zheng lowered his long sword and let out a long breath. Behind him, Shidong and Mark looked as if their eyes were about to pop out. Chapter 39. The indestructible creature. The billowing smoke and dust obstructed Feng Zheng's vision, but he didn't need to see to be sure that thing was still alive. The fact that he still couldn't use his skills indicated that the opponent was still exerting oppressive force on them. Although he had indeed sent the opponent flying just now, the recoil force was enough to make it hurt. Hiss. Carefully moving his body, Feng Zheng sucked in a breath of cold air. He opened and closed his right hand, which was gripping the sword hilt, then grasped the hilt again, finally dispelling the faint feeling of paralysis in his fingers. In that other world, he hadn't used his own body, so he could perform any exaggerated action. But in the Dark Soul world, aside from the weapon mastery skill, he had brought nothing out. Although the battle techniques were still in his memory, fully executing them with his current body was not easy. If he still had his original strength, it wouldn't be a problem, but who told this bastard to block the power of order? Although Feng Zheng's body had grown stronger with training over time, it was clearly impossible to possess the strength comparable to a barbarian. He had no choice but to try that move. Thinking of this, Feng Zheng tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand, staring intently at the billowing smoke and dust ahead. Po! The smoke rolled, and the Child of Chaos roared as it leaped out again, raising its large pitch-black sword and swinging it down fiercely towards Feng Zheng. Now! Just as the Child of Chaos was raising its giant sword, Feng Zheng's eyes lit up. He rolled forward to close the distance between himself and the Child of Chaos. Then, raising his left hand, Feng Zheng swung the dagger upward. Just as the giant sword was about to come down, the dagger struck the part of the sword near the hilt. Damn it! Seeing this, Mart couldn't help but shout. The scene was so astonishing. In front of the massive Child of Chaos, Feng Zheng looked like a 5 or 6-year-old child. It made the combat between the two seem like a battle between a strong warrior and a child barely reaching the warrior's waist. Feng Zheng's action of striking the sword with his own looked like a mantis trying to stop a cart. Both Mart and the other Templars almost expected the next moment when the young man would scream and be sent flying. Without the augmentation of the power of order, they were even weaker than usual. Although the young man could move freely, his strength hadn't increased. The Child of Chaos's own power exceeded that of ordinary people by dozens of times. The gap between them was like that of a tiger versus a rabbit. Under the opponent's full-force strike, what were the chances of Feng Zheng retreating unscathed? Almost zero. Under everyone's gaze, the dagger in Feng Zheng's reverse grip collided with the giant sword. Accompanied by a thud, the next moment, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The giant sword in the Child of Chaos's hand, which was about to swing down, suddenly flew back as if it had struck an invisible, solid wall. Simultaneously, the Child of Chaos let out a wail, collapsing in front of Feng Zheng as if it had lost all its strength. And Feng Zheng did not miss this opportunity. He stepped forward, swung his sky-cleaving sword with no hesitation, chopping into the gap in the armor at the Child of Chaos's neck, then kicked the enormous creature in the chest, sending it tumbling to the ground. Feng Zheng raised his long sword again, attempting to deliver a killing blow, but before he had a chance to act, he saw the Child of Chaos gripping its giant sword and swinging at him again. This forced Feng Zheng to roll backward to avoid the attack. Meanwhile, the Child of Chaos slowly stood up again, letting out a muddled roar. Though no one could understand what it was saying, its anger was clear. How do you kill this thing? Feng Zheng cautiously watched his opponent, asking without turning his head. He was sure his blade had struck deep into the neck, nearly severing it. Yet, the creature's behavior indicated nothing had happened. There was no blood, not even a drop on the sky-cleaving sword. It was frustrating, clearly, this enemy wasn't easy to take down. And to make matters worse, the system didn't recognize the Child of Chaos as an undead creature, so the damage he could inflict was reduced. The Child of Chaos can't be killed. Shidong's voice called out loudly as he came to his senses. It's a creation of chaos, it has no concept of life and death. No matter how much damage you do, it will never die. What now? Hearing Shidong, Feng Zheng was even more speechless. He hadn't expected this world to contain such things. A boss with no health bar. That was lethal. Normally, we could defeat it, then seal it while it's weakened, but now. We don't have a cleric. No, there's another way. Before Shidong could finish, Grand Knight Mart seemed to have thought of something and spoke. "We can request the Goddess of Order's guidance to banish it from this world." "You mean the banishment spell?" Hearing Mart's words, Shidong's expression changed. "In the Chaos Force field? We don't even have a holy artifact." "No, we do." As Mart spoke, he looked towards a nearby stone slab, the cover of the stone coffin that had once sealed the Child of Chaos. Upon closer inspection, the slab was engraved with intricate patterns and sacred texts. This was used to borrow the goddess's power to seal the Child of Chaos. "If we can use it to connect with the goddess. Whatever you're planning, you'd better hurry." Mart had not finished speaking when Feng Zheng cut him off impatiently. He intently watched the Child of Chaos rushing towards him yet again, then raised one long sword and one short sword in his hands. "I'll try to hold him off, but I can't guarantee for how long." No sooner had he spoken than the Child of Chaos's giant sword once again swung down at Feng Zheng. Choosing to roll backward to avoid the blow, Feng Zheng had decided to stall for time. In the world of the Dark Soul, Feng Zheng had learned many things, and patience was foremost among them. Dealing with a mere Child of Chaos was nothing. He used to take an hour to defeat any boss. The Child of Chaos attacked once more. Its swordsmanship was uncoordinated, simply wild slashes. Feng Zheng didn't mind. In the world of the Dark Soul, he had fought countless battles, faced many predicaments, and died countless times. His accumulated experience was more than Shidong and Mart's combined. No matter how chaotic the attacks were, Feng Zheng could react and dodge them in time. The Child of Chaos seemed to lack intelligence and didn't realize what the others were doing, focusing all its attention on Feng Zheng. As time passed, the situation grew increasingly tense for Feng Zheng. Despite having the experience to handle the fight, he lacked the stamina and physical strength. The constant dodging of the Child of Chaos's attacks was sapping his energy quickly. He even felt fatigue setting in, his legs aching and barely able to move. Roar. With the Child of Chaos's roar, another sword strike came down from above. Facing this lightning-fast attack, Feng Zheng gritted his teeth and tried to sidestep. Unexpectedly, just as his left leg was about to support his body, he felt his legs give out, as if his muscles had lost all strength. Not good. Realizing his physical condition had changed, Feng Zheng was shocked. The Child of Chaos's attack was already in front of him, and he had no time to dodge. No choice but to go all out. Thinking this, Feng Zheng dropped the dagger in his left hand and gripped the sky-cleaving sword tightly with both hands. He raised the long sword to meet the incoming giant sword. Clang! The giant sword smashed heavily onto Feng Zheng's sky-cleaving sword, making him shudder and dropping to a half-kneeling position. The giant sword continued its strong downward momentum, slicing swiftly toward Feng Zheng's head. Clenching his teeth, Feng Zheng pushed the sky-cleaving sword sideways. The giant sword's blade nearly grazed his head, causing the sky-cleaving sword to angle downward before coming to rest on Feng Zheng's shoulder. The intense pain made Feng Zheng almost scream, but he clenched his teeth and held back the nearly unavoidable strike. However, he had reached his limit. At this moment, Shidong's voice suddenly rang out behind Feng Zheng. "Success. Feng Zheng, move away." Hearing Shidong, Feng Zheng felt as if he had heard celestial music. He quickly rolled on the ground, using the Child of Chaos's remaining momentum to evade to the side. The Child of Chaos didn't expect his enemy to dodge at the last moment and lost its balance. As soon as Feng Zheng rolled away, a white ray shot out from his original position, directly hitting the Child of Chaos. Chapter 40 Time Travel Reopened. The Child of Chaos, struck by the white radiance, let out an angry roar. Meanwhile, Feng Zheng saw the space around him crack like glass hit by a stone. Accompanied by the sound of crack crack, the cracks grew larger, and then, with a bang, the fragments of space around the Child of Chaos shattered. Immediately, a giant rift appeared, sucking in everything around it like a black hole. Damn it! Feng Zheng quickly thrust his sky-cleaving sword into the ground, gripping it tightly with both hands. He hadn't expected that this so-called banishment would affect everyone indiscriminately. Normally, in novels, banishing demons is always a targeted single skill, right? The others were not faring any better. Shidong and Mart had to use all their strength to lift the coffin lid upright. A shining white beam shot out, maintaining the rift in space. Several Templars lay flat on the ground, clinging to anything they could grab. Feng Zheng was also struggling, his body was already airborne. If it weren't for the sky-cleaving sword firmly planted in the ground, he would have been sucked into that giant vacuum cleaner by now. But that wasn't the main problem. The real trouble was that damned Child of Chaos. Half of its body had already fallen into the space rift, yet its hands and feet still clung tightly to the edges, trying to climb out. "Grab my hand, kid." Shidong, while holding onto a slab, extended his hand towards Feng Zheng. But Feng Zheng didn't respond. He frowned, glancing at the Child of Chaos behind him, then turned his gaze back to the coffin lid in front of him. The holy radiance on it had begun to wane. Shidong and Mart also looked tired, clearly unable to hold on much longer. But seeing the state of the Child of Chaos, it seemed like it could still hold on. This way, they'll surely die. Without further thought, Feng Zheng immediately made a decision. The Child of Chaos seemed to be withstanding the pull of the space rift and was even beginning to climb out inch by inch. The space rift was becoming unstable. He didn't know how much longer Shidong and Mart could last, but they were clearly in bad shape. There's only one way. Thinking this, Feng Zheng pondered for a moment. In the world of Dark Souls, he had already learned how to seek life from death. For him, a little adventure was nothing, and besides, Feng Zheng had his trump card. Thinking this, Feng Zheng looked up at his system. The teleportation option was in its countdown phase. 10 seconds. Feng Zheng, what are you doing? Seeing Feng Zheng not responding, Shidong shouted again. Feng Zheng glanced at him and then smiled. Suddenly, Feng Zheng pulled out the sky-cleaving sword from the ground and flipped himself towards the space rift. Kid, what are you doing? Seeing this, Shidong was shocked. He tried to get up to stop him, but the immense wind pressure forced him back to the ground. He could only watch as Feng Zheng flew through the air like a bird, turning into a beam of white light and striking towards the Child of Chaos. Feeling the impending danger, the Child of Chaos roared. Although its limbs were busy anchoring itself, it didn't mean it was helpless. Its chest armor suddenly flipped open, and two long arms reached out, grabbing towards Feng Zheng. Facing the oncoming claws, Feng Zheng raised his sky-cleaving sword high and slashed down. The blade clashed with the iron-like claws, making a dull collision sound. At the same time, the holy power on the coffin lid seemed to be exhausted. The white beam keeping the space rift open disappeared, and the rift began to close. The Child of Chaos roared, and with a forceful push, half of its body emerged from the rift. Just a bit more effort, and it would be free. But in the next moment, dazzling white radiance forced it to close its eyes. That is. At that moment, the Templars were stunned. When they saw the Child of Chaos break free from the rift, they thought they had failed. But then Feng Zheng did something that shocked everyone. He pressed his long sword forward. The silver-white longsword instantly emitted an unbearable radiance. Pure holy light burst forth, transforming into a figure with silver wings, bypassing the Child of Chaos's defenses, and charging towards its unprotected body. Angel! Mart screamed, and the Child of Chaos was too late to react. It could only watch helplessly as the figure formed by light, along with the sword, plunged into its chest. The tremendous impact pushed the Child of Chaos back into the space rift. This time, it couldn't maintain its balance and, with a scream, let go. It tumbled into the space rift, but it wasn't willing to give up just yet. The claws from its chest lunged at Feng Zheng in a final attempt. Clang! Feng Zheng swung his longsword, parrying the Child of Chaos's desperate attack. The angel turned into a beam of light, returning to the sky-cleaving sword, while the Child of Chaos vanished into the void, screaming. But for Feng Zheng, the crisis was not over. The space rift was sucking in everything around like a black hole, and Feng Zheng was being pulled towards it like a fish caught in a whirlpool. 3 seconds left. The space rift had shrunk to the size of half a person, but Feng Zheng was now less than a meter away. In a blink, he would be wholly sucked in or, worse, sliced in half by the closing rift. Time's up. However, Feng Zheng didn't panic. He kept his eyes fixed on the system information. The moment the teleportation option became active, he quickly pressed it. A bright white halo appeared in front of him, swallowing him whole. And at that moment, the space rift closed swiftly, vanishing into thin air. For a moment, there was a deathly silence in the Great Hollow. The Templars watched in disbelief, completely uncertain of what to say. To them, it felt like a dream, but they all knew it wasn't. Damn it! Shidong pounded the ground in frustration, his face full of regret. He hadn't seen clearly what Feng Zheng had done at the end, but the fact that the young man wasn't there spoke volumes. Shidong, tell me, just who is Feng Zheng? Mart now realized something was off. He had thought Feng Zheng was just promising, but after seeing the angel, he realized things weren't that simple. Don't ask. I'm not going to tell you. Ugh. Shidong didn't answer Mart's question. He sighed deeply, looking complexly at the now empty ground. That kid. Really? Alright, Shidong, relax. I think he'll be fine. Seeing Shidong's expression, Mart patted his shoulder. He could summon an angel, so he must be favored by the goddess. The goddess won't let him be harmed. Hopefully. The kid is still young. Ugh, I should have. Boom. Shidong's words were interrupted as the Great Hollow started to tremble. Cracks appeared everywhere, and rocks mixed with dust fell. It might have been the loss of the sealing power or the intense battle earlier that had destabilized it. The Great Hollow couldn't hold any longer. Seeing this, everyone was alarmed. Damn, we need to get out of here quickly. Under Shidong and Mart's leadership, the remaining Templars quickly evacuated the Great Hollow. Behind them, rocks and dust cascaded down like a tide, burying the entire space. Chapter 41, A World Without Tomorrow. The sense of weightlessness suddenly vanished. Thud. Feng Zheng flew out of the light gate and landed heavily on the ground, emitting a groan. Damn it. Feeling a dull ache from below, Feng Zheng gritted his teeth. He seriously began to suspect that he had some kind of grudge against teleportation. Ever since his rebirth in this world, every teleportation had ended with him in ridiculous situations. The first time, he was thrown into a horde of the living dead in the Dark World. The second time, he was teleported right in front of Magda, forcing him into an unplanned boss fight. Returning to the main world, his first attempt at teleportation on the path of the stars separated him from his companions, and now this. It seemed he was inherently incompatible with teleportation. What rotten luck. Grumbling, Feng Zheng stood up and quickly scanned his surroundings. He sighed in relief seeing he wasn't thrown into a nest of creatures this time. Instead, he found himself in a narrow, dark alleyway flanked by tall concrete walls. In the distance, he could hear the blare of horns. The scene before him was both familiar and strange, familiar because it was reminiscent of his everyday life before, and strange because he no longer belonged to this world. Hey, brothers, look who it is. As Feng Zheng was nostalgically absorbing the scene, an unwelcome voice interrupted him. He turned towards the source of the voice to find three white-skinned, blonde-haired men in scruffy clothes grinning at him. Didn't expect to find a stray cat here. How's it going, little master? The lead man sneered, cracking his knuckles as he swaggered towards Feng Zheng. This is Kafter Brothers territory. I don't know what you're doing here, but don't you think you owe us an apology? Alright, scratch that. His past life's neighborhood didn't have such poor security. Sigh. Looking at the three punks, Feng Zheng sighed helplessly. Apologies, then. Suddenly, Feng Zheng turned into a blur and appeared in front of the lead thug. He didn't use the sky-cleaving sword, but instead punched the man hard in the chest, sending him flying back about 10 meters before he crashed to the ground. Boss. Seeing this, the other two followers cried out in alarm. One of them pulled out a switchblade, but Feng Zheng grabbed his head and smashed it into the ground before he could make another move. The unlucky fellow collapsed, bleeding from the nose. Help, help. This all happened in mere moments. From knocking out the leader to taking care of his lackeys, it took less than 5 seconds. Finally, the last thug snapped out of it and tried to scream for help, but Feng Zheng silenced him by gripping his throat and pinning him to the wall. SHH. Keep it down. I just want to ask you a few questions. Facing the trembling thug, Feng Zheng remained calm. He was no longer the newly reborn man. He had fought cultists, battled the living dead, danced with the abyss in his dreams, and just faced the master of Lich head-on. If this was just a normal world, he had nothing to fear. However, it's definitely not a normal world. Emerging from the alleyway, Feng Zheng counted the money he took from the thugs and sighed. He walked to a nearby shop and looked at the TV in the window. On the screen, the host excitedly reported the latest news. 5 years later, we have finally scored our first victory. This footage comes from Verdun. As the host narrated, the screen showed people cheering with excitement as armored vehicles sped down the central road. Soldiers on the vehicles stood and waved to the crowd, eliciting waves of cheers and joy. The camera cut back to the smiling host, who continued the report. Remarkably, the casualties and damage have been minimal this time, making it a tremendous victory. This is largely thanks to the new power combat armor. With these armors, training soldiers into super warriors takes only a short time. They can then enter the battlefield and defeat those aliens. Yes, aliens. This was a world where humanity was fighting against aliens. From what Feng Zheng gathered from the thugs, 5 years ago a mysterious group of aliens arrived on Earth, launching an all-out attack. These aliens, called mimics by humans, caused catastrophic damage from the outset. Completely unprepared, humanity stood little chance. They nearly lost all of Europe. But just yesterday, humanity celebrated its first victory over the aliens. At first, Feng Zheng wasn't sure which world he was in until he saw Tom Cruise in a military uniform speaking on TV, alongside aliens that looked like bundles of wires. At that moment, Feng Zheng finally recalled the name of this world. Edge of Tomorrow. This was a science fiction movie with a simple plot: aliens invade Earth, pushing humanity to the brink of defeat. Tom Cruise played an officer assigned to the front lines for recording and combat. Naturally, he resisted, as he was meant for PR, not combat. However, the general wasn't swayed, having Cruise arrested and sent to the front as a deserter. As a rookie, Cruise was terrified but managed to hold the line, ultimately detonating a bomb to take an alien with him. To his surprise, the alien was special, Its blood caused Cruz to wake up at the beginning of the same day. Everything started over. From then on, Cruz repeatedly fought, died, and grew stronger. Eventually, he met the female lead who had experienced the same phenomenon. Together, they fought and, in true Hollywood fashion, used the knowledge gained from their loops to find the alien leader. They successfully eliminated the boss and saved Earth. The movie was popular among game developers like Feng Zheng, who joked that it was like a player repeatedly loading saves to defeat a boss, though the forced death to reload mechanic was tough. Otherwise, it was considered a time travel perk. To be honest, Feng Zheng felt a kinship with Cruz now, reminiscing about his time in the Black Soul world. Never mind, it was too painful to recall. Who would have thought he'd travel to a movie world? Feng Zheng had assumed he would end up in a game world, given his previous experiences. The first world he visited was game-like, and the free instance, Black Soul World, also appeared game-based. So, he thought the third instance would also be a fantasy game world. But unexpectedly, it turned out to be a science fiction movie world. So, what should he do next? While pondering this and watching the hosts on TV, Feng Zheng mused. The plot of this world was straightforward. Feng Zheng knew exactly where the alien boss was. But what was his mission? If it involved enlisting and fighting those creatures, he didn't want any part of it. He had just escaped constant battle in the main world and didn't want to jump into another fight. Ding! As Feng Zheng pondered, a soft chime sounded, and a system prompt appeared in front of him. Main quest issued.